LoveLore Library. Chapter 267. When Lin Che heard this, he thought of Mo Huiling. You mean Miss Mo? Gu Jingze only had one girlfriend in the past. Who else could it be if not Mo Huiling? Seeing that Lin Che mentioned Mo Huiling in such a generous manner, Gu Jingyan smiled and said, yeah, when he was with Mo Huiling, he never accompanied her like this. Let alone accompanied her, the two of them sat together like fools. They just sat there without any interaction at all. Really? That's right. Gu Jingze is so old-fashioned and Miss Mo is from a wealthy family. She's not as noisy as I am. They must be so elegant that it's boring for them to be together. Gu Jingyan said, who knows? Anyway, second brother will never take care of her. He won't feed her because he won't sit with her and chat with her for so long. Second brother is not a person who likes to chat. Lin Che found it strange. Really? He doesn't talk much. He was like that when I was with him in the beginning, but he got better after we got to know each other better. Gu Jingyan smiled, shook her head, and said, come on. Second brother is so talkative because he's with sister-in-law. You don't know what people say about him. He's a cold-faced Hades. He glares at people coldly if they don't agree with him. Who dares to talk to him? Just then, Gu Jingze came back. As he walked over, he looked at Gu Jingyan. What are you saying about me? Gu Jingyan said, I'm not. I'm saying good things about you. She winked at Lin Che. Lin Che smiled. Yeah, people who praise you are very strict. Everyone is in awe of you. When Gu Jingyan heard Lin Che's words, she almost burst out laughing. Lin Che was afraid that she would give herself away, so he quickly said, well, Jingyan, which university are you in overseas? Gu Jingyan said, I'm studying business and business administration at the University of Pennsylvania. Lin Che blinked. Wow, that sounds impressive. Gu Jingze said, yeah. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? That's the best business school in America. It's not easy to get into. You're so annoying. Why do you keep belittling me? However, Lin Che also thought in his heart that the Gu family's genes were really good, each bag was more powerful than the last. Lin Che said, Jingyan, you're amazing. You're even more amazing than your second brother, right? Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingze with a smile. I'm just good at school. Second brother has a lot of combat experience. He has a lot of battle achievements. Moreover, he has a doctorate in several professional fields. I'm not as good as him. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and smiled proudly. Lin Che glared at him and said to Gu Jingyan, Jingyan, you must have had a lot of pursuers when you were in school. You're so pretty, good at studying and smart. Gu Jingyan said, no way. However, Gu Jingze said, all right, you don't have to be modest with Lin Che. He lowered his head and said to Lin Che, she's indeed very amazing. There are quite a few people pursuing her in school. Not only is she the school's beauty, she's also the recipient of the first scholarship. Back then in Country C's Shi Yan High School, she was also a legend. But what a pity. He looked at Gu Jingyan and said, you ended up benefiting that kid from the Liu family. Oh yes, why isn't he here yet? Gu Jingyan looked at her watch and said, I'll ask him later. She got up, smiled and left. Lin Che looked at her back and said to Gu Jingze, Jingyan, are you getting married? Gu Jingze nodded. That's right. Lin Che said, you don't like him. It was obvious that Gu Jingze wasn't satisfied. Gu Jingze said, I heard from my mother just now that he's the kid from the Liu family. The Liu family is a relative of Country M. You should know that Country M has a constitutional monarchy. Since he's a relative of Country M, he's considered a good match. Oh, isn't that good? It's not wrong for you to be a good match. Gu Jingze, if it weren't for me, you would have been a good match too. Gu Jingze said, unfortunately, I'm already married, so I won't look back. That's not true. If we get divorced one day, you can still find someone who's a good match, Lin Che said. Hearing that Lin Che was still thinking about divorce, Gu Jingze glared at him. Don't talk nonsense, he said coldly. What? What if I offend you one day and you want me to leave? That's possible. You offend me every day. When did I ever let you go? Gu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at him. You're very fierce to me every day. Who knows when you'll be too fierce? When have I ever been fierce to you? Of course you have. You've always been fierce to me. I still remember that in the beginning, you didn't even allow me to get close to you. You would insult me whenever there was a disagreement. Gu Jingze recalled the days when they first got together. It seemed that it was indeed like that. However, at that time, Gu Jingze really hated her. He hated her for destroying the stability of his life, so he asked her to force her into his life. But at that time, he never knew that one day he would get used to a different kind of life. He didn't hate her that way. He just felt that she always appeared in his life invisibly and he couldn't get rid of her no matter what. In the end, he felt helpless. Fine, I apologize. I was indeed fierce to you during that period, but you didn't treat me very well. You were so fierce to me. Can't I retaliate? But you should at least cooperate with my life. Not only did you not cooperate, but you also deliberately put on a sloppy appearance in front of me. Of course I can't stand it. But in the end, he accepted it. Not only did he accept it, but he also started to get used to it. Once he got used to it, he didn't feel so bad anymore. Yu Minmin was brought into a room that looked like an office. The soles of his feet were gray marble tiles, and in front of him were thick curtains that blocked the light of the day. There was only a bit of light that passed through faintly, casting a faint shadow on the ground. Yu Minmin was still trying to figure out where she was when she heard the sound of the door behind her. She pushed the door open and the person who came in was wearing custom-made leather shoes of an unknown brand. She turned around and was met with a pair of dark eyes. Mr. President. Yu Minmin's heart sank. Gu Jingming looked at the woman in front of him. She was looking at him cautiously. Her face was very small. She was not the type that would shock people at first glance. But her eyes were very bright. When she looked at people, people would have the illusion that they were seen through by her. He was overbearing. That's right, it gave off an overbearing feeling. Chapter 268. Gu Jingming was standing in front of her. Yu Minmin thought to herself. She was still in a trance. The problem that she thought had been solved once again appeared in front of her. He was different from how he looked on TV. He seemed very cold. I've already said that if you need money, I can give it to you. But please don't appear around here anymore. Why? Are you going back on your word? Yu Minmin looked up at him. You're mistaken. I'm here to give something to Lin Che. I didn't want to come here. Gu Jingming said, what is it? Her birthday present. She left it at the office. It's probably for you, she said seriously. She turned around to look for the present, but she couldn't find it. She was stunned for a moment before she remembered that she was afraid of losing it to Lin Che when she came in. She didn't know where she was going, so she quickly put it in the car. Gu Jingming saw that her hands were empty. It was obvious that there was nothing in them. He smiled coldly. Seems like you're not fully prepared. Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming. How do you want me to prove that I'm here with no purpose? Gu Jingming said, you're the one with the problem now. You have to prove it yourself. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here today. Why? Yu Minmin looked up and shouted, you don't have any evidence to prove that I'm here to get close to you, right? Gu Jingming said, but there are many people outside. I can't risk my life just because of evidence. So, I have to trouble you today. No. But I have something to do. Yu Minmin reached out to grab him. Gu Jingming lowered his head and looked at her hand coldly. Yu Minmin forgot that she had gone to grab the president. She quickly retreated and let go of his hand. Mr. President, I really didn't mean to get close to you. I've told the people around you many times that I didn't mean to, whether it's about that matter or, shut up. He frowned at the mention of that matter. He turned around. The cold room became even colder because of his gaze. Yu Minmin gritted her teeth. I'm really here to see Lin Che. If you have something to give to Lin Che, I'll find someone to give it to him. You have to stay here now. As he spoke, Gu Jingming walked out. Yu Minmin could only sit there and watch him leave speechlessly. Outside. Linda lowered her head and said to Gu Jing, Mr. President, what should we do now? Gu Jingming looked out of the window, thinking about what she looked like just now. Keep an eye on her. When it's over, let her go. Yes, Gu Jingming had never thought that he would see her again. However, she was Lin Che's manager. It was dangerous for her to be too close to him. Gu Jingze looked around but didn't see Gu Jingming. After a while, he saw Gu Jingming walk out of the room. He looked a little annoyed. Gu Jingze walked over. Big brother, what happened? Gu Jingming looked at him and shook his head. No. I just have some business to attend to. Gu Jingming turned around and looked inside. Yu Minmin was still locked inside. Seeing that Gu Jingze was talking to Gu Jingming, Lin Che grabbed his own food and walked to the side. When he reached the bottom, he forcefully pulled her over with one hand. Lin Che turned around and saw that Imo Huiling was there. She widened her eyes and saw that Imo Huiling was looking at her with a cold smile, full of hatred. Lin Che suddenly remembered that the Gu family was also here. If she were to make a scene here, it would look bad. Imo Huiling, no matter what you want to say, go and tell Gu Jingze. It has nothing to do with me. Imo Huiling glared at her and was about to slap her. But Lin Che grabbed her hand and didn't let her slap her. Imo Huiling didn't expect her to be so fast. She wanted to slap her with her other hand, but Lin Che grabbed her again. He held her arms with both hands and looked at Imo Huiling. What do you want? Imo Huiling, everyone here is from the Gu family. If you continue to make a scene, it won't do anyone any good. Imo Huiling suddenly remembered. She snorted. Fine, if you continue to make a scene, it won't do you any good. You said that you and Gu Jingze got married by contract, but you agreed to divorce before you got married. Does the Gu family know about this? Lin Che was stunned. He didn't expect Imo Huiling to bring up this issue. Gu Jingze had told her about this before, so Lin Che could understand. But he didn't expect that she would bring it up now. Imo Huiling saw that she was indeed afraid. She snorted and said, aren't you very likable? When the Gu family finds out that you agreed to the contract marriage because of money, and that you were willing to get married even though you had no feelings for him, let's see if they still think that you're a prostitute. Lin Che was still in a daze when he saw Imo Huiling's expression suddenly change. She looked behind her with a crying face. Imo Huiling said pitifully, Jingze, look. Lin Che is treating me like this the moment he sees me. Gu Jingze was here. Lin Che turned around. Gu Jingze pushed Imo Huiling away without hesitation. Imo Huiling was pushed to the side. She staggered for a while before she steadied herself. They were quite a distance away, so no one could see them. Gu Jingze glanced at the Gu family. Seeing that they couldn't see them, he looked at Mo Huiling with disgust and said, "What are you doing here?" Mo Huiling didn't expect him to push her away just like that. He stood beside Lin Che without saying a word. "You." "She hit me. Aren't you going to say anything?" "That's enough, Huiling. She won't hit you. If you want to make a scene, leave this place and go back to your home. You can do whatever you want." Feeling that Gu Jingze was on his side, Lin Che's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze. He didn't know what to feel, but he felt touched. Mo Huiling sneered at Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingze, you're so cruel." Gu Jingze didn't trust her at all. He just wanted her to leave this place as soon as possible. "Who allowed you to come in?" Mo Huiling said. "As the young mistress of the Mo family, can't I come here?" "I'll give you some time now. Please leave this place," Gu Jingze said coldly. How could Mo Huiling be willing to leave? Why should I? I'm not leaving. You're not leaving. I don't want to embarrass you. Huiling, leave by yourself. Otherwise, I'll ask someone to take you away. You can make your choice now. You. Mo Huiling looked at Gu Jingze in disbelief. Was he so heartless towards her now? Mo Huiling said, "All right, if you dare to ask someone to take me away, I'll shout immediately. I want to ask the Gu family if they know that you and Lin Che are in a contract marriage. Do they know how Lin Che lied to them? Do they know that you only married Lin Che to deal with them? You've been acting all along." Chapter 269. Gu Jingze's gaze froze. He felt Mo Huiling gritting her teeth. This was the first time he felt that this woman had such a fierce side to her. Even though he wasn't worried about how to explain it to his family, it would only cause unnecessary trouble if it blew up on this occasion. Especially those people's guesses and rumors, it wouldn't be good for Lin Che. Gu Jingze said, "If you really fight head-on, it won't be good for anyone. Huiling, I advise you to stop now." "No, I won't stop." "Why should I stop? You're the one who betrayed me. Gu Jingze, you're so heartless. Lin Che, he's so heartless. He can abandon so many years of feelings. The next person to be abandoned will be you." Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows. While Mo Huiling was still talking, he gave the person behind him a look. Before Mo Huiling could react, her mouth was covered forcefully. She was dragged out. She struggled, but in the end, she couldn't fight against the bodyguards. She was still dragged out just like that. Everything was silent. When they left, Gu Jingze heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Che said, "She's like this, don't worry about her. She's probably crazy. But what if she really tells her family about this? I'll get someone to watch. I won't let her cause trouble at home. Besides, she doesn't dare to cause trouble." Lin Che nodded. Gu Jingze confirmed that Mo Huiling had been sent out before he brought Lin Che back. In the evening, there would continue to be a banquet here. Lin Che and Gu Jingze had already confirmed that they would stay in a villa in the resort. Although Lin Che felt that he had been playing all day, he was also extremely tired. Sitting there, he was already drowsy. Gu Jingze saw it at a glance and said to Mu Wanqing, "Mother, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Mu Wanqing looked at the sleepy Lin Che and agreed with a smile. Gu Jingze patted Lin Che and asked him to go in with him. Lin Che woke up from his sleepiness and left with Gu Jingze in a daze. Gu Jingyan watched the two of them leave and smiled at Mu Wanqing. "I didn't expect second brother to feel sorry for someone." Mu Wanqing said, "That's right. Seeing that he has these changes and is no longer as cold-blooded and heartless as he was in the past, I am relieved. Otherwise, I am really afraid that he will never have a good person in his life and will just muddle through it. Gu Jingyan said, yeah, and I think sister-in-law is a good person too. Yeah, I like it when I see it. Gu Jingyan said, that's right. He looks very simple and pure. She was so pure that it was enviable. Mu Wanqing said, didn't you say that Liu Beichen would arrive soon? Where is he? Gu Jingyan's expression changed. She turned her head and quickly changed the topic. Lin Che walked on the road, followed by a group of people. They were all waiting on him. Lin Che was used to it. Every time Gu Jing came out, he would make such a big fuss. At first, he was scared, but now he was not so surprised. Her footsteps were a little unstable, and she almost fell again. Fortunately, Gu Jingze was holding her arm and holding her steady. He looked at her with a frown and said, look at how stupid you are. Alas, what would you do without me? Yeah, she was really stupid. What would she do without him? She didn't even dare to think about it. It's just that my feet are a little numb after standing for a day. I'm not that stupid, okay? Lin Che said. When Gu Jingze heard this, he immediately looked at her feet. What's wrong? Are your feet numb? Yeah, just a little. It's okay, Lin Che said. However, Gu Jingze still picked her up. Hey, you, don't move. Come in with me, he said as he tiptoed to carry her light body towards the villa not far away. Very quickly, they entered the room. The people behind them had all left, so he asked the servants to rest as well. Only he and Lin Che were left in the huge room. Gu Jingze placed her on the sofa and let her sit down. Then, he squatted down and reached out to fiddle with her shoes. Seeing that he was actually going to take off her shoes, Lin Che quickly said, no, they're so dirty. I've been wearing them for a day and I haven't taken them off. Gu Jingze looked up at her. No wonder your feet are numb. Why didn't you take them off after wearing them for a day? Wait, let me see what's wrong. But aren't you afraid of athlete's foot? She looked at him and murmured. Gu Jingze looked at her. Do you have athlete's foot? Of course not. Lin Che said quickly. Then it's fine, he said as he took off her shoes. Lin Che wanted to say that although she didn't have athlete's foot, it was still very dirty. However, Gu Jingze didn't seem to care. He took off her shoes and reached out to pinch her feet. Lin Che looked at him embarrassedly. They're so dirty. Don't you dislike them? Gu Jingze said, even if they're dirty, she's still my wife. As a husband, how can I dislike my wife? Lin Che's heart instantly felt sweet as if she had eaten honey. Looking at Gu Jingze kneeling on one knee, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What did she do to deserve such a man? No wonder Mo Huiling was so angry. She also felt that she was so ordinary. Lin Che said, Miss Mo must be so angry today. You treated her like that, she asked for it. She went too far today, Gu Jingze said. Gu Jingze didn't want to mention Mo Huiling at all. He still couldn't understand why he had thought that Mo Huiling was elegant and beautiful. Was he wrong, or was he blind to fall in love with such a woman? He felt that he had never regretted anything, but this incident made him feel a little regretful. He regretted wasting so many years with Mo Huiling and even thinking about marrying her. However, Mo Huiling was such a woman. Therefore, Gu Jingze only wanted to treat Lin Che better now. He didn't dislike Lin Che at all. Especially when he remembered that Lin Che had never disliked him, he felt that there was indeed no such thing as dislike between a husband and wife. At that time, when he vomited so badly, she didn't say anything. Now, she just took off her shoes. It didn't matter if they were a little dirty. Gu Jingze and Lin Che came in and didn't plan to go out. Lin Che went to take a shower. Gu Jingze sat outside and listened to the sound of the water. He thought about how he and Lin Che had been married for so long, but they had never been romantic. There was no wedding, no ring, nothing at all. Gu Jingze blamed himself more and more. After thinking for a while, he picked up his phone and called someone. Get 2 people to come over now and help me arrange some things. Inside the room, Lin Che finally felt less tired after taking a shower. He put on his pajamas and slowly walked out. However, as soon as he walked out, he saw flower petals on the bed and warm music echoing. However, he didn't see anyone. Chapter 270. Lin Che's hand, which was rubbing his hair, froze in shock as he listened to the gentle music. He was still in a daze when he felt a strong aura approaching him from behind. He abruptly turned his head and saw the man standing at the door. He was dressed very simply, a V-neck t-shirt, revealing a section of his beautiful collarbone, and a pair of cotton trousers. At this time, he had taken off the fierceness of his body, and at this time, he had a rare sense of warmth. Lin Che stared blankly at the man in front of him. All of a sudden, the man slowly walked over. His deep gaze looked into Lin Che's eyes. His eyes were like obsidian, like the Milky Way with a myriad of stars. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, giving off an illusion of deep affection that lingered in one's chest. Gu Jingze looked at her. He didn't know if it was deliberately prepared by Mu Wanqing, but this was still the honeymoon suite of the resort. The bed was a large round bed, facing the artificial lake outside. On the other side of the lake, there were still stars in the sky. Looking at it at night, it looked like a painting. Lin Che had never felt such a romantic feeling before. For a moment, she looked at Gu Jingze and said in surprise, "What is this?" Gu Jingze. Just now, she had only taken a bath for a few minutes, and he had already made so many things. Was he performing a magic trick? Gu Jingze didn't say anything. He only used a pair of starry eyes to stare at her eyes without blinking. As if she understood what he was going to do, she felt a burst of heat in her heart. She lowered her head slightly, but secretly raised her eyes and looked at the man who was walking over from time to time. For a moment, her face turned even redder. She felt that just looking at him made her mouth and tongue dry. Looking at his faint red lips, she had the urge to take the initiative to pounce on him and bite him. Although his lips were thin, they were very full. They opened slightly, causing Lin Che to feel heat in her heart. Slowly walking towards Gu Jingze, she said, tonight. Gu Jingze didn't want to be like usual and fall into madness with her. He slowly walked in front of her and gently lowered his head. His long fingers reached into her wet hair. She raised her head naturally and looked at him with a pair of shy eyes. Although he had always tried his best to make her feel that their marriage was wonderful and that it wasn't just for show, he also wanted her to feel that their marriage would bring her happiness and not a burden. However, because he had never interacted with a woman normally, he had no idea what a woman needed. He felt that their first time had been too careless. He had taken her so carelessly. She must have been in a lot of pain. A girl's wedding night should be beautiful, but she was in so much pain. After they got married, he had not touched her at all, so she did not have a good memory. So, this time, he slowly approached her and gently tapped on her lips. As he watched her open and close her eyes, he gently kissed her lips again. Lin Che moaned. She felt that his kiss was as gentle as music, so gentle that it made her want to sigh. He gently placed her on the bed and kissed every inch of her skin as if she was the most precious treasure in the world. Slowly and gently, it ignited every cell in her body. He was also a little nervous, a little uncomfortable, and a little difficult to endure. He was a little worried that she would feel uncomfortable. He was a little worried that what he was doing was right and whether it would make her happy. He really felt that he had become a young boy. It was as if it was his first time. He was actually so nervous to know how a woman felt. Lin Che held his hand. He greedily bit her fingers and licked her fingertips. Lin Che was really going crazy. Was this man crazy today? Her body involuntarily arched, as if she wanted to cater to his body. He separated her legs. Lin Che screamed, "Gu Jingze, what are you doing? What are you doing? I can't, it's okay. Don't move. Leave it to me tonight, no. No, you can't. You're so dirty, don't move. Be good. Let me see, sob. I really can't." Lin Che really felt very embarrassed. However, she was already in a confused state of mind, so she did not have any strength left. At this moment, after being teased by him, her whole body became soft. She did not have any strength to resist. She collapsed under his extreme gentleness. He liked to see her in such a confused state of mind for him. He liked to see her so comfortable. Every expression of hers seemed to be encouraging him, making him feel that it was all worth it. In an instant, he had an impulse to give up the whole world for a little smile from her. Even though he was in so much pain that he felt like he was about to explode, he only hugged her tightly when she was completely relaxed. That night, Lin Che really felt something that he had never felt before. He felt especially satisfied and natural. Although she clearly didn't move at all, he was still very tired. The two of them hugged tightly and fell asleep after a while. Mo Huiling was quietly taken out of the house. When she was outside, she did not expect that Gu Jingze would treat her like this. She quickly called Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu came to pick Mo Huiling up. Seeing Mo Huiling's disheveled face, he smiled and sent her back to the Mo family home. When they entered her room, she was so angry that she smashed the things in the room. Li Mingyu did not want to leave before he got what he wanted. Seeing that she was angry, he hugged her. Mo Huiling was shocked and quickly tried to push Li Mingyu away. Li Mingyu hugged her and did not let go. He looked at her and said, "That's enough. You are still a virgin for Gu Jingze. Come on, it's just a game. This kind of thing is comfortable for both of us. Why are you so resistant?" Mo Huiling said, "Pfft, my first time is reserved for Gu Jingze. Why should I waste it on a playboy like you? You have so many women outside. I think you are dirty." Li Mingyu was stunned. He looked at Mo Huiling in disbelief. "No way. First time. Who are you trying to fool?" Mo Huiling said, "Why would I lie to you? Humph, do you think everyone is like you? Haven't you been with Gu Jingze for many years? But Jingze is a gentleman. He would not do anything to me." Mo Huiling did not mention Gu Jingze's problem. This was a secret of the Gu family. She had never thought of telling Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu snorted and said, "Then you don't understand men. If a man has feelings for a woman, it's definitely because of his body. He's been with you for so many years, but he hasn't even touched you once. Are you sure he really loved you?" Chapter 271. Mo Huiling was flustered by his words. Mo Huiling rolled her eyes. Of course, she wouldn't admit that Gu Jingze had never loved her. No, Gu Jingze must have loved her. If he didn't love her, he wouldn't have only been with her for so many years. He hadn't had any contact with another woman since he was young. Gu Jingze wasn't the kind of person she thought he was. Not every man was like that. "Humph, you're lying to me. I won't believe you." Li Mingyu snorted. Anyway, if a man and a woman can talk to each other under the blanket, it means that he doesn't have any feelings for her. It's just like you and me. You see, I'm always thinking about how to get on top of you. Does this mean that I like you? Get lost. Do you think everyone is as perverted as you? Mo Huiling wouldn't believe him anyway. Li Mingyu said, yes, I'm so perverted because I like you. Otherwise, you should just give up. I think that Lin Che does look like a little vixen. I'm afraid that Gu Jingze won't come back for you. When Mo Huiling heard that he actually thought that Lin Che was good-looking, Mo Huiling immediately flared up. You, Li Mingyu, get out of here. Sigh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that, okay? A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. He quickly changed his words and hugged Mo Huiling. You're the prettiest. Lin Che looks like a little vixen. You're the lady from a rich family. How can a little girl like Lin Che compare to you? Mo Huiling stared at Li Mingyu. I won't let Lin Che live a good life. Gu Jingze is mine and he still loves me. He's just temporarily bewitched by Lin Che. One day, he'll know how good I am. Before that, you have to help me. Why should I help you? What a joke. I want you to break up with him, Li Mingyu said. Mo Huiling said, I promise you, as long as you help me get Gu Jingze, I'll sleep with you. Otherwise, don't even think about getting me. Humph. Li Mingyu turned and looked at Mo Huiling. Really? You're not lying to me, right? Why would I lie to you? I've kept my first time for so long just to give it to Gu Jingze. Since you fulfilled my wish, I'll fulfill it for you. It's also because of this barrier that I can't have sex with others. But I've kept it for so long, and I'm not willing to lose it just like that. So, you have to help me get what I want, so that I can give you what you want, right? Indeed, Li Mingyu didn't care whether she was loyal or not. Hearing her say this, she smiled and said, okay, I'll help you. Tell me, how do you want me to help? I've been with Gu Jingze for so long. He loves me like crazy. Of course, he doesn't keep any secrets from me. I know a lot of secrets about the Gu family. What secret? The Gu family stored the sperm in the sperm bank for Gu Jingze so that he wouldn't lose his offspring because of an accident. If you help me get it, when I become pregnant with Gu Jingze's child, the Gu family will definitely not let their offspring wander outside. Then, Gu Jingze will have to divorce Lin Che and be with me. Mo Huiling knew that Gu Jingze kept the sperm, but it wasn't the Gu family who kept it for him. It was because Gu Jingze wanted to be with her. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to touch her, so he purposely kept the sperm. He hoped that after they got married, they could have a child through artificial insemination. That way, the Gu family wouldn't make things difficult for her. Gu Jingze loved her so much, but Li Mingyu still thought that Gu Jingze didn't love her. Humph, what did he know? Gu Jingze was such a good man. It was only because he had that problem that he couldn't touch her. Otherwise, he would have been hers long ago instead of that little bitch Lin Che's. How could he really love that little bitch Lin Che? Li Mingyu said, Gu Jingze actually kept the sperm. Really? Alright then, I'll help you. But remember, you must serve me well. He yearned to be able to get Gu Jingze's woman. If Mo Huiling married Gu Jingze and he told Gu Jingze that he had already slept with Mo Huiling, wouldn't Gu Jingze be furious? By then, Gu Jingze would get what he deserved for what he had done to the Li family. Li Mingyu would never forget how Gu Jingze had used his influence to suppress the Li family after they had fallen out. It was never too late for a gentleman to take his revenge. Gu Jingze, just you wait and see. Early in the morning, Lin Che was woken up by the sun. When she woke up, she realized that the man beside her had already woken up. She was stunned. She turned around and saw Gu Jingze looking at Lin Che with his head tilted. He was lying on his side. His well-defined muscles were stretched out, and he was only half covered with a blanket. His appearance really made her blood boil. She thought she was going to have a nosebleed. However, she seemed to have noticed that Gu Jingze was looking at her carefully. Lin Che reached out to cover her face and looked at Gu Jingze through the gaps between her fingers. "Why do you keep looking at me? You're so small. How do you have so much power? You're so restless when you sleep. You keep tossing and turning." Lin Che blushed. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, Did I disturb your sleep?" Gu Jingze said, "Forget it. I'm used to it. Why don't we not sleep together in the future? I can't control myself. I don't know what I'm doing when I fall asleep. You sleep so late every night. If you can't sleep well, won't it be terrible?" Gu Jingze frowned. How can a married couple sleep separately after such a short period of time after getting married? "But, it's okay. I heard that sports can help you sleep better. Let's do more nighttime exercises tomorrow. You'll sweat more before bed, and you'll sleep better at night." He supported his head with one hand and whispered in her ear. What bedtime exercises? Hadn't they done enough last night? She really felt that it was enough. "Get lost. I still have to work. You'll kill me if you sleep so late every night." She originally thought that he should be a person with few desires, but she didn't expect him to be so energetic. Every day, he would torment her to death. It was the same last night. She was clearly asleep, but he would suddenly climb into her body in the middle of the night. Gu Jingze said, "Is it my fault? You seduced me for no reason." Lin Che protested and pouted. "Who seduced you? Who threw themselves on top of me when I was sleeping?" he said. Lin Che was speechless. "When I was asleep, I kept pouncing on you. Could it be that when someone pounces on you, you get excited? That's really strange. When you were with Mo Huiling for so many years, how did you endure it? Don't tell me that your kidneys are weak." Chapter 272. Gu Jingze was stunned and looked at Lin Che. Lin Che felt a little regretful for bringing up Mo Huiling at this time. However, Gu Jingze thought about it seriously and said to Lin Che, "Actually, when I was with Huiling, I never thought about doing anything with her. I even felt weird when I held her hand. The closest we could get to each other was a kiss, and I could count the number of times we kissed. She was the one who initiated most of the time, but every time, I would have a bad episode." Gu Jingze said strangely, "I don't think I had any feelings for her, nor did I want to do anything with her. When I was with her, I always thought that even if I didn't touch her for the rest of my life, it would be fine, and I wouldn't want to have her." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You mean, you don't have that kind of feeling for her?" "That's right, I'm also very strange, but I just don't have that kind of feeling." Lin Che thought about how he and Mo Huiling had been together for so many years, but the closest they could get to each other was holding hands and kissing. He felt much better. Gu Jingze said, "But, I don't know why, every time I see you, I want to strip you naked as soon as possible. I don't want to waste any time, I just want you." Lin Che said, "Hey, that's your own problem. Who told you to be so perverted? One is marked by the company one keeps. I've never been like this before, but after I got together with you, I became so perverted, so it's all your fault." As Gu Jingze said this, he looked at Lin Che hugging the blanket. His neck was obviously crooked, and there were still some marks on her body from last night. Gu Jingze immediately felt something again. He hugged her and pressed her down again. Lin Che hurriedly begged, No, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? Let go of me, I still have work to do." You're the one who stirred up the fire, so you should be the one to extinguish it. I really can't, Gu Jingze. It's so early in the morning, you've done it so many times at night. Haven't you had enough? Gu Jingze thought it was strange, but he couldn't help himself when he saw her, as if his body was no longer under his control. How many years had it been since he had done it? Was there something wrong with him? How could he be so impulsive? Not enough. I don't think I can. Little thing, I think that one day, I'll die because of you. One day, I'll be squeezed dry, and it'll definitely be because of you. He said fiercely. He thought strangely in his heart, she's obviously the annoying type. Why did she find trouble for me again and again? Just like that, I was tempted by this little thing. Lin Che was instantly pressed down by him. Although the man was very handsome, he really had something to do. Lin Che hurriedly said, "Ouch, ouch. You're hurting me." Gu Jingze looked at her suspiciously. He knew that he didn't use any strength, but when he heard her scream in pain, he stopped. Let me see. Where does it hurt? Sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Seeing this, Lin Che hurriedly escaped from the bed. I still have work to do. I can't explain myself if I get up so late. Humph. It was still that dark room. Yu Minmin was locked up here for a whole night. Only then did he feel the door open. She was half asleep. When she heard the sound, she hurriedly stood up. Gu Jingming walked in and saw Yu Minmin standing up. Yu Minmin's clothes were wrinkled, but he was still looking at him cautiously. He walked in. He didn't expect that after a night, she still looked so stubborn. Tell me, what's your motive? He said. After a night of confinement, Yu Minmin felt very weak. Naturally, she was also very angry. Looking at Gu Jingming, she thought that others would probably think that it was a great honor to be able to meet the dignified Mr. President face to face. Now, she only felt that this was the most unlucky thing that she had ever encountered in her life. Her good life was constantly disturbed by him like this, and she was always treated as a spy and had bad intentions. She really wished that she had never met this man who was high above her. Yu Minmin bit her lower lip and raised her head to look at Gu Jingming. That's enough, Mr. President. That's right, I approached you with bad intentions. All right, I have an ulterior motive. I want to shake the high and mighty Mr. President's position. That's why I approached you and sacrificed my first time to let myself fall into such a situation. I'm just here to give you something, but I have to be locked up here for a whole night and be humiliated by you. Gu Jingming's expression changed. Yu Minmin glared at Gu Jingming. That's right, we are all insignificant people. Our safety is not as important as Mr. President's. I was born in the slums. I have a gambling father, a weak mother, and a younger brother who needs to be taken care of. I can't compare to them. I'm respected by thousands of people. Every move I make can affect the progress of the whole country. I'm not that important, but I'm still a human being. You casually suspect me and lock me up without any evidence. Yu Minmin looked at the closed door and knew that there were people outside. She looked at Gu Jingming and said, "Let me out." Gu Jingming's thin lips were tightly shut. He stood there in silence. Yu Minmin glared at him and walked out without a care for anything else. Although she was insignificant, she was also a person with a temper. Although she was insignificant, she could not be bullied like this. Gu Jingming frowned and turned around to grab Yu Minmin's hand. Yu Minmin was infuriated. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Jingming's face. Slap! Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin stood there in shock. Yu Minmin was stunned. She looked at Gu Jingming and found it hard to imagine what she had just done. She had slapped the president of Country C, the beloved president of Country C. There was a line of red marks on Gu Jingming's pale face. This woman, Gu Jingming, grabbed Yu Minmin by the arm. Yu Minmin's collar was pulled up and she stood on her toes. Let go of me. At this moment, the people outside seemed to have heard some movement. A row of the president's bodyguards with guns pushed open the door and rushed in. Yu Minmin was shocked. She looked at the black holes of real bullets and thought to herself, she had slapped the president. Even if these people had shot her now, they must have had a reason to do so. But Gu Jingming's cold face turned around. His expression changed slightly and he shouted angrily at the people in front of him, "Who let you in?" The people who came in looked at Yu Minmin and the president in a daze. What was the president doing? He was personally holding a woman. What did he mean? And the president's face. Chapter 273. Mr. President, get lost. Gu Jingming let go of Yu Minmin. Yu Minmin fell to the ground and looked at Gu Jingming. She regretted what she did just now, especially when she saw the red mark on Gu Jingming's face. But she was really angry, so she didn't care. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I won't appear in front of you again. I hope we can mind our own business. Then, she looked at Gu Jingming with fear. She turned around and walked out under the guard's surprised gaze. Gu Jingming's eyes moved and he came back to his senses. Linda was leaning towards one side. Sir, this matter, Gu Jingming turned around and said, get someone to watch her and report to me if anything happens. Yes. Sir. Linda saw the red mark on Gu Jingming's face and quickly left. That woman just now. She was really bold. If she was really a spy, then she was really betting her life on this game. Otherwise, if the president charged her with the crime of attacking the head of state, she would be thrown into prison. Lin Che went straight to the company from the Gu mansion. Yu Minmin had taken a day off and didn't come. Lin Che quickly called Yu Minmin and told her that she didn't go to the Gu mansion's banquet yesterday and didn't come today either. Yu Minmin said that she was fine and that she had something to do at home. She also said that she was sorry for what happened yesterday. Lin Che knew that she had a lot of things to do at home, so he left her alone to deal with it. Then, Lin Che went to see his grandmother, so he brought Yang Lingxin to the villa. However, when he arrived at the villa, he found that his grandmother was not there. Lin Che pulled the servant and asked, "Where is my grandmother?" I don't know. Old Madam suddenly said that she wanted to go to the Lin mansion to ask about her daughter, so, the Lin mansion, Lin Che felt very uneasy. He quickly called a car and rushed to the Lin mansion. The car quickly arrived at the Lin mansion. He saw Han Kaiying yelling at her grandmother at the door, "Your daughter is a vixen. How dare you come to my house to seek justice? Let me tell you, I've already done my best by giving birth to her daughter. Whether she dies or not has nothing to do with us. Yet, you still dare to come to me. I want to ask what kind of daughter you raised, to actually want to be someone else's mistress." Lin Yukai pulled Han Kaiying away and looked at his grandmother. He frowned and said, "All right, she is already dead. Don't talk about this anymore." Grandma was still standing there in disbelief. "No, my daughter wouldn't do that. I know my own daughter. She must have a reason. She must have been deceived by you. Now, I want to know how my daughter disappeared. You can't not give me an explanation. You can't. You." Lin Che ran to her. "You." When they turned around and saw that Lin Che had come over, they were all stunned. Lin Che quickly shielded his grandma behind him and looked at the people in front of him fiercely. Han Kaiying, Lin Li, Lin Yukai, and Lin Yu were behind them. It was rare to see all of them here. "What are you doing? Is it fun to bully an old lady?" Lin Che said sternly. Han Kaiying laughed and said, Lin Che, get this straight. Who's bullying who? She asked for it herself, not us. Moreover, everything I said is the truth. Your mother is a mistress. We raised you, but you're just like your mother. Not only did you not show filial piety to us, you even went against us at every turn. Auntie, my mother is not a mistress. My father knows this better than anyone else. She looked at Lin Yukai. Tell me. My mother is not a mistress. She doesn't know that you have a family. Am I right? Lin Yukai stuttered. He looked at Han Kaiying and didn't dare to say anything. Lin Che, it's been so many years. Don't talk about it anymore, Han Kaiying said. Lin Che, I haven't settled the score with you for being ungrateful. How dare you let your grandmother come to our house? Lin Li and Qin Qing broke off their engagement. She said that this has nothing to do with you. Lin Che looked at Han Kaiying, amused. This has nothing to do with me. How can Lin Li blame me for her own love affairs? Ha, you've been in love with Qin Qing for so many years. Do you think no one doesn't know? If it weren't for your schemes, would Qin Qing have left Lin Li? Humph, you're seducing Qin Qing on the one hand and being a mistress on the other. Really, what kind of mother makes a daughter? Lin Che's expression changed. I've never interfered with Qin Qing and Lin Li's relationship. My own love life has nothing to do with you. Han Kaiying sneered and said to her grandmother, You don't know yet. Your granddaughter is just like your daughter. She's a sugar daddy and a mistress. She's willing to do anything to get famous. Grandma raised her head, a little confused. Lin Che said, Grandma, I'll explain to you later. Han Kaiying snorted. Explain. You don't have anything else to explain. Behind them, Yang Lingxin was still following them. She didn't know what was going on and just stared at them blankly. Lin Li had been feeling depressed for a long time. She couldn't help but be robbed of her limelight. She had entered the entertainment industry first, but now, Lin Che was the more popular one. She was still a supporting character while Lin Che was already the main lead. Lin Li said, Lin Che, aren't you qualified to play the leading role now? That's enough. Just forget it. Don't hook up with Gu Jingze anymore. He'll marry a woman who matches his family background sooner or later. What's the point of doing that? You're a disgrace to our Lin family. Lin Che looked at Lin Li. What does that have to do with you? Lin Li snorted. What? Are you afraid that you can't continue to be popular without Gu Jingze? Then you should rely on your own ability. What's the point of relying on a man? Lin Li didn't think she could become popular on her own. Without Gu Jingze, how could she become so popular? Impossible. Humph. She was just a follower in the past, and now she dared to participate in the Panda TV festival. Thinking about it, Lin Li was furious. What nonsense are you talking about? Jingze is Lin Che's husband. Grandma said angrily. She couldn't stand people slandering Lin Che. The Lin family looked at each other and burst into laughter. That's enough. Who do you think Gu Jingze is? Old thing, Lin Che was lying to you. How could you believe him? Humph. Grandma still said firmly, I believe my granddaughter, and I also believe my daughter. They're both good people. They wouldn't do such a thing. You're the ones who are rotten to the core. If you can't give my daughter a proper explanation, I won't let you off. The Lin family laughed even louder. Old madam, you're just an old lady from the countryside. How dare you fight with the Lin family? Chapter 274. At this moment, a row of cars suddenly drove into the high-end residential area. The few of them were stunned. Lin Che was standing with his grandmother and Yang Lingxin. On the other side, it was the Lin family and the servants of the Lin family. A car slowly stopped in front of them. Then, the bodyguards of the Gu family got out of the car one by one. Finally, the bodyguard opened the car door. The handsome man appeared beside the car like a moon surrounded by stars. His expression was as cold and arrogant as ever. He was so arrogant that no one could ignore him. Gu Jingze was supposed to be in the company, but why did he suddenly come here? Lin Che's eyes lit up. Seeing Gu Jingze, he walked over. The Lin family's faces changed. Yang Lingxin said hurriedly, "President Gu, you're here." She walked over but was stopped by the bodyguards. Yang Lingxin could only stand outside and say, "Sister Che." Gu Jingze pursed his lips. Looking at the scene, he walked over to Lin Che. Lin Che looked up and said, "Gu Jingze." Gu Jingze just nodded at her, then looked at the people opposite him. Han Kaiying looked at the bodyguards. Although she knew that the Gu family was powerful, she didn't expect so many bodyguards to be here. She felt a little guilty. Lin Yukai took a step forward and his eyes lit up. Behind him, Lin Li trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Che angrily and jealously. Lin Yu ran away in fear. She didn't dare to look at Gu Jingze anymore. Although Han Kaiying was a little afraid, she couldn't control her anger. "President Gu, why didn't you control Lin Che? She came here to stir up trouble. What's the meaning of this? We didn't defend her." Gu Jingze snorted and looked at the person in front of him. "My woman can do whatever she wants. Why should I control her?" "You." Han Kaiying didn't expect Gu Jingze to be so protective of Lin Che. Lin Yukai said hurriedly, yes, we didn't control her. But since she's here, she's still my daughter. President Gu, do you want to come in?" Han Kaiying looked at Lin Yotsai's good-for-nothing appearance and felt extremely angry. She lifted her foot and stepped on Lin Yotsai's foot. It was not the time for Gu Jingze to insult Lin Yu. Thinking of that, Han Kaiying felt even angrier. She said directly, "Really? Your woman can do whatever she wants. Do you know that Lin Che is flirting with Qin Qing? Now, he's trying to sow discord between Qin Qing and Lin Li. You don't care about anything else, but you don't care about this." Lin Che's eyes flickered. "Do you have any basis for your words?" "Huh, what? Are you afraid that Gu Jingze and I will expose you?" Han Kaiying snorted. Han Kaiying thought that Lin Che was afraid, so she became even more enthusiastic. "President Gu, Lin Che has had feelings for Qin Qing since she was young. She's always been sneaky about it. Don't think that she's as innocent as she appears to be. You've been deceived." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and the look in his eyes changed. The person behind her immediately waved his hand and hit Han Kaiying's face. It was so fast that no one could react in time. It was Gu Jingze's man who hit Han Kaiying, so naturally, it was very ruthless. Han Kaiying's mouth immediately started bleeding. She grimaced in pain and raised her head to look at the people in front of her in disbelief. You hit me." As soon as she finished speaking, the next slap landed on her face. The right side of Han Kaiying's face swelled up quickly. She couldn't believe it and burst into tears. Lin Yotsai's eyes moved. He immediately judged the situation and held Han Kaiying back. Gu Jingze looked at the woman in front of him indifferently. "Apologize to Lin Che." Han Kaiying held back her tears. How could she be willing to do that? "Why should I apologize? You've slandered Lin Che. If you don't apologize, do you think you can walk out of here safely?" Han Kaiying was flustered and exasperated. "Gu Jingze, don't go overboard. Even if you're rich and powerful, I don't believe that no one can control you. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you for hitting me. Lin Yukai hurriedly held her back. But Han Kaiying was not someone who could be held back. Gu Jing's lips twitched and he sneered. There's really no one here who can control me. Apologize. Otherwise, the Lin family will leave Country C. You can make your choice now. Lin Yukai was so frightened that he quickly pulled Han Kaiying back. Mr. Gu, please be magnanimous. She's just a woman. She doesn't know anything and only knows how to spout nonsense. Han Kaiying was so angry that she had lost her mind. She had been hit, but Lin Yukai did not stand up for her. Instead, he was being so submissive. You, Lin Yukai, why are you so cowardly? Lin Yukai really wanted to strangle this woman to death. Shut up. He lowered his voice and whispered into Han Kaiying's ear, who do you think Gu Jingze is? He's the most powerful man in Country C. Do you really think there's anything he doesn't dare to do or can't do? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. You, Lin Yukai, can you still live? You should just stay by that little bitch's Lin Che. How could you treat me like this? Han Kaiying's face was swollen and she started crying loudly. Lin Yukai glanced at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze only raised his head slightly. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but the coldness in his eyes was enough to freeze one's heart. He gritted his teeth and said angrily to Han Kaiying, you bitch. You've always been creating trouble for the family and you treat Lin Che so badly. You don't have the slightest bit of virtue that a woman should have. Lin Che is my daughter after all. You don't have the slightest bit of sympathy for her and you even make things difficult for her. Hearing Lin Yukai say that about her, Han Kaiying was in disbelief. Did he treat her like this because Gu Jingze was here? Was Gu Jingze really that scary? That scary? Han Kaiying stood there and still couldn't believe it. However, Lin Yotsai's eyes moved. He glanced at Gu Jingze and then looked at Han Kaiying. Finally, he said, today, you'd better pack up and get out of the Lin family. I want to divorce you. I want to divorce you. From now on, you're no longer a member of the Lin family and you're no longer my wife. Lin Yukai didn't want to make it so big. However, looking at Gu Jingze, he absolutely didn't dare to be implicated by Han Kaiying and let the Lin family burn down. Han Kaiying was stunned. Lin Che didn't expect this either. Looking at Lin Yukai in front of him, he was a little surprised. Lin Li, on the other hand, couldn't accept it. She stood up angrily and said, Dad, what are you doing? Lin Yukai pushed Lin Li away. What? Do you want to get out of the Lin family with your mother? Lin Li trembled in fear. She looked up and saw Gu Jing's cold eyes. She felt a chill down her spine. Chapter 275. Gu Jingze just glanced at them and didn't even bother to look at them. Lin Che didn't expect his father to be so decisive. Lin Li looked at Han Kaiying and thought that her father was just trying to scare her. However, Lin Che was still unhappy that Lin Yukai was so humble in front of Lin Che. He retreated to the side and looked at Han Kaiying's shocked face. Then, he looked at Lin Yukai and said angrily, I don't want a divorce. I've worked for your family for so many years and now you want to get rid of me. I don't want a divorce. Lin Yukai was also in a dilemma. He looked at Han Kaiying and said to the servants behind him, what are you looking at? Go and pack up this bitch's things and throw them away. The servants were so scared that they went in to pack up. Han Kaiying was really scared this time. She rushed over and begged. Lin Yukai pushed Han Kaiying away and said to Lin Li, what are you looking at? take your mother away and pack up. Lin Li didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly helped Han Kaiying up and pulled her away. Han Kaiying looked back with every step but still didn't dare to act rashly. Lin Yukai hurriedly said to Gu Jingze after they left, "President Gu, please don't mind her. That woman's mouth is too dirty. I didn't mean it that way. Lin Che is my daughter. I'll treat her well no matter what. I've tolerated her because she's my wife after all. This time, she's gone too far. I definitely won't let her off." Gu Jingze didn't care about what he said. He just looked in front of him expressionlessly. "I don't want to interfere in your family affairs. Even if she comes back to your family in a few days, it's no big deal to me." Although he said that, he didn't dare to say anything when he heard Gu Jingze's cold tone. He said hurriedly, "Impossible, impossible. I said I'll kick her out and I'll kick her out. From now on, this bitch has nothing to do with the Lin family." Gu Jingze ignored him and said to Lin Che and his grandmother, "What do you want?" Lin Yukai heard that and quickly answered, "Oh yeah, I want to know the cause of Lin Che's mother's death. I still have the information about her hospitalization." Lin Yukai hurriedly asked someone to find the materials. Soon, a servant brought out a box. Grandma looked at it and took it with trembling hands. She quickly opened the box. Lin Yukai sighed and said, "Lin Che's mother is gentle and virtuous, courageous and virtuous. She's a good woman. It's just that the heavens are jealous of her beauty. When she gave birth to Lin Che, her body was already broken. After that, she struggled to hold on for more than 10 years. In the end, she couldn't hold on any longer." Indeed, Lin Che still remembered that his mother had been in poor health all those years ago. Coupled with the fact that she had been ostracized by the Lin family, it was even more impossible for her to recuperate well. Although it was too late to investigate what had happened back then, it was still a comfort to be able to get this information and know the cause of her death. Gu Jingze took one last look at Lin Yukai. Lin Yukai bowed and sent him off with Lin Che and his grandmother. Yang Lingxin watched from behind and hurriedly followed them. Seeing that Gu Jingze had brought a row of bodyguards who were all dressed in black, she was amazed by their professionalism. She looked at them for a while and hurriedly followed them. But of course, she couldn't get into Gu Jingze's car. She got into another car and left with them. Seeing that the group of people had left, Lin Yukai finally let out a sigh of relief. When they entered the house, Han Kaiying was still throwing a tantrum. "I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Lin Yukai, I've been with you for so many years. You can't treat me like this just because you're afraid. Who is Gu Jingze? He's just rich. Why are you so afraid of him?" Lin Li also looked at Lin Yukai and said, "Dad, isn't it too much to chase Mom away? Why did you let Lin Che be so proud of himself?" "Humph." Lin Yukai looked at the mother and daughter. He pointed at them and said, "How dare you say that? I've told you to grow some brains in the past, but you just didn't listen. How can our family be compared to Gu Jingze?" Lin Yukai looked at the mother and daughter. Han Kaiying said, "That little bitch Lin Che is just a mistress of Gu Jingze's. Sooner or later, she'll get tired of him. Why are you so afraid? Sooner or later, Gu Jingze will marry a woman of equal status. No matter what happens in the future, right now, Gu Jingze is her backer. Don't all of you know how ruthless Gu Jingze is? Do you really think he's a good person? How dare you say that? I don't believe that no one can deal with him. With his influence, no one can deal with him. Then we." Han Kaiying looked at Lin Yukai and said. Lin Yukai said, "Since you said you want a divorce, sign the divorce agreement." He didn't dare to lie to Gu Jingze. "What? Why? I won't sign it. I won't sign it even if I die. Lin Yukai snorted. You won't sign it? If you don't sign it, do you want to sleep on the streets when the Lin family has nothing? You're Lin Li's mother now, so you can live with money. When the Lin family is gone, you'll be a beggar who picks up trash. Han Kaiying sat there dejectedly, sobbing. In her heart, she really hated Lin Che to death. Gu Jingze brought Lin Che and Grandma back to Grandma's villa. Grandma heard from Lin Che about the illness in the documents and knew that her mother's health was indeed too poor. In addition, the medical standards at that time weren't good, so she couldn't drag it on any longer. Grandma nodded and sighed. It's her fate. Forget it. Luckily, she's relieved to see that you're living a good life now. Grandma said that they had stayed here long enough and was ready to go back. Naturally, Lin Che couldn't bear to leave. Grandma said that when she had time, she would go and play there. Although it wasn't a big city with everything, it was beautiful and fresh. Lin Che remembered that Gu Jingze had said that he would find someone to take care of his grandmother. Besides, his grandmother didn't know anyone here except for him. No matter how good B City was, she would definitely feel bored. So, he agreed and arranged a plane for her. Gu Jingze sent people to take care of these things while Yang Lingxin stayed by his side to take care of Grandma. Yang Lingxin looked at Lin Che and said, President Gu is so handsome today. When he went over, those people became listless. Lin Che said, yeah. I didn't expect my dad to want a divorce. I don't know why he's so afraid of Gu Jingze. President Gu treats Sister Che well, so of course you're not afraid of him. Everyone else is afraid of him. Lin Che thought that she wasn't afraid of him when he wasn't good to her in the past. Thinking about it, he was bold enough. Chapter 276. Perhaps others were too afraid of him, which was why they thought he was scary. But they didn't know that Gu Jingze was actually a very principled and considerate person. Regardless of what others thought of Gu Jingze, Lin Che felt that Gu Jingze wasn't that scary. He was such an upright person. How could he be a bad person? Yang Lingxin said obediently, I'll go and see if Grandma needs anything. Lin Che was pleased that Yang Lingxin was so hardworking. Actually, he wasn't afraid of being poor. As long as he was willing to work hard, he would be rewarded. Yang Lingxin went to collect her grandmother's clothes and make soup, but she was still thinking about what had happened at the Lins yesterday. It turned out that Lin Che's family wasn't that good after all. It turned out that her mother was a mistress and she was an illegitimate daughter. It turned out that her family was also so troublesome. Moreover, her identity was so complicated, her family was so bad, and her family wasn't clean. Gu Jingze was done. When he came back, he saw Lin Che watching TV. Grandma was old and went to bed early. Yang Lingxin was watching TV with Lin Che. Seeing Gu Jingze come back, Yang Lingxin stood up first. Gu Jingze walked over and looked at Lin Che. He smiled and patted her shoulder. Lin Che looked up. How is it? Have you booked the plane tickets? I've arranged for our family's plane to go over. It's better for an old lady like her not to take the crowded plane. Lin Che thanked him for his consideration and said, Thank you for specially arranging for the Gu family's private plane to send my grandmother. Silly, your grandmother is my grandmother too. But I still have to trouble you. I really feel grateful. Behave yourself when you're around me. He pinched her nose. Lin Che wrinkled his nose. How am I dishonest? You're not obedient anywhere. You only become more obedient when you're in bed. Go to hell. Lin Che reached out to pinch his flesh. Gu Jingze hissed in pain. How dare you hit me and say that you're honest? I haven't hit you for 3 days and you're already tearing the roof tiles. Who told you to act like a hooligan every day? Ha, this means that I'm full of energy. When the day comes that I don't have the energy to act like a hooligan with you, you won't even be able to find a place to cry. Lin Che thought, who knows if that day will come. When that time comes, maybe he'll already be tired of her body, and his illness will be cured, and he'll directly divorce her. Lin Che wanted to pinch him again, but Gu Jingze had already wrapped his arms around her body. Then, he realized that someone was watching them. Lin Che looked up and saw Yang Lingxin still standing there. She quickly pushed Gu Jingze away, signaling him to behave. Gu Jingze looked back and stood up in disappointment. He said to Lin Che, "Let Grandma rest. Let's go home." "All right," Lin Che said. Seeing that Yang Lingxin was still behind, Lin Che said, it's getting late. Let's send you back." Yang Lingxin said, "You guys go back first. I think there's still a subway." "Forget it, it's not safe for a girl to take the subway so late at night. We'll send you back. It's not far anyway," Lin Che said. Hearing this, Yang Lingxin looked at Gu Jingze awkwardly. Gu Jingze nodded. "Then let's go together." Yang Lingxin smiled. "Thank you, President Gu." "Thank you, Sister Che." Lin Che and Gu Jingze sat in the back while Yang Lingxin sat in the front. Soon, the two of them sent Yang Lingxin back to a very old neighborhood. Yang Lingxin said, "This is my home. It's too old and run down. Don't let President Gu's car in. I'll go in myself. I'll damage the car if I go in." Lin Che saw that it was a little small inside. If the car went in, it would be difficult to get out, so he nodded. "All right then." Yang Lingxin said goodbye to the two of them, jumped out of the car, and skipped into the neighborhood. Watching her leave, Gu Jingze said, "Is she your assistant now?" Lin Che nodded. "Yeah, she's very agile. Sister Yute said that although she's young, she's much more agile than the other assistants. She can handle many things on her own. She's someone worth nurturing." Gu Jingze just looked inside and nodded. "Why isn't Yu Minmin with you today?" "She has something to attend to at home, so she took the day off." "Yeah, it's better to spend more time with Yu Minmin. Don't get too close to other people." "Ah, okay." Lin Che thought, is there something wrong with other people? But it was true that she didn't interact much with other people. She only told some things to Yu Minmin. She trusted Yu Minmin quite a bit. Lin Che said, "Do you think my dad will really divorce Auntie?" "What's wrong with divorce?" "Nothing. I just don't think it's possible." "Don't worry, he won't dare to not divorce her." "Why?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "It's hard to understand with your IQ. Forget it, don't think about it anymore." Lin Che just couldn't understand why they were so afraid of him. Gu Jingze knew that Lin Che didn't know what the name Gu Jingze meant in the eyes of outsiders in Country C. He didn't want her to know either. That way, he would only be Gu Jingze in front of her. The only problem he had with her was that he had a bad temper, was a germaphobe, and was a man who had a lot of things to do. Perhaps it was also because he had always been Gu Jingze in front of her, so she would never know what kind of person he was in other people's eyes, or what kind of terrifying things he had done in the outside world. Gu Jingze said, "All right, let's talk when we get home." "Okay, let's go home." The news that Lin Che and Gu Jingyu were going to shoot a movie together spread quickly. Gu Jingyu's movie was about to start shooting, so naturally, there was a press conference. Gu Jingyu attended it personally and the list of actors was announced on the spot. This fantasy movie was called Celestial Captors. The main actors were Gu Jingyu, Lin Che, Xan Xiaoyuan, and the little fresh meat Li Junyi. Some of the other actors were also very famous. Lin Che didn't expect Xan Xiaoyuan to be in the movie too. Although she had been popular for many years, she wasn't as famous as Mu Firen, but she was still very popular and had countless fans. Lin Che was acting with her, and he was even going to be the female lead. Lin Che was still a little afraid. He was worried that Xan Xiaoyuan would be unhappy and cause trouble. Yu Minmin comforted Lin Che and said, "Don't worry. The reason why you are the first female lead is because the director thinks that your temperament is more suitable." The company asked her to audition for the role of the second female lead right from the start. She's going to play the role of an older sister with Li Junyi, and you're going to play the role of an older sister with Gu Jingyu. The roles of the two of you are different. What can she say? Chapter 277. The last time Lin Che participated in a reality show, she was only a guest. This was her first time participating in the recording of a reality show. At the Gu residence, Lin Che's suitcase had been packed and placed in the living room. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "Be careful. If anything happens, remember to call me." Lin Che nodded. She was a little nervous when she thought about how she was going to stay there for a week, especially since she was going to film a show with so many people. She was afraid that she wouldn't perform well. After all, she was still inexperienced when it came to filming. "Have you packed everything?" he asked as he looked at the suitcase. "Yeah, the servants helped me prepare it. With the staff taking care of me, there shouldn't be a problem," Lin Che said. Gu Jingze caressed her palm and looked at her little face. "Be obedient in school and don't get too close to men. Remember, you have a husband." "What? I'm a woman. I've promised you that I won't have another man when I'm with you. I won't have another man." She still remembered that their agreement was very clear. During their marriage, she wouldn't do anything to embarrass him, and she definitely wouldn't have any contact with other men. Moreover, after being by Gu Jingze's side for so long, there really wasn't any man who could make her heart flutter. When she looked at them, she felt that every man looked very childish and ugly. They weren't as pleasing to the eye as Gu Jingze. Hearing Lin Che say that she wouldn't have any contact with other men when they were together, Gu Jingze's eyebrows moved slightly. Lin Che said, "Okay, I'm leaving. We're still in B City anyway. Don't worry. Nothing will happen." Gu Jingze said, "Who knows if a troublemaker like you will really be fine." As long as she left his sight, he would feel that something was going to happen to her. He also felt that he was being a little wishy-washy, but he couldn't help but worry about her safety. Who asked this little woman to get into trouble so easily? She was careless and careless. If he hadn't asked people to keep an eye on her, who knew how many things would have happened to her? She turned her head and thought about how she couldn't see him for a week. She felt a little sad. She gazed deeply at Gu Jingze's tall and handsome face. She stared hard at him and waved her hand reluctantly. At this moment, her hand was suddenly grabbed by Gu Jingze. She sat on his lap, and before she could react, his lips had already landed on hers. Prying open her lips, he pushed his way in, biting her lips passionately and licking them forcefully. Lin Che sat on top of him, her body moving restlessly. However, as she rubbed against him, she felt the texture of his thighs, and her cheeks turned even redder. It was hard for them to part, but they had no choice but to part. He let go of her lips and pinched her cheeks as he looked at her delicate face. "Without me by your side, you'd better behave yourself. If you can't help it, I'll make it up to you when I come back. But you're not allowed to flirt with other men." Who couldn't hold it in? Lin Che pushed his chest. "Do you think everyone is as perverted as you?" Gu Jingze smiled and said, "I've fed you every day. If you sleep alone for the next few days, you might miss me badly. Get lost. I have my own principles, okay?" That's because you haven't experienced it before. Now that I've developed it, do you think you won't miss me? You're the one who wants to, anyway, call me when you miss me. Lin Che blushed. She stood up, grabbed her suitcase and walked out. Who's missing you? Humph, I won't miss you. Gu Jingze stood there and shook his head helplessly as he watched Lin Che's fleeing figure. This little girl made him worry. He still couldn't stop worrying when he thought about how there were a few other actors in the crew who were going to stay with them. This woman, she didn't know how attractive she was. She was like a magnet, slowly attracting men's gazes. Even Gu Jingyu, who had been ascetic for many years, admired her. It was obvious how attractive she was. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and became more and more worried. It was the best high school in B City. The school was famous for its freedom and was famous overseas. The school was big and the scenery was beautiful. It was also a place that people always praised. It was school time and the school was bustling with people. The filming crew was already waiting outside. When Lin Che came in with his suitcase, the camera behind him had already followed. As soon as he entered the school gate, he felt a group of students surrounding him. They shouted, "Lin Che, Lin Che. Lin Che, I like you so much. Lin Che, I've watched all your TV shows. Lin Che, I'm your fan." The staff quickly pushed them away. Lin Che smiled at them embarrassedly and said, "Don't worry, students. We're going to be classmates for the next few days. We can talk about our admiration later." Everyone laughed and watched as Lin Che went in to register. "Hello, I'm Lin Che." "Oh, Lin Che, go to the second year, class 3. Lin Che carried the suitcase and went through the procedures. Other than the reality show producers, there were also staff from Lin Che's own company following behind him. To avoid trouble, they must be watching the whole filming process from behind. A group of people followed Lin Che inside. Their imposing manner caused people to raise their eyebrows. Some students exclaimed from behind, "Wow, is that Lin Che? Yeah, he's a big star. He's so awesome. There are so many people following him. I want to be a star too." You? Forget it. There are so many people who want to be stars, but there are only a few who become famous. Don't you see how good-looking Lin Che is? Just then, someone exclaimed, "Wow, look, Xan Xiaoyuan is here too." Compared to Lin Che, Xan Xiaoyuan's presence was much bigger. There were probably more than a dozen people following behind her. Together, they entered the school in a grandiose manner. She looked straight ahead, ignoring the shouts of the fans and students beside her. She just walked into the school wearing sunglasses. In the dormitory, Yang Lingxin was arranged to help Lin Che pack his things. Yang Lingxin said, "Seriously, why do we have to film a reality show first when we're filming a movie?" Lin Che said, "This is also a publicity method. There's a lot of publicity in the early, middle, and later stages. We should cooperate as much as we can." "Oh right, that Xan Xiaoyuan just now, she brought a lot of people. Sister Yu even said to let me do it myself. I arrived early, so we'll let little Tao and the others come along to help Sister Che pack up." Lin Che said, "I can actually do it myself. It's just that Sister Yu is worried. It's not like I've never stayed in school before." Chapter 278. Isn't that so? Sister Che is a celebrity now. Of course it's different from the past. Look at how imposing Xan Xiaoyuan is. Hearing Yang Lingxin's words, Lin Che raised his head and said to her, "Little Xan, celebrities aren't special people. They don't care about their aura. I didn't become a celebrity for the sake of my aura either. I just want to stand out and earn my own living. I also want to be admired and liked by others. However, whether or not I have an aura isn't important. These auras are all for others to see. I just need to act cool once in a while to make others envious. Being followed by so many people every day is also very annoying. Hearing Lin Che say this, Yang Lingxin looked at him with wide eyes and smiled. I know, Sister Che. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that way. There's nothing wrong about it. I'm not reprimanding you. I'm just telling you that this is what I think. I know. I just can't stand to see Axie and Xiaoyuan being followed by so many people. At this moment, they heard a commotion outside. Not long after, they saw Axie and Xiaoyuan coming in. A group of people followed her in. The small dormitory suddenly became crowded. It was especially annoying. Lin Che pulled Yang Lingxin to sit down first. After Axie and Xiaoyuan tidied up the place, some of her assistants left. There was finally some space. Axie and Xiaoyuan raised her head and saw Lin Che's seat. She paused for a moment, then stood up and looked in Lin Che's direction. I want this bed, she said to the director. The director was stunned. He looked at Lin Che inside and said to Axie and Xiaoyuan, this bed has already been booked. It's not good for you to suddenly change it, Axie and Xiaoyuan said, the sunlight is good there. I want it there. The director looked at the two of them awkwardly, not knowing what to do. Axie and Xiaoyuan saw that the director was still looking at the two of them with fear and hesitation. She sneered, Director, do you know how many years I've been in this industry? This is the first time I've participated in this kind of program. The production team promised to take good care of me. I only participated in this kind of program because of Director Fan. But what do you mean now? You won't even change your seat for me. Axie and Xiaoyuan was a person who was not easy to please. She was also well known in the circle, but because of her status, no one dared to say anything about her. Axie and Xiaoyuan looked at Lin Che. Lin Che moved and looked at Axie and Xiaoyuan. How could he not know that she was deliberately going against him? Ever since the two of them became enemies during the last annual staff ceremony, she had always been going against him. However, they had never met face to face. But, this time, they were filming a show together. So, naturally, she would not let him off the hook. Axie and Xiaoyuan raised her eyes. Without Gu Jingyu to support her, Axie and Xiaoyuan wanted to see what else Lin Che wanted to do. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Axie and Xiaoyuan. Sister Xiaoyuan, the cameras have already filmed our beds. Won't the audience find it strange that you suddenly changed positions? Axie and Xiaoyuan laughed and said, do you have any common sense? This can be reduced later on. They can do it again. There are many ways. Lin Che still sat there and did not move. It's very hard for the staff to film. It's not good to trouble them. Ha, Lin Che, don't pretend that you're understanding and I'm not. I'm the one being filmed. Of course, my mood is important. If I'm in a bad mood, the effect of the filming will be bad. Can you bear that? I've been in this circle for many years. I know a lot more than you, who just came out a few days ago. You don't have to show off your ignorance in front of me. Lin Che narrowed his eyes and looked at Axie and Xiaoyuan. Since Sister Xiaoyuan said so, then as the person being filmed, my mood is also very important. If the position was changed, my mood would be bad too. Chapter 279. Yang Lingxin said, Sister Che, you're amazing. If I had such a good husband like Gu Jingza, I wouldn't think about anything else. Silly girl, when you really have such a husband, you'll think even more. The reality show soon began. Lee Junyi and a few other boys who didn't participate in the movie were already waiting outside. Compared to them, the boys' side was much more harmonious. Everyone was smiling happily, looking at the girls around them and discussing something. After a while, Xie and Xiaoyuan walked out. The reality show required everyone to wear school uniforms. The autumn and winter school uniforms were larger. Country C's school uniforms had always been said to be ugly, but when worn by these super good-looking celebrities, they didn't feel ugly at all. Instead, they felt like they had some star aura. Xie and Xiaoyuan's blue school uniform with a row of white horizontal stripes looked very beautiful, causing the little girls and boys outside to exclaim in unison. Li Junyi and the others also looked at her and hurriedly complimented her politely. Their voices of appreciation made Xie and Xiaoyuan feel elated, and she couldn't hide the happiness on her face. Xie and Xiaoyuan had deliberately made 2 braids, which made her look a lot younger. She touched her face, which had no wrinkles at all. She had just secretly gone abroad to get some medicine and spent a lot of money. At this time, her face was not inferior to that of the high school students around her. It was good to have money. Eternal youth was something that needed to be pasted with money. At this moment, Li Junyi called out from behind, "Lin Che is here." The few of them also raised their heads. They saw that Lin Che was wearing the same school uniform as Xie and Xiaoyuan. His thin body, wearing this loose school uniform, made him look even younger. His ponytail swayed back and forth, like a ball of sunshine, full of youthfulness. Compared to Xie and Xiaoyuan's thick foundation, she only applied a little sunscreen makeup on her face. Her face was like a peeled egg, full of collagen. Her bright smile revealed 2 rows of white teeth. Her red lips and white teeth were even more pleasing to the eye. She really didn't put on any makeup at all. In comparison, Xie and Xiaoyuan was very scheming to put on makeup. It looked light on the outside, but in fact, it took a lot of effort to make it look extremely natural. Lin Che smiled as he walked over. His beautiful big eyes, when he squinted, they were clear and somewhat enchanting. His small face and slender neck seemed even more slender in his baggy clothes. His entire person was so beautiful that one couldn't take their eyes off him. He was so refined. Several boys looked at her. Their eyes have revealed their thoughts in an instant. One by one, they all think she is really beautiful. Even in this colorful entertainment circle, she is absolutely unique beauty. Xie and Xiaoyuan's face instantly darkened. She looked back at the few people, but their eyes were no longer on her. Even though there was another actor who was not very famous, they did not look at him at all. They just kept staring at Lin Che. She cursed in her heart, "Damn it, she's really a little vixen, she's really scheming." Usually, everyone dressed differently, so it was hard to distinguish one person's beauty. Now, everyone was wearing the same school uniform, and under the same clothes, different faces, which highlighted Lin Che's difference. On the same day, the media that followed to report this show revealed the shooting information of that day. In the shooting, the school gate was full of fans that day, and the school also seemed very excited because of the participation of several stars. In the shooting, the school uniforms of Lin Che and several female stars were exposed, and there was immediately a lot of praise on the internet. They all said that Lin Che's clothes really looked like that of a high school student, and it was definitely a pure school uniform that could instantly beat any beauty, tofu, or milk tea girl. Such a beauty, in high school, must be the school belle. However, in fact, only Lin Che knew that in high school, she was not the school belle, because after all, she was poor and didn't have time to tidy herself up. Compared with those rich young ladies who were escorted by nannies every day, such as Lin Li, she could be said to be extremely unknown. Therefore, when Lin Li saw the news, she was so angry that she wanted to smash something, thinking that what school belle? More like a joke. Seeing that Lin Che was still so active on the TV, while the family was in a mess, Han Kaiying was forced to move back to her mother's house, and the neighbors outside were pointing at their family. She felt very indignant. The shooting in the school was very lively, and it was extremely noisy. Finally, it was lunchtime. Lin Che, Li Junyi, and another little girl went inside, and the students immediately surrounded them, shouting outside, "Lin Che, give us an autograph. Lin Che, do you have a seat here? Lin Che, what do you want to eat? We can help you get food." Seeing Lin Che sitting next to her, someone quickly said excitedly, "Lin Che, wow, 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 I finally see you in real life. Lin Che, you look so good in real life. Me, can I take a picture with you?" Lin Che laughed and said, Sure. Let me see if my hair is messed up first. I haven't touched up my makeup for a day." Seeing that Lin Che was taking a picture with someone, the other students behind him suddenly went crazy and immediately surrounded him. However, Xan Xiaoyuan walked in from the other side. She looked at them with disdain, but she still pretended to be friendly. In fact, there were a few assistants behind the camera, not allowing these students to get too close. Seeing that Lin Che was here, she directly walked over and took Lin Che's seat to sit down. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Xan Xiaoyuan. She took advantage of the crowd and sat down with her own cutlery to eat. She even snorted and said to the assistant in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "There are so many people everywhere. Really, it's a good thing that we're used to it. It's not like some small-time celebrities, who finally see people like them and can't stop jumping around." The assistant said, "That's right, Sister Xiaoyuan, hurry up and eat. These are all food from Zhuang's restaurant that we brought in from outside. It's much better than the dirty food in the cafeteria." Lin Che gritted his teeth and ignored her. Xan Xiaoyuan snorted and looked in Lin Che's direction. She said, "How can such a small-minded person achieve anything? Isn't he just relying on his relationship with Gu Jingyu? In my eyes, I don't care about this kind of person at all." After a day of filming, Lin Che was extremely tired. At night, he lay down in the dormitory. Another small-time actress came over and tried to get close to him. She had just filmed some supporting roles and was still young. She had been trying to get close to Xan Xiaoyuan for a long time. This time, she didn't forget Lin Che. She also came over and talked for a long time, constantly praising Lin Che's good skin. Xan Xiaoyuan came in and snorted. She put the water basin on the table rudely and said, "Yeah, your face is also quite beautiful. Where did you get it done?" Lin Che glared at her. Just then, his phone rang. She looked at it and saw that it was Gu Jingzi. She, who had been tired for the whole day, immediately jumped up and ran out to pick up the phone. Xan Xiaoyuan snorted and said rudely, "Who wants to listen to your call? You even ran out to pick it up. You're being so mysterious." Although he didn't know why he was here and why he suddenly came, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of him actually coming to school in the middle of the night. Yang Lingxin's eyes froze. She stood there and looked at Lin Che's happy face. She glanced at Yang Lingxin and ran out. Yang Lingxin's mouth moved, and her gaze also looked outside. Why could she be so happy? Just because she met Gu Jingzi, she was held in the palm of Gu Jingzi's hand and doted on. Lin Che ran out and went downstairs. He saw Gu Jingzi's car parked outside. Lin Che quickly jumped down the stairs. Gu Jingzi opened the car door and stepped out. He raised his head and looked at Lin Che. "Slow down. Why are you running so fast?" He frowned. Lin Che looked at the car behind him. "The school doesn't allow people to drive. Why are you This is the girls' dormitory area. People aren't allowed in. Gu Jingze held Lin Che and placed a hand on her forehead. You don't have a fever. Lin Che blinked her big eyes and looked at him. Of course, I don't have a fever. But I'm still coughing. Here's some medicine. Take it first. Ah. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. How did you know I had a cold? Gu Jingze passed her a glass of water. Open your mouth. Lin Che opened her mouth and swallowed the medicine. She looked at Gu Jingze and asked, Are you here to give me medicine? Lin Che looked at him. Although he remained silent and only placed the cup of water to the side, Lin Che still felt a trace of warmth in his heart. Gu Jingze looked at her and quickly took off his jacket. He reached out, opened the jacket, and put it on her. Lin Che looked to the side carefully and realized that there was no one around. Only his people were standing in a row at the back. Lin Che said, How did you get in with so many people? Gu Jingze said, Drive. Lin Che thought that he was right. He was Gu Jingze. If he wanted to come in, who would dare to stop him? Gu Jingze looked to the side and asked his people to leave first. He looked at Lin Che's thin body, grabbed her shoulders, and brought her into his arms. Her body was so cold. He frowned and said, Why didn't you put on your clothes before coming out? Lin Che remembered that they were in front of the dormitory building, so she quickly pushed his chest. Let go of me. What are you doing? Gu Jingze's body didn't move at all. No matter how hard she pushed, it didn't work. Lin Che was anxious. She frowned and looked up at his face. Looking at her little head, he said, Don't move. No, I really can't do it here, Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at her unhappily. It seemed that he didn't have much patience. I told you not to move. But, without waiting for her to say anything, he lowered his lips and kissed her. Lin Che's mouth was engulfed by him. She felt him prying open her lips bit by bit. It seemed like he was nibbling and teasing her lips. What a disobedient woman. Why did she have to resist when he asked her to? Who else would he punish if not her? Gu Jingze's kiss was heavy and urgent, attacking Lin Che's soul again and again. Her taste was really too sweet. Unknowingly, his lips became even more forceful, as if he wanted to suck her entire body into his. Even though he had tried countless times, he still couldn't resist her body. Chapter 281. It was too sweet. It was so sweet that his heart was trembling for her. How could he resist it? He only felt that his body was already opening up for her. He couldn't help but want her, want her, want her, want her. Lin Che really liked the feeling of being kissed by him like this. Her initial resistance had long since collapsed under his intense embrace and kiss. She happily parted her lips and welcomed his passionate lips. She couldn't help but lick every single wrinkle on his lips. After a while, he let go of her. Looking at her lips that were red from being bitten, he smiled slightly. Lin Che placed her head on his chest and listened to his powerful heartbeat. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This man was really too strong, too handsome, and too sexy. She had clearly rejected him, but why did she forget herself after being kissed by him? Gu Jingze looked at her teasingly and said with a smile, All right, didn't you just say that there are people here? Why aren't you leaving now? Lin Che was stunned. She then remembered that she was still lying on his body like an octopus. She quickly jumped down, raised her head, and said to Gu Jingze fiercely, Get lost. You, this is a school. Can't you be more pure? Gu Jingze stroked her earlobe with one hand and looked at her beautiful neck with a burning gaze. If I wasn't pure, I wouldn't have let you go just now. Lin Che blushed and slapped his hand away. Gu Jingze stared at her red and delicate face in surprise. He sighed that his body would become haggard because of her sooner or later. He didn't know if she had really cast a spell on him. Why was it that whenever he saw her, he felt an urge to do it? He turned his eyes away and looked at the surrounding scenery to divert his attention. As he looked, he said, "This school is quite nice." Lin Che said, "Yeah, there's a shopping area behind the school. Why don't we go for a walk? The people who live with us are so annoying. I want to walk before going back." Thinking that she still had to see Xan Xiaoyuan's angry face when she went back, she suggested going out for a walk to change her mood. Gu Jingze nodded and walked out with her. Inside, Xan Xiaoyuan had already seen that there seemed to be someone outside. She looked down from above but couldn't see who it was. She only said to another small-time celebrity, "Did you see someone with Lin Che down there just now?" "Is that so?" "I didn't see anything. I just saw a few people." "Could it be Lin Che already has a man?" Xan Xiaoyuan thought about it carefully. Maybe it was true. She couldn't help thinking that she had told Gu Jingyu that there wouldn't be anything between her and Gu Jingyu. Now that Gu Jingyu was attending the fashion week abroad and she was in the country, how could it be Gu Jingyu? Xan Xiaoyuan quickly called her assistant. "Bring my phone camera over now." "Humph, Lin Che, you're good. On one hand, you're involved in a scandal with Gu Jingyu, and on the other hand, you have a man behind your back. This time, I'll expose you. Let's see how you can pretend to be pure in the future." On the student street outside, because it was already night, there were not as many people as before. However, there were still people sitting everywhere in the food stalls. Lin Che was wearing a school uniform and a cap, so no one paid attention to her. Gu Jingze glanced at him and said, "By the way, Jing Yan wants to invite you to eat together in a few days." "Jing Yan? Why?" Lin Che asked doubtfully. Gu Jingze said, "Jing Yan thinks that she likes you very much, so she wants to get to know you better." "Likes me? Really?" Lin Che said in surprise, "I thought we didn't have much contact. Besides, she doesn't look like someone with my personality. She won't like me. Jing Yan's personality is cold and tough, but why doesn't she like you? She thinks that you're very good." Gu Jingze also felt strange. He didn't know why everyone around him thought that she was very good. But what was so good about her? She was just silly, stupid, clumsy, and didn't know anything. However, he also thought that she was indeed very good, although he had never thought that she had any commendable merits. Lin Che asked, "Wow, if we eat together, should I pay attention to something? Oh, I feel a little worried. What if she thinks that I'm not good, that I'm uncultured, that I'm stupid?" Lin Che grabbed Gu Jingze and asked, "Your sister has such a high education level and is good at studying. Is she good at her job now?" Jing Yan has been a top student since she was young. Not only that, but all her friends are also top students. If you put it this way, it's really. She doesn't seem to know anyone who is bad at studying. Oh, she's so good. Although she has always been in school, she has been helping out with some of the Gu Corporation's overseas work. She is in charge of some foreign trade negotiations. In the Gu Corporation, she has always been a deputy manager. That's so good. Lin Che felt even more worried. Gu Jingze nodded. So, her friends are also competing for scholarships in the university, including her good-for-nothing boyfriend. Back then, he was always defeated by Jing Yan. No matter how hard he competed, he couldn't win against Jing Yan. He always came in second place. Pfft, second place means good for nothing. Lin Che said speechlessly, "Then what kind of class do you think I, who came in second to last, am?" You are a mentally disabled child. You should be pitied. You are different from those who are born with superior intelligence. Get lost. Lin Che stomped his foot again. He would bully her. Lin Che said, "That's terrible. I don't know anything. Your sister must think that I'm so stupid." Fine. She won't dislike you just because you're stupid. Lin Che glared at him and said, "Why is your family so smart? What about Gu Jingyu? Is he also a straight-A student?" Gu Jingzi thought for a moment and said, before he quarreled with his family, he was admitted to the University of Chicago, but he didn't go. Lin Che looked at him in admiration. Your family is so smart. Are the people around you also straight-A students like Jing Yan? More or less, he said. I mostly come into contact with the senior management of the company. Those who are not senior management usually don't come into contact with me directly. As for the senior management of the Gu Corporation, they naturally have higher academic qualifications. Lin Che thought for a moment and suddenly said, Then is Miss Mo also. Gu Jingzi paused for a moment and said, Huiling is different. Lin Che nodded in understanding. Of course she was different. His lover was different from the other people around him. It seemed that he really liked Mo Huiling back then. He didn't care about her academic qualifications or anything else. As long as it was her, it was enough. Lin Che's heart sank. After all, he had given his true feelings to Mo Huiling. He was afraid that no one would be able to shake his feelings from now on. After all, no one would be with him for as long as Mo Huiling. The next moment, Gu Jingzi stepped on it with his leather shoes and the phone screen shattered into pieces. The girl gritted her teeth angrily. You pay for my phone. Who are you? How dare you do this to me? I'm going to call the police. Gu Jingzi looked at her coldly and gave a look to the person behind him. Then, he said calmly, take her to buy a new phone. Get rid of this phone. Yes, sir, the bodyguard said and hurried over to deal with the scene. The girl had never seen such a person before. She just stared blankly at him. She was chased far away by the bodyguard, but she still looked back. Lin Che watched from the side and was amazed by Gu Jingzi's sensitivity. How did you notice this? I noticed it when the phone flashed. As he said that, he looked around and said, let's go. It's late. Why don't you go home with me today? No, we'll start shooting tomorrow morning, Lin Che said. Gu Jingzi lowered his head and looked at her deeply. He touched her cheek with his fingers and nodded. Okay then, let's go back to school. Okay. The two of them walked back to the school. Seeing that the girl had been discovered after taking a photo, the person behind them was a little afraid. He didn't dare to take a photo up close and could only take a photo from afar. He picked up the photo and couldn't see the man's face clearly. But at least he had done something, so he quickly walked back. When they returned to school, Lin Che said, Oh no, it's so late. Don't tell me the school gate is already closed. However, they saw that the people inside had already come to open the gate for Gu Jingzi. They nodded and bowed to Gu Jingzi to let the two of them in. They even looked at the people behind them fearfully. Lin Che looked up and saw Gu Jingzi's nonchalant expression. Gu Jingzi pulled Lin Che into the school. Lin Che was still puzzled. Are you going to send me in? It's okay, I can go in myself. While Lin Che was still talking, Gu Jingzi grabbed her little hand and lifted her up in his arms. What are you doing? What are you? Let's go. It's so late. We won't go back. What? You want to stay here. Don't you play by the rules? This is a school. I know. This is such a pure place, I'll definitely be pure. Don't worry. I don't believe you. I promise I won't touch you, but, if you can't take it and pounce on me, I'll satisfy you. I won't, however, before she could finish her sentence, he hugged her with both hands and his lips were already on hers. Lin Che didn't have any time to think. She felt that this man seemed to be born for kissing. His lips seemed to have a natural attraction. It was such a lingering feeling. How could she reject him with his skills and feelings at the same time? Chapter 283. Axan Xiaoyuan's assistant took the photos and quickly sent them to Axan Xiaoyuan. She looked at the photos and said to her assistant gloomily, "What kind of messy photos are you taking? I can't see the person at all." Inside, she could see a tall man holding her hand intimately. It looked like they were going to stick together. Even so, they were not a couple. How could it be? Xan Xiaoyuan snorted and said, "I don't know where you got your lover from. This time, I'll let you keep pretending. I'll let the whole world know about this news. You can be proud of yourself. You won't have a good ending if you go against me." Lin Che did not return to the room for the whole night. Another small-time actor was still puzzled. Does she really have a boyfriend? But she's too bold. She actually didn't come back for the whole night. Xan Xiaoyuan snorted and said, "Do you think I don't know this kind of inexperienced girl? She's too complacent. She really thinks that just because she's famous, she has a firm foothold in this industry. She doesn't know how to cherish it at all. In this industry, I've been famous for more than 10 years, but I still don't dare to say that I have a firm foothold. She's so bold." Xan Xiaoyuan brought a designer and a stylist, who were busy tidying up for her. It took more than an hour for the makeup to be done. The little actors on the side were envious of her lineup. Xan Xiaoyuan also felt proud, especially that Lin Che, who was too careless. She deserved it for being careless. She was so careless that she gave her a chance, and she deserved it. When she went out, Xan Xiaoyuan saw a few men dressed very seriously in the corridor. They even had pagers hanging from their ears. They looked expressionless as they stood there. Xan Xiaoyuan walked over in a few steps, but she was directly stopped by someone. Only then did she notice that the entire building above had been sealed off. She couldn't help but feel strange. Who was inside? Why was this place sealed off? Moreover, these people all looked like they were not to be trifled with. Below, there was a row of luxury cars outside the school. Needless to say, it had already caused the students to talk about it. But thinking that there were a few big stars living here, and thinking that it might have something to do with them, they only talked about it for a while. And upstairs. When Lin Che woke up and realized that it was already time to gather, he was scared out of his wits. In the evening, they directly stayed upstairs. Gu Jingze always had a lot of ideas. They didn't know when they had cleaned up the place. Except for the shabbiness, everything else was good. Lin Che glared at him resentfully. Gu Jingze pulled her. "What's the hurry? There's still time. Let's get dressed." Lin Che said, "It's all your fault." Gu Jingze smiled and said, "I told you. You were the one who wouldn't let go." "Humph, you still dare to speak. I'm not going to bother with you anymore. Didn't you hug me last night?" Gu Jingze said. Seeing that Lin Che was in a hurry to go downstairs, Gu Jingze stopped her again. "Why are you running so fast? What if you fall down the stairs? You're so clumsy." He frowned and said to her sternly. Lin Che curled his lips. "You only know how to be fierce to me." "Humph." Gu Jingze pressed his lips against her ear and kissed it lightly. "Sometimes, don't you also like it when I'm fiercer and harder on you?" Lin Che's face was red. She pushed Gu Jingze away and quickly ran downstairs. This Gu Jingze was really shameless when it came to acting like a hooligan. Seeing that Lin Che had completely left, Gu Jingze asked the people to prepare and left on his own. The people outside had already prepared the car and people. Gu Jingze looked around and felt that he had been too indulgent recently. In order to spend the night with Lin Che, he actually stayed here for a night. However, just then, they heard Yang Lingxin run out from inside, shouting, Sister Che, bad news, our gown. Chapter 284. In front, the director was already rushing them. Lin Che is already on stage. Why haven't you changed yet? Oh, director, I'll be right back, Lin Che replied. He looked down at the gown that Yang Lingxin had brought. It had been cut open and was in tatters. Yu Minmin grabbed the gown. How did it end up like this? Yang Lingxin said, I don't know. I saw it when I got there. When I got it, the box was still closed and I didn't look inside. When I opened it, I realized that it was damaged. Yu Minmin gritted her teeth. Someone must have done something behind the scenes. I'll get someone to bring us new gowns. Lin Che listened. The music had already started. It looked like there was no time to get new gowns. Lin Che said, there's no time. It's about to start. Yang Lingxin was speechless. Then what should we do, Sister Che? I used to think that things like clothes being destroyed in the entertainment industry were fake. I didn't expect, Yu Minmin said, yeah, what should we do now? Lin Che looked at the gown. After a while, he said, forget it, I'll see if I can change it. Change it? How? Lin Che tore open the gown and put it on. Seeing this, Yu Minmin hurried over to help her pull up her clothes. She saw that there were holes everywhere, and only a few pieces were still connected. After Lin Che put it on, a large area of her back was exposed, and her underwear was exposed. Lin Che asked for 2 pins in the exposed part of the front and directly pinned it up. After a few tries, she could finally wear it. Yang Lingxin looked at him in a daze. Then, she heard the director call out, Lin Che, what are you doing? Hurry up, we're just waiting for you. I'm coming, director. Lin Che walked towards them. The director saw a flash of red and was stunned for a moment. Lin Che, your gown, it's okay, I changed it. With that, Lin Che walked in his high heels. At the front desk, Xan Xiaoyuan stood tall. When she saw that there was no one around her, she snorted coldly. A smug smile slowly appeared on her face. Li Junyi said, what's going on? Why isn't Lin Che here yet? If she doesn't want to come, then so be it. Could it be that we still need her on this stage? Xan Xiaoyuan smiled and looked at the reporter. When she was being interviewed, her attitude was much better. Sister Xiaoyuan, why isn't Lin Che here? I don't know about this. Maybe he's a young man. He often lazes in bed or something. Maybe he didn't pay attention to the time, Xan Xiaoyuan said. The reporter quickly asked, was Lin Che often late for the previous shows? Yeah, she's just used to being lazy, Xan Xiaoyuan said. The reporter asked again, there have been rumors these days that the two of them are filming the same movie and are from the same company, but they didn't communicate on set. Could it be that they don't get along? Whether we get along or not depends on whether we have something in common. To be honest, I've been in this circle for so long, but I only have a few friends. I don't really like to socialize with other people. We haven't reached the point where we don't get along, we just don't talk much. Xan Xiaoyuan said haughtily, looking like a big shot. Her meaning was very obvious. She was a big shot. Why would she talk to these newcomers? Her social circle in the circle only had a few friends of equal status. The reporter was about to speak, but he heard someone exclaim from behind, "Lin Che has come in." The reporters turned their heads one after another. They only saw Lin Che's red gown. There were many holes on it, and the white and tender skin inside was faintly discernible. The short skirt matched her long legs, making her look very enchanting. When she turned around, a large area of her back was exposed, making her look even more alluring. The clothes didn't look right. However, when worn on her body, it looked extremely fitting. Her good figure was directly revealed, making people feel that she was very special. The lights and camera shot over at the same time. Lin Che raised her head and smiled at the person. Her wild outfit, coupled with the purity in her eyes, made her look even more unique. Xan Xiaoyuan, who was also wearing a red gown, suddenly looked dull. Although she was dressed exquisitely, other than that, there was no other good point about her. At most, she could be said to be experienced and remarkable, but there was nothing special about her. Xan Xiaoyuan gritted her teeth and stared in Lin Che's direction. Looking at her alluring appearance, she could only curse in her heart. Shameless little bitch, how dare she wear this kind of clothes outside? Then, she glared at her own assistant. How did she cut clothes? Or did she go to do fashion design? How could she still look so good after finishing it? The assistant felt very innocent. She didn't want to. At that time, it was already a pile of tattered clothes. Who knew that when Lin Che wore it, it would still look so good? It could only be said that good-looking people looked good in anything. Those who weren't good-looking looked bad in anything. Lin Che stood there and glanced at Xan Xiaoyuan. She walked over slowly and turned to Xan Xiaoyuan and said, "Thank you, Sister Xiaoyuan, for waiting for me." "What's wrong?" "Continue the interview." Xan Xiaoyuan glared at her. Actually, she wasn't in the mood to interview her. However, at this moment, she could only grit her teeth and smile. "You're welcome. As a senior, it's only right for me to wait for a newcomer." Today was the last day of the reality show. Everyone had finished filming the last part of the show and were finally leaving. Lin Che had a good relationship with the staff. After greeting them one by one, he went back. The next day, the news of Lin Che and Xan Xiaoyuan not getting along was the headline of the news. And the reporter also focused on the clothes that Lin Che were to participate in the event that night. They were beautiful, fashionable, and very designed. However, the reporter also pointed out that the clothes seemed to be damaged. It looked like the edges were not neatly trimmed. Immediately, the reporter guessed. Could it be that the clothes had been damaged by someone? Who was it? Looking at the two of them who didn't get along, the reporter only said a little and the netizens immediately thought of a big show. Lin Che's clothes were damaged by Xan Xiaoyuan. Lin Che had no choice but to change his clothes and go on stage. This was also why Lin Che went on stage so late. The netizens immediately rushed to Xan Xiaoyuan's Weibo and started scolding her. They said that Xan Xiaoyuan was shameless and that Xan Xiaoyuan was not a good person. She deliberately suppressed the younger generation and had no tolerance at all. At the same time, the netizens praised Lin Che's impromptu clothes. They praised Lin Che to the heavens. Lin Che didn't expect that his anger at that time would cause such a big uproar on the internet. Yu Minmin looked at the report and said to Lin Che with a smile, "The netizens are not fake. They can guess so many things. It can be seen that the netizens are not easily fooled." Xan Xiaoyuan was furious. She threw the newspaper and gritted her teeth. This Lin Che, I was wondering why she was wearing that clothes. She must have dressed like that on purpose so that the netizens could see it and scold me together. This Lin Che is too scheming. I have underestimated her. You're such a sweet talker. She asked Yu Minmin and Yang Lingxin to go back to the Gu family to choose. Yang Lingxin had never been to the Gu family's house before. She was surprised when she reached the entrance. Looking at the security guards at the entrance, she gaped and couldn't close her mouth for a long time. I thought the Gu family's house would be like the villa that Gu Jingze gave to Grandma, but, she widened her eyes as she looked around and said in disbelief, the Gu family's house is so big. Yu Minmin said, don't be too surprised. I thought the same when I first came, but when I went in, I realized. What's surprising is the inside. Gu Jingze is indeed Gu Jingze. You can't think of anything, but there's nothing he can't do. Lin Che said, it's because Gu Jingze is really busy and needs a lot of people. That's why he made it so big. Yang Lingxin looked around. Indeed, she hadn't expected Gu Jingze's house to be so big. She said, Sister Che, do you usually stay here? Yeah. Yang Lingxin looked around. Her gaze swept past the luxurious decorations in the room and the servants walking by. The servants were bowing their heads to Lin Che and saying respectfully, Madam, you're back. Hello, Madam. Madam, you brought your friends over as guests. Lin Che asked the servants to prepare water for Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin. Yang Lingxin was still looking around. Looking at Lin Che's back, she secretly bit her lip. Some people could only be servants, while others could live in a big house and be addressed respectfully as Madam. There was no fairness in this world. It all depended on who was lucky. Lin Che opened the wardrobe door after entering. When he turned around, he saw Yang Lingxin looking up at the clothes in the wardrobe with sparkling eyes. Girls always had a natural liking for things like clothes and jewelry. Once they saw it, they couldn't help liking it. Which girl didn't want to be beautiful? Some people might say that they didn't like it, but that was because they couldn't afford to. Yang Lingxin looked at the clothes and said, Sister Che, you have so many clothes. Lin Che said, they bought all these. I usually only wear a few sets. But I'm going to eat with Jingyan today, so it's better to choose something more formal. Lin Che couldn't help but think of what Imo Huiling had said. As Mrs. Gu, her dressing was also for Gu Jingze's sake. She didn't want Gu Jingze to be laughed at because of her. Gu Jingze was such a perfect person. The biggest flaw in his perfect life was probably her. Come to think of it, Gu Jingze had never cared about such things. She was really grateful that Gu Jingze was such a good person. Seeing that Yang Lingxin kept looking at him, Lin Che looked down at her clothes. Actually, she was very clean, but her clothes were a little old. Lin Che said, if you see something you like later, I'll give it to you, okay? Hearing this, Yang Lingxin quickly came back to her senses. No. Sister Che, I'm just looking. How can I wear such expensive clothes? These clothes look very expensive. Lin Che said, I don't know if they're expensive, but I don't usually wear many clothes. These should be new. You can take them and help me wear them. Yang Lingxin said embarrassedly, how can I do that? Lin Che said, anyway, if you see something that suits you, you can try it on. It's useless to leave it here. Chapter 286. Yang Lingxin's gaze swept across the room. Behind her, Yu Minmin pulled out a light yellow gown and said, I think this looks good. It's very elegant and not too eye-catching. It should be a good choice for going out to meet family. Lin Che looked at it and thought it looked good too. He quickly pulled it out and tried it on. She put on the light yellow dress and looked a lot brighter. Yu Minmin smiled from behind and said, actually, you look good in anything, especially with your fair skin. Yang Lingxin also smiled and looked at her. That's right, Sister Che. You're really pretty. No wonder President Gu dotes on you so much. Yu Minmin said, President Gu dotes on Lin Che because they are husband and wife. Moreover, President Gu really likes her. What does it have to do with her beauty? Yang Lingxin hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Sister Che. I didn't mean it that way. Lin Che smiled. Don't be so serious. I was just joking. After choosing their clothes, it was almost time. The three of them left together. When they were outside, Lin Che asked someone to send the two of them back first. He had to take a car to the place they had agreed on. Yang Lingxin and Yu Minmin left in the bodyguard's car. She turned back and looked at the house that was getting further and further away. After a long while, she finally looked away. In the restaurant, Gu Jingze arrived first and saw that Gu Jingyan was already sitting there. However, there was someone else beside her. It wasn't her boyfriend, Liu Beiqin, but a girl who looked a little familiar. Gu Jingze glanced at the girl and called out, Jingyan. Gu Jingyan stood up and said, Second brother, you're early. Where's sister-in-law? Not yet. Gu Jingze was a man of few words. He just sat down and replied. The girl beside Gu Jingyan stared at Gu Jingze for a while before saying, Jingze, don't you recognize me? You didn't even greet me when you saw me. Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at her. You are, the girl said unhappily, you really forgot about me. I used to go to your house to play when I was young. Gu Jingyan smiled and said, Second brother, she's Lu Chuxia, Beichen's sister. Have you forgotten? Gu Jingze suddenly remembered. It's you. Yeah, I thought you really forgot about me. Lu Chuxia smiled at Gu Jingze, her eyes sparkling. Knowing that it was her, Gu Jingze was no longer as cold as he looked at her. He smiled and said, How could I forget you? After all, you're my savior. Hearing this, she laughed. It's good that you know. Gu Jingyan suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah, I remember when we went to the Arctic Ocean together. We were ambushed by other countries. It was really dangerous. It was Chuxia who pushed you into the water. That's why you weren't killed. Gu Jingze smiled and nodded, that's right. Gu Jingyan said, after that, the security measures were much tighter. You didn't have as much freedom as before. But it was really dangerous. It's better for you to take more people with you. Gu Jingze said, Thank you. But I was still young then. Now that you've grown up, I didn't recognize you. I'm really sorry. Yeah, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Not only have I changed, but you've changed too. I was just talking to Jingyan about you. Now. I didn't expect you to marry someone other than Mo Huiling. Her gaze lingered on his face and she looked at him deeply. Gu Jingze said, The world is unpredictable. But I also heard from Jingyan that you were forced to get married by your families. Gu Jingze calmly picked up his tea and took a sip. He glanced at Gu Jingyan. Jingyan quickly said, She's my future sister-in-law. I have to please her. Lu Chuxia smiled and said, Yeah, we'll be a family in the future. Gu Jingze stood up. I'll go and see if Lin Che is here. The two watched Gu Jingze leave. Lu Chuxia said, It seems like your second brother doesn't want to see me. Gu Jingyan said, How can that be? My second brother has always been like this. It's not like you don't know. I know, but your sister-in-law seems to be an actress. She looked at Gu Jingyan and asked. Gu Jingyan said, Yeah, she's an actress. What's wrong? Lu Chuxia said, Nothing. I just didn't expect your family to agree to their marriage. My family doesn't care about that. Plus, it's a special case for Gu. Sister-in-law is also a nice person. We all like her. After she came, the house became much livelier. Gu Jingyan really liked Lin Che, so she didn't hold back on her praises. What's more, it's a special case for Gu. I only remember that Gu Jingze was only with Mo Huiling before. I thought that he was such a loyal person that he would never let go of Mo Huiling. I didn't expect him to marry someone else. It seems like he doesn't really love Mo Huiling that much. What are you trying to say? Gu Jingyan looked at her and asked. Lu Chuxia said, what if I say that I want to pursue your second brother? Pfft, forget it. Gu Jingyan almost spat. My second brother is so old-fashioned. You want to pursue him? Are you crazy? Besides, he's already married. They don't really love each other. They might get divorced one day. Love is free. I've liked your second brother for a long time, but I always thought that I wouldn't have a chance. Now that he has broken up with Mo Huiling, why wouldn't he choose me? After all, we're a good match. Plus, we know each other. It's better than a stranger that we haven't known for long. Don't you think so? Gu Jingyan shook her head. Whatever you say. But I don't think you can get him. How would you know? You and my brother never thought that you could get together. But now, you're getting married. Gu Jingyan paused. Her expression was stiff. She didn't smile for a long time. Lu Chuxia said, all right, my future sister-in-law. You're getting married soon. My brother's previous girlfriend is in the past. Don't worry about it anymore. Gu Jingyan raised her head and looked at Lu Chuxia. Some people will never be in the past. Maybe you don't understand this now, but maybe you will understand in the future. Lu Chuxia said, where there's a will, there's a way. Moreover, I'm competing fairly. She looked at the time. It's getting late. I'll leave first. I won't keep you from eating. Gu Jingyan looked at Lu Chuxia. Actually, she could understand that people like her were overconfident. Perhaps it was because she had never lost anything since she was young, but being too confident and stubborn wasn't a good thing. However, her advice to Lu Chuxia was probably useless. As someone who had been through it, she understood that Lu Chuxia always thought she was invincible if she had never hit a wall. She said, if you want to pursue my second brother, don't you want to look at my little sister-in-law first? It's okay. What happens to her has nothing to do with me. I care about your second brother, not her. With that, she picked up her bag and turned to leave. Chapter 287. Lu Chuxia naturally liked Gu Jingze. She also felt that there was nothing that Gu Jingze didn't like about her. Her thoughts were very simple. She liked him and wanted to pursue him. She had never tried before because of Mo Huiling. However, if he could even like Mo Huiling, why couldn't he like her? Actually, what was so hard to understand about liking him? Who wouldn't like Gu Jingze? It was just that some people didn't dare to like him. Lin Che was dressed in light yellow and soon arrived. When she got out of the car, she saw that it was a high-class clubhouse that was already guarded. The car stopped and the people inside saw that it was Gu Jingze's people, so they naturally let them in respectfully. The people around just looked at this scene and knew that it wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. They saw a bunch of security guards outside talking to each other through walkie-talkies. Ordinary people weren't allowed to get close, so they also knew that it wasn't a place that ordinary people could enter. Gu Jingze came to pick Lin Che up. Seeing that Lin Che was so solemn, Gu Jingze said, Jingyan isn't that scary, right? Lin Che said, she's not scary, but she should show that she takes it seriously. But this place looks so expensive. It's too grand to eat here. Gu Jingze looked at her. This is Jingyan's property. The corner of Lin Che's mouth twitched. Oh. Gu Jingyan got along quite well with her. Although Gu Jingyan seemed to be a difficult person to get along with, it was probably because of Lin Che's first impression. Actually, Gu Jingyan was a very reasonable person who liked to laugh. After the three of them finished eating, Gu Jingyan smiled as she sent her off. Sister-in-law, come and play with me when you're bored. This time, I might not leave for a while after coming back. Really? Oh, right. You're going to prepare for the wedding, right? Ah. That's right. Gu Jingyan smiled and didn't say anything else. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's hand and led her away from this place. In the car, Lin Che asked Gu Jingze curiously, why do I feel like she's not too happy about getting married? How can that be? I don't think so, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che said, of course not. What kind of brother are you? You don't even know if she's angry or happy. Do you think everyone is like you, with so much time to care about other people's business? Gu Jingze didn't care much about Gu Jingyan's life. Actually, Gu Jingze was a careless person who didn't like to care about other people's affairs. Lin Che said, you've always been a busybody. Gu Jingze paused. He felt strange. He couldn't let go of her at all. He couldn't ignore her, and he couldn't ignore her no matter what. Didn't I say that because you're retarded, I have to care more about you, he said, rubbing her head. Get lost. Lin Che glared at him. But Jing Yan really doesn't seem to like getting married. Could it be that she and her boyfriend were forced to get married like us? Of course not. Gu Jingze said, they've known each other since high school, but I remember that they weren't a couple at that time. What's that? Back then, Jing Yan was the most popular girl in the school, and he was the second. They were rivals, but they were also friends. Their brotherhood was more important than anything else. Most importantly, Jing Yan's best friend was dating Liu Beichin. Ah. Then how did they end up together? How would I know? Maybe something happened abroad. Lin Che nodded, confused. Gu Jingze said, you should care more about yourself. Don't bother about other people. Lin Che said, people are curious. It's enough for you to be curious about me. Gu Jingze felt that she didn't pay enough attention to him. She was so nice to others, but she was careless with him. Lin Che said, how am I curious about you? Like how I am curious about Jingyu. Gu Jingyu is different. He's an A-lister in the industry. Of course I'm curious about him. Gu Jingze's face tensed up. But Lin Che said, besides, you're my husband. Why should I be curious about you? Which part of your body haven't I seen? Hearing this, Gu Jingze's momentary gloom disappeared in an instant. Because of what she said, he was a little excited. He put his arm around her shoulder and looked at the little woman with a faint smile. Lin Che looked up and saw his perfect smile. She was infatuated again. Her husband was the type that she could never get tired of looking at. This man was hers. Every time she saw him, she would feel an inexplicable sense of pride. She really didn't know what kind of virtue she had accumulated in her life to be able to be by Gu Jingze's side and become his wife. The next day, Lin Che rushed to shoot the new film with Gu Jingyu. As soon as he arrived at the set, the director and the other actors came to greet him. From the outside, they could see that there were many fans surrounding the set, calling out Gu Jingyu's name. Even though they knew that they wouldn't be able to see him, they still waited outside. Yang Lingxin followed behind Lin Che. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but ask, Sister Che, why is Gu Jingyu so popular? Because he's handsome, she said. But, for such a handsome person to have such a good relationship with you, Sister Che, it means that you're a good person. Don't listen to the gossip outside. Our relationship isn't that unimaginable. How can that be? They all say that Gu Jingyu doesn't like to keep in touch with others. Every time he sees you, he'll talk to you, and he's especially supportive of you. At this moment, people around the set came to greet them. News about Lin Che had been everywhere recently. He was in the headlines every day. Whenever there was news, it would be spread. It could be said to be a hot topic. So, when everyone saw Lin Che, they naturally came to greet him. Their gazes fell on her face, probing, curious, and jealous. The director and the others were also very polite to her. They invited her in to rest and do her makeup. As expected, Gu Jingyu came the moment Lin Che went in. He came in and asked where Lin Che was. The director said that she was inside, so he went in without saying a word. Inside, Lin Che's assistants heard the noise and quickly cleaned themselves up. Gu Jingyu is here. God, where's my lipstick? It's too late. Gu Jingyu came in long ago. Yang Lingxin looked at them and said, that's enough. Gu Jingyu is here to see Sister Che. Why is she looking at you guys? Little Tao said, aren't we basking in Gu Jingyu's light and getting close to her? Look, who isn't envious of us? How is it possible for them to be so close to Gu Jingyu? Moreover, Gu Jingyu is so handsome. Although we know it's impossible, it's fine to look forward to it. Chapter 288. Gu Jingyu came in and pulled out a chair. He looked at Lin Che and said, wow, you've put on weight recently. Are you living a good life? Lin Che felt a little fearful of Gu Jingyu's gaze when he came in. She really wanted him to stay away from her, lest he kept sizing her up. Gu Jingyu said, great, let's go for dinner tonight. Lin Che was speechless. No way, you promised me so many times that you would treat me to dinner, but you never did. Lin Che, why? Is it so hard to treat me to dinner? Okay. Let's eat together. I didn't say I wouldn't eat. Let's just eat, Lin Che said helplessly. Gu Jingyu snapped his fingers and said to her, I'll look for you after filming. Do your makeup first. Today's your first day. Remember to work hard. Got it, Senior Jingyu. If you know I'm your senior, then be more respectful to me. Don't look at me with disdain, okay? As he said that, he reached out to pinch her cheek. Lin Che was speechless. These men from the Gu family. Why did they love to touch her face every day just because they were tall and strong? After Gu Jingyu said that, he left in a hurry. Little Tao was infatuated. Wow, Gu Jingyu is too handsome. I can't even see his pores at such a close distance. How does he maintain his face? It's probably inherited from the Gu family. Look at Mr. President, he's always so handsome. Yang Lingxin looked at Little Tao and the others and said, alright, I told you guys to put on makeup. Gu Jingyu didn't even look at you guys. He came in only to look for Sister Che. Little Tao immediately held Lin Che's hand and said, Sister Che, you're too enviable. I also want to eat with Senior Jingyu. But Little Xiao said, alright, Senior Jingyu won't eat with you. He only eats with our Sister Che. Do you think you're Sister Che? Lin Che had goosebumps all over his body from what they were saying. Alright, stop talking nonsense. If the reporters hear it, there will be another scandal. I want to be an actress, not a topic queen, okay? Recently, the newspapers had started to say that she was the queen of topics. Ever since she started the scandal with Gu Jingyu, every time there was a topic, it would be on the front page. This time, it was the same with Axie and Xiaoyuan. The shooting went very smoothly in the morning. As Gu Jingyu and Gu Jingyu were old acquaintances, the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. As soon as they got on stage, they had to act together, but there were still a lot of NGs. The director praised them and said, "Everyone benefits from working with such a good actor. Thank you for your hard work." Gu Jingyu also looked at Lin Che and said, "You've improved a lot recently." "Is that so?" "Thank you for your praise, Senior Jingyu. Don't say such nice words. Let's go eat." "Oh, okay." The two of them packed up and walked out in a grandiose manner. Following Gu Jingyu, there was a large group of staff behind them. Wherever they went, they attracted the attention of the people around them. Behind them, Little Tao and Little Xiao were shouting excitedly, as if they were about to lose control of their bodies. "Look, they're all looking at us." "Of course. Look at how close Sister Che is to Jingyu. They're inseparable. Who wouldn't be envious?" Yang Lingxin looked at them from behind and secretly pursed her lips. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Che and Gu Jingyu's eye-catching silhouettes, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. In the office, Gu Jingzi sat on the big office chair, his gaze indifferently looking at the pile of documents in front of him. Qin Hao knocked on the door and came in. He reported to Gu Jingzi, "Sir, Miss Liu is here to visit." Gu Jingzi looked up and paused for a moment. "Liu Chuxia." "That's right." After a moment of silence, Gu Jingzi nodded and said, "Please come in." When Liu Chuxia entered the door, she said with a smile, "Your Gu Corporation is really strict. There are a few checkpoints to enter." Gu Jingzi looked at Liu Chuxia and said, "What's the matter?" "I'll treat you to a meal." She smiled as she looked at Gu Jingzi's outfit. He was sitting at the back and had a strong aura. She couldn't help but smile and say, "Or President Gu can treat me to a meal." "You haven't said when you're going to repay me for saving your life." Gu Jingzi smiled and patted the table. "Sure, I'll treat you to a meal." The place Gu Jingzi chose to treat Liu Chuxia was naturally more grand. During the meal, Liu Chuxia kept talking, and Gu Jingzi only casually replied. Liu Chuxia said, "I didn't expect you to break up with Mo Huiling." Gu Jingzi said, "Yeah, I didn't expect it either." Then, "Gu Jingzi, do you think I have a chance to replace Mo Huiling and continue with you?" Liu Chuxia looked at him confidently. Gu Jingzi looked at her. "Is it really okay for you to talk about this with a married man?" Liu Chuxia said, "So what if he's married? What kind of society is this? If you don't like someone, you can break up. Love is everything." Gu Jingzi said, "What if I say I don't have a chance?" "Ah." Liu Chuxia said, "Isn't it a little too hasty to reject me so quickly? I can give you some time to think about it." Gu Jingzi picked up a napkin from the side and wiped the corner of his mouth. Then, he threw it aside and said, "No, thank you for your kindness, but I appreciate it. I'm not suitable for you." He got up and said to her, "I'm still busy at the company. You can do whatever you want. I'll leave first." Liu Chuxia looked at him unwillingly. She bit her lip and said to his back, "I'll ask you again next time. Jingzi, we're very suitable for you. You can totally consider it." Liu Chuxia thought that her current wife was just an actress. Other than being good at acting, she probably didn't have any other strengths. A servant came over and looked at Liu Chuxia. "Miss, it's time to go back." She harumphed. "Do you know that Lin Che?" "Ah, Lin Che. I know him," the servant said. "He's a very popular actor recently." "Miss, do you want to see him?" "Very popular. But no matter how popular he is, he's just an actress." She harumphed and said, "There's no need. I don't like actors and have no interest in them. They all look the same, so I don't want to see him." But if you want to develop a relationship with Mr. Gu, can't you at least know yourself and the enemy? There's no need for me to follow him, she said as she stood up calmly. The servant at the side smiled and said, that's true. Miss, how could Lin Che compare to your status? Anyone with a discerning eye would know which one they should choose when they see the two of them standing together. Chapter 289. Gu Jingze didn't care about Lu Chuxiao's words. He got into the car before leaving. He thought about Lu Chuxiao's performance just now. Even though he had always been the target of infatuated gazes, he hadn't received many confessions. It was probably because many people were still afraid of his status, or like Lu Chuxia, they wanted to maintain their poise. There was probably only one person who didn't give him a chance to refuse when they came close to him. That person was Lin Che. If she hadn't shamelessly drugged him back then, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to get close to him at all. There was probably no one in this world who was more shameless than Lin Che. To her, elegance and whatnot didn't exist at all. She didn't care about such things at all. When she arrived at the Gu family, she had even thrown herself at him. It was almost as if she was sticking to him, making it impossible for him to resist. Thinking about Lin Che, Gu Jingze shook his head helplessly. Lin Che was eating with Gu Jingyu. The place that Gu Jingyu had chosen was a quiet and secluded place. There was no noise from the fans, and there were no staff accompanying him carefully. Lin Che ate his food in a relaxed manner. Gu Jingyu looked at him from the side and said, "Eat slowly. No one's fighting with you over your food. Why is everyone in the Gu family so troublesome? It's my habit to eat fast, but you guys are the ones who take your time eating. You're too slow." Lin Che remembered that when Gu Jingze ate, he was just as leisurely. His movements were elegant, and his manners were generous. Gu Jingyu looked at her strangely. What Gu family? How many Gu family members have you seen besides me? Ah. No, Mr. President. Who doesn't know him? I saw him eat at the state banquet. He's so slow. Gu Jingyu said, how dare you talk bad about my brother in front of me? What's wrong? Although he's the president, I'm still a citizen. The president serves the people, right? Gu Jingyu felt that this girl's words were really interesting. He pinched her cheeks even harder. Hey, Gu Jingyu, if you touch me again, I won't go easy on you. Gu Jingyu laughed. Then, his phone rang. He picked it up and didn't care that Lin Che was still on the other side. He picked up the phone. Chu Xiang. Why do you have time to call me? The person who called Gu Jingyu was Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia said, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask, did your second brother really end things with Mo Huiling? My second brother. Right? He's already married, so it's definitely over. When Lin Che heard the word second brother, the chopsticks in his hand paused. He couldn't help but raise his head. Lu Chuxia said, if that's the case, do you think it's possible for your second brother and I to be together? No way. How could you fall for an antique like him? A man like him naturally has something that attracts women. Of course, you wouldn't understand. I really don't understand why so many people like him, a gloomy man who spends all his time playing with swords and knives in the shopping mall and coming up with conspiracies and schemes when he has nothing better to do, Yi Zichen said. Just tell me if it's possible. It's possible. You're a socialite. Who doesn't know your name? Who doesn't know you? How many men have fallen for you? You should work harder. I'm also looking forward to the blossoming of the stone tree. Let me see if he can be completely conquered by any woman. Really? Don't lie to me. But isn't my second brother already married? Why are you getting involved? What do you know? He doesn't even love that woman. You've been out for too long and don't care about what's going on at home. I'm confident. I'll hang up now. Gu Jingyu put down the phone and saw Lin Che's strange expression. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu. Who is that? Why is it your second brother? Gu Jingyu said, Oh, Lu Chuxiao. I don't know if you've heard of this person. But since you're so dumb, you probably haven't heard of her. She's the daughter of the Lu family, a socialite. She's very famous in the circle and she's a good friend of my younger sister. She just told me that she wants to pursue my brother and asked me if it's possible. Unknowingly, Lin Che felt the chopsticks in his hand tighten bit by bit. His hand hurt a little. Isn't your second brother already married? I heard that my second brother doesn't like that woman at all. I think he was forced to get married by my family. She's also someone who doesn't match their social status. Don't worry about it. My family doesn't care about it. But I feel that if she's a commoner, she shouldn't have anything in common with an old-fashioned person like my second brother. Gu Jingyu only felt that Lin Che's gaze was getting dimmer. Gu Jingyu said, Hey, don't think that I'm old-fashioned. It's just that I know my second brother. He's extremely old-fashioned. He's different from a free and modern person like me. Plus, he has a lot of problems. If you live with him for a few months, you'll know how good I am. So, they're suited to be together? Lin Che asked. Gu Jingyu said, They're well matched in social status and their personalities are basically suitable. Although the Gu family doesn't need a woman to help them, the Lu family should be of some help to the Gu family's profits. Also, the Mo Huiling that my brother liked in the past is somewhat similar to this Lu Chuxia. I think they should be similar. As Gu Jingyu said this, he felt that something was wrong. He looked at Lin Che and asked, Why are you so interested in my second brother's matters? Oh, nothing. I'm just curious. Lin Che smiled. Of course the people of Country C are very interested in hearing about the Gu family. After all, they're so mysterious. Really? I don't think they're any different from ordinary people. For some reason, Lin Che ate less after that. After eating for a short while, he felt full. They had to continue filming the next day, so the two of them could only go home, saying that they would see each other tomorrow. On the way, Yang Lingxin saw that Lin Che was looking outside with a dazed expression, as if he was absent-minded. She asked, Sister Che, what's wrong? Are you not happy eating? Lin Che came back to his senses. No, I'm very happy. Then why do you look so absent-minded? Yang Lingxin said, Just now, I saw that everyone was very envious that Sister Che could eat with Gu Jingyu. Is that so? Don't we all eat together? What's there to be envious about? Lin Che leaned against the wall lazily. He felt that he didn't want to move at all. It was as if his body had suddenly lost all of its energy. Although Gu Jingze and Mo Huiling had separated, it was undeniable that he must have loved Mo Huiling. The type he liked was definitely a lady from a wealthy family like Mo Huiling, and not a small fry like Lin Che who only knew how to cause trouble. Lin Che suddenly realized that actually, the distance between her and Gu Jingze was not just because of Mo Huiling. It was because their worlds were completely different. Chapter 290. Soon, they arrived at the Gu residence. Gu Jingze was already waiting for her at the door. When he heard that she was back, he walked out immediately. Seeing Lin Che's lazy look, he walked over and said, What's wrong? Are you tired from your first day of filming? Lin Che watched as Gu Jingze strode over. He was wearing home clothes and a pair of thin-rimmed glasses for the first time today, which neutralized the sharpness on his face and softened the edges of his face, making him look much gentler. In the past, he was like a dark knight who would always be around to protect her. Today, he was like a proper prince. All of a sudden, it made her sigh, and her heart softened a lot. She looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "Why did you come out?" Gu Jingzi smiled and said, "I saw you coming back, so I came to see you." It was the first time Yang Lingxin had seen him like this. She couldn't help but be shocked. She didn't expect that Gu Jingzi, who was dressed so simply, could look so handsome and charming. Gu Jingzi saw that Lin Che looked lazy and seemed to be in a bad mood. He walked over and asked, "Are you really tired?" Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and didn't tell him what she had heard today. She only said, "A little tired." Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che. He suddenly walked over and carried her in his arms. "Ah!" Lin Che screamed and tugged at Gu Jingzi's shirt with both hands. "What are you doing?" Gu Jingzi lowered his head and smiled. "I'm tired. But we can't do it here." Her face was red as she looked at the people behind them who were still looking at them. There were people behind them and he didn't know what to pay attention to. Gu Jingzi carried her and walked straight into the house. When the servants and security guards saw this, they all consciously turned their heads away. Lin Che was still patting his chest. "Put me down, Gu Jingzi." Gu Jingzi said, "Okay, I'll put you down when we're on the bed." "Get lost, I don't want to." Gu Jingzi and Lin Che's figures were completely silent by the door. Yang Lingxin then turned her head and said to the servant, "Your sir treats Sister Che so well." The servant said, "Of course." "Are they husband and wife?" "We've never seen them before." Mr. dotes on one person so much. Yang Lingxin took a look before she left. The bodyguards sent her home. Sitting in the car, Yang Lingxin touched the leather of the car and said to the bodyguards, "You guys are so good at being the bodyguards of the Gu family. Even the car you take is so expensive." The bodyguard had escorted her many times, but he had never spoken much to her. Upon hearing her words, he said to Yang Lingxin, "Yes, sir is very good to us subordinates." Yang Lingxin said, "You have to be able to afford it. After all, the Gu family can't be compared to other families." Gu Jingzi put Lin Che on the bed. She covered her eyes to keep him away. Gu Jingzi said, "What? Are you on your period again?" "No, I don't want it." "Let go of me," Lin Che said, pushing him hard. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and said, "What's wrong? Are you too tired?" Lin Che nodded. "Yes, very tired." Gu Jingzi looked at her deeply. After a while, he finally let go of her. He pulled up her clothes and said to her, "Okay, I'll let you go today. But no matter how tired you are, you still have to take a bath. Let's go. I'll carry you to take a bath first." "It's okay. I can do it myself." "I'm not that tired," Lin Che said hurriedly. Gu Jingzi said, "No, I want to use your body too. So you have to take good care of it so that it's enough for me to use, understand?" Lin Che was speechless. "You? What do you mean by using it? You're so annoying." Gu Jingzi smiled and carried her straight to the bathroom. He put Lin Che beside the bathtub. He had never liked servants to come in and serve him in the room. Even though it was the servants who tidied up the house, when he and Lin Che were here, he only hoped that they were the only two people here. It would be best if other people didn't come in and disturb their world. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi's glasses. "Why are you wearing glasses today?" Gu Jingzi touched his glasses. "I'm a little short-sighted." "Ah, you're short-sighted." "A little, but it's okay if I don't wear them usually. My eyes are not feeling well today, so I want to read." "What's wrong? Isn't it good?" Gu Jingzi asked. Lin Che touched his glasses. How could it not be good? Everything about him was good. No, I think it's very nice. Really? His eyes lit up when he heard that she liked it. Lin Che nodded. You seem to be a lot more refined. You're not as bad as you usually are. How am I bad? You're bad everywhere. Humph, you're the worst to me. Gu Jingzi looked at her speechlessly. You really don't know how lucky you are. Am I bad to you? You're the worst, humph. Gu Jingzi thought that this little woman had been spoiled by him. Now she was riding on his head every day and was speaking more and more boldly. However, he was happy in his heart. He didn't feel bad at all. The water was still in the bathtub. He looked at Lin Che and said calmly, sometimes, you also like it when I'm bad to you. Get lost. Who likes it? You. As Gu Jingzi said that, he felt that his body was out of control again. He wanted to be bad to her. But if she didn't want to, then forget it. He said, you'll feel bad when I don't want to be bad to you, idiot. As Gu Jingzi said that, his fiery palms were already radiating heat. Lin Che felt that something was wrong. He looked down and saw that his body was obviously burning. You. Lin Che's expression changed. She looked at Gu Jingzi and said, why did you? Gu Jingzi said, my body wants to be bad to you. Sometimes, I can't control it, so you can't blame me for this. It seemed that he really wanted to. Otherwise, a thin layer of sweat would not have appeared on that firm nose of his. Lin Che looked at him. Since you want to, why did you stop? Gu Jingzi looked at her little face. If you don't want to, then forget it. This is something that will only be happy if both of us are happy. If you're tired, we can go to sleep. Don't worry about me. I'll take a bath later. Do you want to take a cold bath again? Lin Che asked hurriedly. Gu Jingzi pinched her nose. What do you think? Lin Che looked at his crimson face and suddenly felt reluctant to part with him. Gu Jingzi said, come on, take a bath. Lin Che, however, held Gu Jingzi's hand. Gu Jingzi was slightly stunned as he looked at Lin Che. Lin Che felt that she couldn't say such words. The words were stuck in her throat, and she couldn't force them out. She could only hold his hand and look at him closely. But he could endure so much pain because of her unwillingness. Lin Che really felt that Gu Jingzi was a really good person. He was so good to her. She suddenly felt as if something was swelling in her heart. She pulled him and her mouth moved for a long time before she finally said in a hoarse voice, that, it's not that I can't be bad. Gu Jingzi's eyes lit up. Looking at Lin Che, he felt as if his body was swelling up along with her words. Did she know that this was no different from an invitation? Did she know that such an invitation would be fatal to a man? Chapter 291. Gu Jingzi's eyes sparkled as he stared at her. It was like a black hole with a fatal temptation. Just by looking at her, Lin Che felt like she was on fire. The bathtub was ready. Gu Jingzi scooped Lin Che up. Lin Che cried out, I haven't showered yet. Gu Jingzi smiled and put her into the huge jacuzzi tub. It's okay, let's shower together. Lin Che's face was completely red. He had not taken off his clothes and had already been thrown into the water. His wet clothes were tightly stuck to his skin. His tender flesh appeared even more alluring under such an image, giving off an urge to rub it hard. Gu Jingzi followed Lin Che into the water. The desire in his eyes intensified as he watched Lin Che's expression. This tempting little vixen, he really wanted to eat her up and be done with it. Lin Che raised his head and watched as the man slowly covered his face. His entire face was burning up. Don't worry, I'll wash your body clean. I won't miss a single spot, 2 hours later, in the Gu mansion, Gu Jingze carried Lin Che to the hospital urgently. Lin Che's face was still red. Gu Jingze was wearing home clothes. He hugged Lin Che tightly with a serious expression. The driver looked at the two of them. He was puzzled. He didn't know what had happened. Soon, they arrived at the hospital. Gu Jingze carried Lin Che into the gynecology department. He looked around and said, "Women stay. Men, get out." Lin Che's face turned even redder after hearing Gu Jingze's words. The people inside didn't dare to disobey. The men quickly opened the door and left without taking another look. Only then did Gu Jingze put Lin Che down. The doctor hurriedly walked over. The girl stole a glance at Gu Jingze before hurriedly looking at Lin Che. "Mr. Gu, this lady, my wife, she..." Gu Jingze nodded and said, "She's injured." Lin Che lowered her head. She really wanted to bury her head in Gu Jingze's arms. Her face was red and she didn't dare to look at anyone. However, she could only obediently spread her legs for the doctor to see. The doctor looked down and immediately understood. She stole a glance at Gu Jingze and blushed even more. The doctor smiled and said, "Sir, madam, it's all right. It's just a slight tear. Apply some medicine and rest for a few days and it'll be fine. However, you can't have sex for the time being. Even if you do have sex in the future, be careful not to be too intense." Lin Che's face only became redder and redder. Listening to the doctor's words, he felt that he was really going to die here. It was too embarrassing. Gu Jingze's lips twitched. "Go get the medicine." The doctor looked at Lin Che enviously before hurriedly retreating. Gu Jingze took a deep breath and stepped in front of Lin Che. "Let me see how it is." Lin Che was stunned. He hurriedly pulled his legs together and looked at Gu Jingze. "What?" Gu Jingze held her knee with one hand and looked at her with a frown. "Let go of me." Lin Che shook his head violently. "No, it's fine now. You don't have to look. Haven't you seen it before? Why are you shy now? Hurry up and open it for me." "I really can't," Lin Che said. "There. How can you look at it like that?" Gu Jingze stared at Lin Che. His eyes were filled with stubbornness. He pressed down on her knee and forcefully opened it. However, the words that came out of his mouth were coaxing her. "Be good. Open it for me to see how it's done. Be obedient, okay? But, no buts. Open it yourself, or do I force you to open it?" Gu Jingze's domineering voice left Lin Che with no other choice. She could only obediently open her legs, feeling a little embarrassed. Gu Jingze looked at it carefully. With one look, his expression became even more gloomy. He did not expect that there would be such an injury. He did not expect that one day, the thing that he was supposed to be proud of would become a kind of injury to her. He looked at her wound with a little heartache and reached out to wipe it. When Lin Che saw this, she closed her legs together and clamped his hand between them. "No, what are you doing?" Lin Che hurriedly cried out. Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at her. "What are you doing?" "I'm taking a look to see if there's any injury inside." He felt extremely guilty. In his heart, he only wanted to scold himself for being a jerk. He had not been able to control himself for a moment and had done such a cruel thing to her. It was only because he had been a little too presumptuous and agitated in the bathtub today. Lin Che said, "No, no. Don't touch it. Don't you think it's dirty? After all, it was not a place that could be exposed." Even she herself felt that she should not touch it casually. It was dirty. However, Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at her steadily. "What's there to dislike?" "I don't dislike it. I like it." Lin Che was stunned. Her hand froze involuntarily as she looked at Gu Jingze in a daze. He looked into her eyes and said firmly, I like every part of your body. I like it here too. Lin Che blushed. She felt his hand caressing her and felt her body heat up instantly. She tried hard to retract her legs, but it was not easy to do so. At this moment, she heard the door open. The doctor was back. Lin Che hurriedly pushed Gu Jingze away. Gu Jingze raised his eyebrows and stood up. When he saw the doctor come in with the medicine, he waved his hand and asked the doctor to leave. Then, he lowered his head and picked up the cotton wool to apply the medicine for Lin Che. I can do it myself. How can you see from here? Gu Jingze raised his head and glared at her. Lin Che said, How? I can feel it, I'll apply it and you'll feel it. I'll apply it and you'll feel it. As the medicine rubbed against her skin, she felt a cooling sensation. However, Lin Che's face was still burning hot. I don't feel anything. Lin Che cried out. After all, that was such a sensitive place. Gu Jingze was really guilty. He raised his head and said, I'm sorry. Lin Che was stunned. Hearing him apologize, she raised her head and said, What are you sorry for? I couldn't help it. Forget it. Didn't you want it to happen? Lin Che said, You didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. Actually, you don't have to come to the hospital. You will get better on your own. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. In the beginning, he knew that the girl had not experienced it before, so he had to be gentle and slow. Otherwise, it would hurt. Slowly, after developing it, she would get better. However, after so much time had passed and he had experienced it many times. Chapter 292. Although it made him feel comfortable, most of the time, he was reluctant to part with her. Because he was afraid that she would be in pain, he always approached her carefully and cautiously. This made him a little unhappy, but he could bear it. Last night, she couldn't help but hurt herself. How could he not feel remorseful? He said, It won't happen again. I'll be careful. No. It's okay. Lin Che lowered his head. When it came to matters like this, it would always make people feel embarrassed if they talked about it on the surface. Gu Jingze said, Remember to tell me when you feel unwell. He held her hand and looked at her seriously. Lin Che said, I'm fine. How could she have had the rationality to think about this at that time? So, do you feel comfortable? Hearing her words, Gu Jingze felt as if flowers were blooming in his heart. Lin Che was stunned. He hurriedly said, No, I didn't. Gu Jingze tightened his grip on her and said, In the future, I'll hope that you'll feel more comfortable, but it won't hurt as much. Although Lin Che was very touched that he was so considerate of her. However, she still didn't want him to say such things in such a serious tone. Gu Jingze said, Seriously, people say that the more you do it, the bigger it will get. Why are you still so narrow? Lin Che was already speechless. She could only slap his chest coquettishly. Get lost, you bastard. How would I know? You're so annoying, looks like I'll have to endure it in the future. Lin Che was stunned. He looked at Gu Jingze and asked a little embarrassedly, Have you been holding back all this time? Gu Jingze looked at her bitterly and said, What do you think? Otherwise, do you think my martial arts is only this weak? If I really used all my strength, I'm afraid that you wouldn't be able to get out of bed every day. Do you actually think that's my normal time? You underestimate your husband too much. If he hadn't said it in such a proud tone, she would have been extremely touched. However, looking at Gu Jingze, she still felt very touched. It turned out that he had always been so considerate of her, and she had never known it. She didn't know what to say. She could only pull him and say, "It's okay. I'm actually fine." He sighed and suddenly thought of something. He said to her, "It's said that after giving birth, that place will become bigger. Why don't we just have a child?" Pfft. Lin Che almost spat out his saliva again. "Are you kidding me? Give birth? What child? He even had a child for this reason. Was he crazy? Is there something wrong with you?" "I'm not giving birth," Lin Che said to him with his hands on his hips. Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Che thoughtfully. She didn't hesitate to say that she didn't want to give birth, which made him feel a little depressed. It seemed that from the beginning, she had never thought about having a child with him. Was she really that resistant to having children with him? Lin Che avoided his gaze, not wanting him to see the bitterness in his heart. Children. They hadn't even figured out their own feelings, so how could they have children? She knew that he was just joking. How could a rational person like him have children so easily? Otherwise, even now, they were still taking precautions. He was so rational that he definitely wouldn't let her have children so easily. But he didn't know that she was stupid or silly. Sometimes, she would take his words seriously. So she had to constantly remind herself that he didn't love her and treat her well, so she shouldn't fall for him so easily. But it was really hard to reject this man. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, Gu Jingze picked her up and said, "Let's go home." Lin Che's face was still red from being hugged by him. She leaned against his chest and sometimes thought that it would be good if he didn't treat her so well. Maybe then she wouldn't fall for him so quickly, but maybe one day, if he really treated her badly, she would be very sad. Women were really contradictory individuals. Outside, the doctor watched as Gu Jingze carried Lin Che away. He shrunk his head in disgust with a red face. "Where's Gu Jingze? His wife is so happy. Did it hurt because it was too intense?" "Yeah, it's too big. It's a little torn. He's so lucky. He's so handsome and rich." For the next few days, in order not to hurt Lin Che, Gu Jingze could only try his best to avoid her. Although he was a little uncomfortable, he still had to wait for Lin Che to recover completely before he dared to touch her again carefully. Hugging a woman that he wanted to touch but couldn't touch her, this feeling, it was really torturous to the bone. But seeing Lin Che slowly recover and continue to be carefree and not care about it, he felt very gratified. That day, Lin Che continued to film and Gu Jingze went back to the Gu family. The Gu family. When Gu Jingze entered the door, Lu Chuxia was already running out. When she saw Gu Jingze, she greeted him, "Jingze, you're back. I was waiting for you." Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "Chuxia, why are you waiting for me? I've already said what I have to say last time, haven't I?" Lu Chuxia smiled and said, "Yeah, but I've also told you before. It's not my character to give up easily. Besides, I'm giving you time to think about it." Gu Jingze said, "I've already said that I don't have feelings for you. Then do you have feelings for your current wife?" Lu Chuxia pestered him and asked. Gu Jingze's gaze suddenly turned cold. He looked at Lu Chuxia and said, "I'm already married and I won't get a divorce. As for my relationship with my wife, it's none of your business." Lu Chuxia's body trembled. She was a smart person and knew that she had said the wrong thing. Of course, Gu Jingze was high and mighty, so he couldn't be too aggressive. She smiled and said, "All right, I'm not saying that because I like you. Jingze, if it's just for the sake of marriage, wouldn't we be more suitable?" She immediately linked her arms with his. Gu Jingze frowned and wanted to push her away, but Lu Chuxia hugged him unwillingly and said, "Gu Jingze, I'm your savior after all. People say that you're a loyal person. Is this how you treat me? Gu Jingze froze and looked at Lu Chuxia. Seeing that she had indeed saved his life, he didn't push her away. The next moment, Lu Chuxia's lips met his face and kissed him. You. Gu Jingze finally couldn't hold it in and pushed her away. Chapter 293. Lu Chuxia smiled. Jingze. I like you. Think about it carefully. I'm not as good as your wife, who's an actress. I'm better than her in everything. Think about it rationally and think about who's more suitable for you. You don't have a child yet anyway. Even if you get divorced, it won't affect either of you. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia. Alright, I'll think about it. But if you're not satisfied with the result, I hope you won't be angry. Lu Chuxia said, I know you're smarter than me. How could you not understand something that even I can understand, right? But at this moment, Gu Jingze already felt that something was wrong with him. He couldn't tell anyone about his illness. His family knew, but Lu Chuxia naturally didn't know. He said hastily, yes, I'll think about it. Then, he said, I still have something to do. I'll talk to my mom. I won't be going in for the time being. With that, he quickly called Chen Yuqing. He was showing signs of relapse. In the studio, Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Jingze gloomily. Alright, it's not a rash. It's just a little red. Gu Jingze looked at his own cheeks and sighed faintly. This early summer. Chen Yuqing said, should we inform Mrs. Gu? Gu Jingze shook his head. No need. Chen Yuqing said, but this lady is quite proactive and open-minded. She knows that you have a family, but she still tries to get close to you. Gu Jingze shook his head. She's been spoiled since she was young. She was also overbearing when she was young. She's used to it. Anyway, it's just for fun. You don't have to take it seriously. Really? Chen Yuqing said, but if Mr. Gu really marries the Lu family, it'll be a good thing for the Gu Corporation. Gu Jingze looked at him coldly. Chen Yuqing quickly said, I'm just kidding. What do you want now, Mr. Gu? Gu Jingze said, I promised her that I'll think about it. Alright, Gu Jingze was calculating in his heart. Although logically speaking, she was indeed suitable for the Gu Corporation, and she was also the type that he should have liked. She was a socialite, well-educated, reasonable, confident, and intelligent. However, he didn't have the same feelings for Lin Che. When he thought of Lin Che, he felt an inexplicable urge towards her even though she was clearly not his type. As for Lu Chuxia, he only treated her like a younger sister. He treated her the same way he treated Gu Jingyan. Therefore, the result of his consideration was that he didn't want to leave Lin Che at all. When Lin Che was still on the set, he suddenly received a call from a servant at home, saying that Gu Jingze was sick. Lin Che was stunned. He hurriedly told Gu Jingyu that he had something to attend to and had to leave first. Gu Jingyu was quite confused. Seeing Lin Che's flustered expression, she asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? If you need my help, do let me know. No, it's just that, there's something going on at home, so I'll head back first. Gu Jingyu said, I'll ask someone to send you there. No need, my company has a car. Gu Jingyu had never seen her so flustered before. He thought that she probably had something to do, so he walked her out. Even the director followed them out. Wherever Gu Jingyu went, they would definitely follow. After all, he was Gu Jingyu. However, when they saw that Gu Jingyu only wanted to send Lin Che off, their eyes met and they started to communicate. They didn't expect Gu Jingyu to care so much about this girl. At the studio, Lin Che hurriedly came over and saw that Shin Yuran was actually there. Yuran, you're here. Great, I heard that Gu Jingze is sick. Where is he? Shin Yuran saw Lin Che and said, Hey, what's going on? Gu Jingze just broke up with Mo Huiling. How did he get involved with someone called Lu Chuxia? Lin Che was stunned. Lu Chuxia, so, his illness this time was because of Lu Chuxia. Lu Chuxia. What happened between them for him to cause his illness? Lin Che felt her face stiffen. Her body also became a little weak because of this news. She didn't rush inside again. She froze there, unable to react for a moment. No, why did she care so much? She didn't need to care so much about who he was related to. Anyway, they had agreed from the start that there were no feelings between them. They were only married. He was her husband, but he wasn't her lover. Yes, he had always been her husband, however, why did this realization suddenly make her heart turn cold? It was as if the coldness had spread from her heart to every cell in her body, and her entire body had turned cold as well. Shin Yuran saw that she didn't look good and quickly pulled her to ask, What's wrong? Who is this Lu Chuxia? Lin Che looked at Shin Yuran and quickly put away the daze on her face. She's a young lady from a family that matches the Gu family. I heard that she's a socialite and very famous in the circle. When Shin Yuran heard this, she remembered that socialites could go online to check how famous they were. I don't believe that she's famous. How can she be as famous as you? Hey, stop checking. That's a different kind of fame, Lin Che said. However, Shin Yuran was already unwilling to give up. She typed that name into her phone and Lu Chuxia's photo immediately appeared on the browser. It seemed to be a photo of her attending a banquet. She was wearing a very generous wraparound dress and looked beautiful and elegant. It was similar to how Mo Huiling used to look. Sigh, I didn't expect her to be so famous. Shin Yuran said angrily, the second daughter of the Lu family, Lu Beichen's younger sister, a flower in the socialite circle. She's very popular and is the dream lover of many rich young masters. Pfft, I don't think she's as pretty as you. However, there were also comments below that said that they were different from celebrities. They didn't rely on their looks, but on their temperament. Socialites were socialites after all. Shin Yuran said gloomily, this Gu Jingze, he has a wife. Why would he still mess around with this kind of woman? Shin Yuran saw that Lin Che was standing there and didn't seem to be in a good mood. She quickly said, that's not what I meant. I think she might have accidentally touched something. Touching something to the extent that it could cause a relapse. She must have touched something really deeply. Moreover, she had heard from Chen Yuqing that the relapse would only happen when someone's sweat or saliva came into contact with it. How could it happen if she had accidentally touched it? She probably had intimate contact with it for a while. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Shin Yuran. Didn't I tell you that Gu Jingze and I are different from ordinary married couples? It's okay. I'll go in and take a look first. Chapter 294. After Lin Che entered the room, Chen Yuqing was surprised to see her. Mrs. Gu, why are you here? Lin Che said, didn't you ask your family to inform me? Oh, really? It's not a big deal. I just bumped into her by accident. This kind of thing happened occasionally in the past, so I didn't ask anyone to inform you. Maybe the servant thought that she would inform you every time she got sick, so she harassed you without permission. Seeing that Chen Yuqing had explained it to her, Lin Che just waved her hand casually. It's okay. It's my duty. At this moment, Gu Jingze probably heard the noise in the room. When he walked out, he could see a patch of red on his face near his lips. Did he get intimate with her? Lin Che was stunned. He walked over with a smile and said, "You look fine. The servant said that you got sick, so I came here in a hurry." Gu Jingzi frowned. He turned around and said to the people behind him, "Go and see who called Mrs. Gu." The people behind him paused. Seeing Gu Jingzi's gloomy face, they knew that the person would disappear from Gu Jingzi's side from now on. Lin Che naturally didn't know what he meant. She just walked over with a smile and said, "It's okay. They were afraid that something would happen to you. But it looks like you're fine." Gu Jingzi took a few steps forward and put his arm around Lin Che's shoulder. He gave Chen Yuqing a look, signaling for him to leave first. Then he led Lin Che out. "Let's go. It's okay. Why did you come from the filming place?" Lin Che smiled. "It's okay. Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Let's go eat first." "Okay." Seeing that Lin Che didn't seem to have any reaction, Gu Jingzi finally relaxed. He took a deep look at Lin Che before leading her out. Shen Yuran and Chen Yuqing watched him leave before Shen Yuran said, "President Gu is quite pitiful. He won't be able to have an affair in the future even if he wants to. Once he has an affair, he will suffer a relapse and be discovered." Sigh. Chen Yuqing looked at Shen Yuran gloomily and frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can it be called cheating?" Shen Yuran said, "Isn't it called cheating? Look, she was kissed." Chen Yuqing said, "It's just a kiss. You call that cheating? And that woman is quite pretty. She's a lady from a respectable family. Do you think a lady from a respectable family would kiss a married man for no reason? Seriously, the noble circle is really messy." Chen Yuqing said, "That's not what President Gu wants either." Even if you don't think about it on the surface, you must be happy in your heart. It's easy for a woman to chase a man. When a woman stands naked in front of a man, which man wouldn't be tempted? Anyway, no man is good. I used to think that President Gu was a good man, but I didn't expect him to flirt with a woman." As he spoke, Shen Yuran glared forcefully at Chen Yuqing before walking forward. Chen Yuqing shrugged and looked at her. "What does this have to do with me? Why are you venting your anger on me? Hey, come back here. President Gu's illness can't be told to outsiders. Don't blame me if you let it slip and get killed." When Shen Yuran heard this, he hurriedly turned around and said, He'll even kill people to silence them. Is it that serious?" Chen Yuqing looked at her speechlessly. He thought to himself that this silly girl wouldn't really kill people to silence them. She would just take it seriously after scaring her a little. However, it was better for her to think of it seriously. If she really let it slip, it would only cause trouble. "Yeah, do you think that the Gu family is a pushover in Country C? If it gets out, you might lose your life." I'm innocent. Dr. Chen, you have to uphold justice for me. Be a good girl and serve me well. Come and massage my legs first, then I'll consider taking care of you." Shen Yuran looked at him speechlessly. She blinked as she thought to herself that Zhou Yichen was really a bastard. He only knew how to exploit her every day. February was the first exciting holiday after the New Year. It was none other than Valentine's Day. Along the way, one could see Valentine's Day advertisements all the time. Lin Che sat in the nanny van and soon arrived at the set. Yu Minmin said, "It's Valentine's Day tomorrow. Do you need me to help you apply for leave?" Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin. "Why would I apply for leave?" "To go out with your President Gu, of course." "Forget it. Why are we celebrating Valentine's Day? We're husband and wife, understand? We're not lovers. That's enough. Don't act like you're innocent. I've never celebrated Valentine's Day in my life." Just then, Gu Jingze called. What are you doing? He asked. Lin Che said, I'm at the set. Okay, continue with your work. I'm just telling you that I might be going abroad tonight. Ah, okay. I got it. Be careful on the road. Okay, I'll be back soon. Lin Che put down the phone. Yu Minmin asked, what's wrong? Lin Che said, you don't have to apply for leave. He's going abroad tomorrow. I'll celebrate Valentine's Day with everyone. Yu Minmin said, you guys are so boring. Lin Che said, didn't I tell you? We won't spend Valentine's Day so bored. She supported her head with her hand and looked out at the streets whizzing past. She felt a little disappointed. She knew that she was being unreasonable. He was not someone who would celebrate Valentine's Day. How could she not know that after being with him for so long? However, she still had some expectations in her heart. Gu Jingze booked a flight that night. Because he was only going to the surrounding area, it would only take 3 hours. When he arrived, it was only early in the morning. However, just as he got off the plane, he saw Lu Chusha coming out. Jingze, I've been waiting for you for a long time. She smiled as she walked over. Gu Jingze looked at her and walked over. He said calmly, why are you here? You're here for the summit. I'm here too. Why? Is the Gu family looking down on the Lu family? I know that you're a VIP and everyone welcomes you. I'm just here to join in the fun, but you can't look down on us like that. That's not it. Gu Jingze glanced at her. He didn't say anything and walked inside. Hey, Gu Jingze, can you wait for me? Lu Chuxia hurried over. Gu Jingze said, I've thought about what you said. I'm telling you very seriously that I still choose to be with Lin Che. So, you better stay away from me, lest we waste each other's time. Ah, Gu Jingze, you're really heartless. How can you be so cruel to a girl? You don't give me any leeway at all, she said. Gu Jingze said, you asked me to think about it seriously, and I've thought about it seriously. How else can I give you leeway? Alright, then. Since the first round of wooing failed, I'll start the second round, she said as she smiled at him. Gu Jingze frowned and looked at Lu Chuxia from the corner of his eyes. He shook his head, took a deep breath, and walked forward without looking away. Chapter 295. The next day. Valentine's Day came, and it was hard to resist. Lin Che sat on the chair on the set. Xan Xiaoyuan had arrived. The two of them didn't have many scenes together, so they rarely met. Perhaps because they kept saying that they didn't get along, the director deliberately put their scenes at the end. So they didn't have much to say when they saw each other. They sat in their own places and didn't disturb each other. Gu Jingyu quickly walked over and looked at Lin Che. Why? Are you spending Valentine's Day alone? I'm spending it with you, Lin Che said. Gu Jingyu said, where's your husband? Can't he be here? Gu Jingyu found it harder and harder to believe that she was already married. I feel that there's something wrong with your marriage, he said. Lin Che looked at him. What's wrong with it? Even if it's a secret marriage, it shouldn't be this secret. Look at you. You always act like you're living alone, and you don't look like you're being nourished by a man. TSK, look at your face. As he said that, he reached out and pinched her face hard. Hey. Lin Che said, we've been husband and wife for a long time. It's not as boring as you think. One look and I can tell that you don't understand the true meaning of marriage. Marriage is like this. Two people just need to get used to each other. Look at that manager of mine. What did she receive on Valentine's Day? She even asked me for leave at night, saying that she wanted to spend some alone time together. Look at you, get lost. We don't like this kind of formalism. Alright. Forget it. I think your husband isn't in B City at all. Has he forgotten about your existence? TSK, his staff might have been with him longer than you. What's the point of your marriage? Your home has become a hotel, and you've become a decoration. Tell me, this sentence directly stabbed into Lin Che's heart. Perhaps, he had just unintentionally wanted to crack a joke to deliberately attack her. However, when Lin Che heard it, her heart ached again and again. Indeed, he had only wanted to marry her as a decoration when he married her. Working together was a nice way to put it. Actually, his original intention was that she was just a decoration for others to see. However, he treated her so well even though she was just a decoration. It was so good that she vaguely felt as if she had really become his wife. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingyu hatefully and said, Gu Jingyu, you're a single dog. You don't want others to have an easy time, do you? Alright, be a good girl. Don't be so anxious. Since no one is accompanying you, I'll accompany you. Let's go for dinner tonight. I don't think it's a good idea. Lin Che thought that it would be fine if it was any other day, but today was Valentine's Day. If they were to be photographed eating together, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had a mouth. Gu Jingyu seemed to have seen through Lin Che's thoughts. He was speechless as he said, Alright. I'll treat all the single people in the crew to a dinner party. You can come too. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. Hearing Gu Jingyu's words, Lin Che raised his head with a twinkle in his eyes. Aw, is that so? You should have said so earlier. Alright, then I'll go as well. Gu Jingyu shook his head and looked at her. This silly girl was really afraid of having a scandal with him. When did he become so hateful? At night. When Lin Che and Gu Jingyu arrived at the venue, they realized that it was indeed a big party. Everyone was eating at the gathering place. When they saw Gu Jingyu and Lin Che coming in, they all stood up and said thank you, Almighty Gu, for your hospitality. Lin Che and Gu Jingyu sat together inside. Gu Jingyu asked someone to prepare food for Lin Che. Lin Che said, Don't worry about me. I'm not a disabled child. I can eat by myself. Lin Che, who in this house doesn't want me to serve her personally? Look at you, I'm just making you a dish. What's with your attitude? Lin Che didn't want everyone to misunderstand. He looked around and saw that everyone was still secretly looking at them. Although the two of them would be stared at like this whenever they appeared together in the past few days, Lin Che still couldn't get used to it. Just then, someone shouted, Jingyu, your second brother is on the news. Gu Jingyu glanced over and said, My second brother. Gu Jingze. It's on the news. There's no need to look at it. His photos will all be deleted in the country soon. He doesn't like to be exposed. Let's take a look at it quickly. When Lin Che heard that, he quickly picked up his phone. He opened it and saw that the news was indeed saying that he was going to attend some economic summit. It seemed like it was a national event. Someone said, Gu Jingze is so amazing. He's going to attend an event on behalf of the country. It must be amazing. He's going there for the national cooperation. Didn't you see that? The reception is national etiquette. Hey, why is there a woman beside him? She looks so familiar. A woman. Lin Che hurriedly grabbed his phone and hastily scanned his message. Her eyes fell on the blurry picture. It was obviously taken secretly. Gu Jingze was standing there with his back facing the camera. On the other side, Lu Chuxia was holding his arm. The way they stood together, they looked like a good match. Of course, Lu Chuxia was such a beautiful and elegant woman. She was wearing the same work attire and had the air of an elite woman. Standing beside him, people who didn't know better would think that they were husband and wife. Lin Che's hand that was holding the phone stopped. Her vision seemed to be a little blank. Gu Jingyu seemed to have noticed that she was different. He looked at her and asked, "What's wrong, Lin Che? Are you okay?" "Oh, I'm fine." Lin Che quickly came back to her senses after being touched by him. She smiled and said, "Let's eat." Actually, she was very good at pretending. Since young, she knew how to be calm when she was sad. Because she had been alone since she was young, even if she showed sadness, what could she do? No one would comfort her, and no one would understand her sadness. She had been in love with Qin Qing for so many years, and she had always been watching silently. Even though people said that she was careless, she knew that she was sensitive when it came to relationships. After all, she had felt inferior for so many years, but she had found a man of incomparable nobility. When it came to relationships, there was no such thing as status. There was only love and no love. However, when he didn't love her at all, status became especially important. When the dinner ended, Lin Che stood outside. Gu Jingyu came over and saw that something was wrong. He asked her, "What's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood all of a sudden." Chapter 296. No. Lin Che looked up and smiled. "I'm leaving." After saying that, he ignored Gu Jingyu and jumped into the car. The nanny car drove to the Gu family. Lin Che jumped out of the car and entered the Gu family, only to feel that it was empty. What was Gu Jingzi doing? Was he attending a banquet in another country with the woman who was compatible with him and liked him very much? Oh my, how could she let her imagination run wild? Shaking her head, she remembered to give her grandmother a call and quickly called her. Her grandmother laughed over the phone. "Xiao Che, did you just come back? It's so late." "Yeah, did I wake you up?" "Why would I? I'm old and I don't sleep much. If you want to call me, just call me. I'm alone. I'm always free." Yes, there was only one person at Grandma's place. Then, Grandma. I'll go find her and accompany her for a few days, okay? Huh? You want to come here? Oh, this is a small town. Won't you mind? Why would I? Grandma, I won't mind. Then, Lin Che called Yu Minmin and told her that she wanted to take a few days off from the production crew to accompany her grandmother. Yu Minmin asked her what was wrong. Lin Che just said that her grandmother was old and needed company. After that, Lin Che called Gu Jingyu to ask for leave to accompany his grandmother. Hearing that, Gu Jingyu quickly agreed and told her not to worry. Anyway, the progress of the movie could still catch up, so there was no hurry. After making the arrangements, Lin Che went to buy plane tickets. It was a 3-hour flight from B City to the southern town and a 2-hour train ride. Lin Che packed her things and said that she didn't need anyone to accompany her. She just wanted to accompany her grandmother. The housekeeper thought it was strange, but she was the wife and they couldn't control her. They could only report to Gu Jingzi as soon as possible. Although the two sides were close, there was still a time difference. When the call went through, Gu Jingzi was already asleep. The next morning, Lin Che set off. At the same time, at Gu Jingzi's side. After waking up, he was having breakfast in his villa. Lu Chuxia immediately ran over. After entering the door, she was stopped by the bodyguards outside. She said at the door, "Jingzi, is the security here very tight?" Seeing that it was her, Gu Jingzi calmly cut the chicken for breakfast. He didn't get up. He glanced at her and waved his hand to let her in. Lu Chuxia came over, sat down, and said, I haven't eaten either. Can I have one? Gu Jingze raised his hand and asked the waiter to bring another serving. Lu Chuxia said, Hey, why don't you just ignore me? It's so boring for your wife to be with you. She's such a jumpy person, how can she stand you? Gu Jingze looked at her. How do you know she's a jumper? Lu Chuxia said, after all, people of that social class haven't received proper etiquette education, so they're bound to be more jumpy. Plus, your sister said she's a lively person. Her personality is so different from yours, so your life must be terrible. Gu Jingze only smiled. No, we're fine. You're worrying too much. Lin Che was very lively and jumpy, but he liked to listen to her talk. No matter what she said, he felt that it was very interesting. Perhaps it was because she always didn't care about anything and said whatever she wanted to say. Sometimes, there was even no logic between the two sentences, which made him feel that it was quite interesting. Lu Chuxia naturally didn't believe him. She said, since you're free today, why don't we go out for a walk? I still have work. Then how about I accompany you to work here? Wouldn't it be less tiring to work with a man and a woman together? Sorry, I don't like people beside me when I'm working. Such a direct rejection made Lu Chuxia feel very defeated. She had never met a man who didn't give her face like this. However, he was Gu Jingze. After leaving Gu Jingze's villa, she wanted to see what kind of person Lin Che was. Since he was a celebrity, she thought that she could search for Lin Che's information. However, her hand was already on her phone. Her pride made her retract her hand. He was just an actor. How could he be worthy of being her competitor? Gu Jingze wouldn't ignore any woman because of her. He didn't look at her. He said that he was close to Lin Che because he wanted to reject her. She understood, but she didn't feel embarrassed at all. After all, Gu Jingze was Gu Jingze. He wasn't like other men. If he was so tempted by beauty, he wouldn't be worthy of being Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze quickly ended his trip here and set foot on the road back home. The private plane landed quickly. As he came out of the private passage, he saw the news about Gu Jingyu on the screen. On the screen was Gu Jingyu and Lin Che. The scene of the reporter visiting the set was being broadcasted on the news. The host of the entertainment news said, the two of them are old partners and are also good friends in private, so they have great chemistry. This time, the two of them are playing a couple who go through life and death together. I wonder if they will fall in love with each other. Previously, there were always rumors about them, but they were denied. Now, many fans are looking forward to the two of them being together. Gu Jingze was walking out with the group. When he saw the two of them acting together on the screen, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked up and said to the person behind him, why are they broadcasting entertainment news at the airport? The airport staff quickly said, I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. We'll change it right away. She hadn't heard that Gu Jingze had such a bad habit. He didn't like to watch entertainment news. Gu Jingze knew that he had said that he wouldn't interfere with her work. Her work was bound to have scenes with other people. Her work was also bound to be involved in scandals. However, it was fine if he couldn't see it. He really saw it. He felt that the fire in his heart was quickly rising. Not long after, he quickly arrived outside and rushed back to the Gu clan. After entering the house, he threw away his clothes and took off his tie. The servant hurriedly followed behind him. Sir! Sir, you're back. Where's Madam? Gu Jingze's face was gloomy. Anyone could tell that he was angry. Gu Jingze was rarely angry. Even if he had a bad temper, he wouldn't show it on the surface. But at this moment, his face was gloomy. It made people not dare to get close to him. Sir, don't worry. I wanted to inform you yesterday, but it was too late. You were already asleep and Madam went out of town. What? He asked in surprise. Where did she go? Why didn't anyone tell me that she went with third young master? She boarded the plane an hour before you came back. It should have taken off a long time ago. Where did she go? She said she went to visit Grandma. Gu Jingzi paused. Chapter 297. Went to visit Grandma. The plane took a train to the border town. Probably because it was far away from the hustle and bustle, even if she wore a hat and sunglasses, no one would recognize her. Because the people here wouldn't believe that a celebrity would come here for no reason. When she got off the train, Grandma was already there to pick Lin Che up. She even reached out to help Lin Che carry things. Lin Che said hurriedly, Grandma, it's okay. I can do it myself. I'm young and strong. I don't need you to carry things for me. Grandma smiled and said, You came from so far away. This place is so small and run down. You must be tired. You've never taken such a rundown train before. It's so bumpy. It's not like the trains in the big cities. Grandma, you're talking about the high-speed rail, right? Is that the newest one? There will be one here in the future. Lin Che hadn't been on such a green train in a long time, but he didn't think much of it. Although this place was small and there were no endless skyscrapers in the distance, and there weren't any exquisite restaurants nearby, the air was so good that it made one feel comfortable. Lin Che followed his grandmother and quickly walked back. On the way, many people saw Lin Che and Chiu Shuyun coming back and they were all sizing them up from afar. Everyone was curious about the sudden appearance of two strangers in such a small place. Old Madam Chiu, where did such a beautiful girl come from? Chiu Shuyun smiled and said, Is she my granddaughter? Oh, your granddaughter is back. You always talk about her, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Of course. She looks very much like her mother. Look at her dressing. She's really classy. She must be from the big city. Yeah. She's from B City. Grandma's old neighbors looked very down to earth. They looked at Lin Che and smiled as they greeted him. Lin Che was very embarrassed by the praise. He could only lower his head slightly and follow Grandma into the small, run-down house. It was a one-story house that was about 50 square meters and looked very run-down. Lin Che's eyes were a little sore as he looked at Grandma. Grandma said embarrassedly, It's too small and dirty. You must not be used to living here. How can that be? It's very clean, but a little old. I'm used to it. I'm used to it everywhere. This is my grandma's home, so it's my home. How can I not be used to my own home? Yes, this is your mother's home. Hearing Lin Che's words, Grandma was really happy. She immediately went out to cook for Lin Che. Lin Che didn't want to trouble her grandmother at first, but she came here and her grandmother wanted to make something for her out of love. She didn't want to refuse. After a while, a bowl of noodles was ready. Lin Che ate it and felt that it was very fragrant and sweet. Is it delicious? Grandma looked at her nervously and asked. Lin Che nodded, it's very similar to what Mommy did. Your mother has been spoiled by us since she was young. Although our family is poor, we never let her do anything, so she only knows how to make noodles. Lin Che looked at his grandmother, hugged her, and said, Grandma is the best. Mommy has always missed you too. In the afternoon, Lin Che put on his clothes and walked outside with his grandmother. Although this place was small, the scenery was really good. It was not as bustling as a big city, and it was rare to see people passing by. The people at the side looked at Lin Che and sized her up curiously. Grandma was sitting outside picking vegetables when a neighbor came over to look at Lin Che and said with a smile, "This girl has soft skin and tender flesh. You can tell that she doesn't do any work. But people in big cities don't do much work, right?" Lin Che smiled and said, "How could that be? I do work too. I inherited Grandma's good skin. When Grandma was young, it must have been even more tender than mine." Chapter 298. Soon, she came in and shouted at Lin Che, "Xiao Che, Xiao Che, come and see, that is Jingze, right?" Lin Che was still sitting inside helping his grandmother pack her clothes. He heard his grandmother's voice, but he didn't react. "What? Grandma, what did you say?" "Jingze, isn't that Jingze? Jingze. Gu Jingze." Lin Che hurriedly jumped off the bed. "No way. Why was Gu Jingze here?" Lin Che ran out quickly. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a row of cars outside. It looked very impressive. It reminded him of Gu Jingze. Lin Che looked outside in a daze. He didn't know why Gu Jingze was here. Was he here for her? Why did he come all the way here to find her? This place was so messy, dirty, and run down. How could the high and mighty Gu Jingze be here? However, he had come. Lin Che looked outside with his mouth slightly open. He saw the door open slowly and Gu Jingze stepped out. His expression was a little bitter, but it looked a little quiet. It was so deep that Lin Che felt it was sinister. "Gu Jingze, you..." Gu Jingze walked down and looked at Lin Che, his eyes darkening. This woman, she dared to come so far and hang up on him. She was so disobedient. He felt that he had spoiled her too much, which made her more and more lawless. But he was helpless. What else could he do? Wasn't he the one who had followed them all the way here? He couldn't help but let her be proud again. Step by step, Gu Jingze stepped on the red soil and slowly walked towards them. "What's wrong? Do you see me as a ghost? What's with that expression?" He came all the way here, but she still gave him such an expression. What did she look like? Lin Che felt that he must have seen a ghost to see him here. "Why did you come here?" "Here. It's so far." Lin Che looked up and down at the travel-worn Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze really wanted to strangle her. Wasn't it because of her? "Why, are you not happy to see me?" he said in a low voice. "No, how could I? How could Lin Che not be happy?" It was as if she had seen him that her previously empty heart was suddenly filled up. But for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only stare at Gu Jingze in disbelief. "But why did you come?" "Because you dared to hang up on me. I'm here to get even with you." As he spoke, he reached out to pinch her cheeks. He pinched her cheeks so hard that it hurt. "Ouch, it hurts." He was really angry. This time, she cried out in pain. Gu Jingze said, "You can still feel pain. This heartless woman still knows pain." He was really doubtful. Lin Che said speechlessly, "Of course, I'm not dead, of course it hurts." Gu Jingze stared at her little face. He hadn't seen her for a few days. Why did she suddenly seem to have lost a lot of weight? What had she been doing these past few days? Why was she in such a terrible state? She had treated him like this, but his heart still ached for her. He really felt that he was despicable. Otherwise, why would she become more and more arrogant? Wasn't it all because he doted on her? At this moment, Grandma was looking at the two of them from behind. Seeing Gu Jingze standing with her, Chiu Shuyun was very pleased. But she didn't expect him to come back. This time, Lin Che wouldn't stay for long and would have to go back again. It wasn't easy for her to come back. She really couldn't bear to part with Lin Che. Chiu Shuyun walked over with a smile. All right. What are you standing here talking about? Hurry up and come in. It's very windy outside. Gu Jingze then raised his head and looked at Grandma. His expression returned to normal. Grandma, sorry for the sudden visit. Grandma smiled. It's not a bother. Grandma can't be happier that you can come. It's just that this place is a little shabby. It's not shabby. It's fine, Gu Jingze said. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze, who was surrounded by elegance and composure. Look, he was so fierce to her just now, but now he was so gentle and elegant to others. And he still dared to say that he didn't have a grudge against her. He would be fierce to her. Humph. Gu Jingze took a look inside and followed Lin Che into the room. He gave the people behind a look to let them go first. It was a little short inside, just right for Lin Che and Grandma. But Gu Jingze was too tall. He had to bend down to enter the door. When he came in, his head was almost touching the roof. Grandma looked inside and said, "This place is too small." Look. How is it? It's uncomfortable, isn't it? Gu Jingze looked around. He felt that this place was very shabby, but he still said to Grandma, "It's okay, Grandma. It's not like I haven't lived here before. When I was young, I went to teach and lived here for a while. It's okay." Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. "Oh, you taught there before?" Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. "Our upbringing is very strict. The army, teaching, and independence are all necessary for us." "Oh, then you haven't eaten instant noodles?" Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Independence has nothing to do with eating junk food. I only eat local food when I go out. I won't eat instant noodles. Pfft, independence is always regretful if you haven't eaten instant noodles. Seeing Lin Che's disdainful look, Gu Jingze glared at her. She still had the cheek to say it so proudly. Laziness and bad habits had become something she was proud of. He also felt strange. Why was he so worried about this lazy and naughty little girl? He actually ran so far away to look for her. But at that time, he only felt that someone was telling him that she had something to do and that he had to come here. If he didn't, he would feel bad. It was as if he was destined to miss something if he didn't come. He had this inexplicable worry and uneasiness in his heart. So after listening to her call, he immediately asked someone to arrange the itinerary. Grandma looked at the two of them. "Then, Grandma will go and cook. You two can talk here." "Grandma, let me help you." Lin Che glared at Gu Jingze and wanted to go out. Gu Jingze frowned. Why was this girl running away? Grandma quickly turned around with a smile. "All right, you haven't seen each other for a few days. You must have a lot to talk about. You don't know how to use our food, so you don't have to help. Grandma will do it." Gu Jingze said, "It's not that she doesn't know how to use it. She doesn't know how to cook at all." As he said this, he grabbed Lin Che's wrist forcefully and glared at her, not letting her run away. "Come back here. What's wrong with talking to me?" She still wanted to run away. No way. Chapter 299. Lin Che was dragged back. Grandma smiled as she looked at the two of them. She opened the door and walked out. "Ah, Grandma." Lin Che watched her leave speechlessly. Gu Jingze grabbed her wrist, so she could only step back and look at Gu Jingze speechlessly. Gu Jingze smiled devilishly and pulled her into his arms. He wrapped the small body in his arms and looked down at her, making it impossible for her to escape. What? What are you doing? Lin Che looked outside in fear. Grandma was still there. If she saw him hugging her like this, it would be embarrassing. Gu Jingze lowered his head and frowned. Why did you run away? I'm not that scary to let you run so fast. I didn't mean that, Lin Che said hurriedly. Why did I run away? I wanted to help Grandma cook. You didn't run away. You've been avoiding me since I came. Tell me, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly avoiding me? Gu Jingze sensed that something was wrong and looked down at her. Being stared at by his sharp gaze, Lin Che felt as if she had nowhere to run. She crossed her legs awkwardly and didn't know what to say. I didn't run away. I was just bored at home and called Grandma. I missed her, so I wanted to come here to visit. Lin Che continued to avoid Gu Jingze's gaze as she spoke. She felt that she couldn't lie when he stared at her like that. But how could she say that because of the news that he was with another woman? She became very sentimental and actually felt jealous. Actually, he and that woman hadn't reached that stage yet. She just had her own emotions and she didn't want to tell him about them. Gu Jingze continued to stare at her slightly nervous face. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly lifted her chin with his fingertips and pinched it tightly. Tell me the truth. As Gu Jingze spoke, he kissed her lips as if he was punishing her. Lin Che's eyes widened. She remembered that Grandma was still outside and could come in at any time. She hurriedly stretched out her fists and punched his chest. The tip of the tongue also avoided his pursuit and kept running. Gu Jingze was even angrier when he saw that she still dared to run away. He bit her lip. Lin Che hurriedly said, No. Gu Jingze. Grandma. Gu Jingze's voice became hoarse. He only felt that there was something swimming around, an unsuppressible heat flow from the lower part of his body. Previously, because Lin Che was injured, he didn't dare to touch her casually for several days. After that, he went abroad directly and didn't touch her for many days. His body had long since accumulated energy and was ready to strike. Now that he was hugging her, he could feel her body stirring because of him. How could he hold himself back? Lowering his head, he looked at her with misty eyes and said calmly, Tell me, do you still dare to run? No. I don't dare. A wise man submits to circumstances. At this time, how could she stupidly go against him? He stared at the little woman, not believing her words. It would be strange if this woman was really so obedient one day. However, looking outside, he knew that it wasn't the right time. Just now, he was just stirred up, it wasn't that he couldn't hold himself back. He lowered his head and bit her lip, entangling himself with her again. After forcefully kissing her for a while, he finally let go of her completely. Fiddling with her clothes, he tied them up again before tapping her nose. If you're so naughty next time, just you wait. Lin Che's lips turned red from his kisses, and he looked at him with a flushed face. If he punished anyone who made a mistake like this. Who knew how many women would be willing to make a terrible mistake for him? That kiss just now was really too ecstatic, but Grandma was still outside, and the soundproofing here was probably not good. She was only worried that she couldn't control her voice just now. If someone heard her, she would really be too embarrassed to face anyone. Luckily, Grandma didn't seem to have any reaction. She sighed and looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. After a while, she heard Grandma calling from outside, Xiaoche, Jingze, come out and eat. Grandma wasn't really a pedantic person. Although she was old, she was still an experienced person. What were the young couple doing inside? Of course, she wouldn't barge in directly. So, after she finished cooking, she called out to them from outside. Lin Che quickly lowered her head and adjusted her clothes. Gu Jingze also stood up from where he was sitting. Lin Che patted her face to wake herself up. Then, she responded to Grandma's voice, opened the door and walked out. "Grandma, so fast," she said with a smile. Gu Jingze followed behind her. Because the house was a little low, he had to be careful as he walked, lest he hit his head. Grandma smiled at the two of them. "There's not much food, so I made 2 dishes. You guys just have to make do with it." Of course, Lin Che didn't mind. She was not picky at all as long as she had something to eat. But she looked up at Gu Jingze worriedly. Even during normal times, there were a few different dishes in the house, and they were very exquisite. She was afraid that he wouldn't like it. Especially since these farm dishes didn't look very good. But Gu Jingze only smiled and sat down. "It's very good. Grandma, you should eat too." "Okay, I'll eat too." Grandma scooped rice for the two of them and said with a smile, "It's just been washed, but it's not sterilized. I know that your house needs to be sterilized." Chapter 300. Gu Jingze raised his head and said, "There are many people in the house, so it's sterilized. We're all family, so it's okay if we don't sterilize it. Grandma, don't worry about me. I can do anything." Grandma said, "It's okay. We're all family. If you're not used to it, you must tell me." "No, I'm used to it. Grandma, you don't have to worry about it," Gu Jingze said as he took the bowl and started eating. Actually, Gu Jingze came so fast that Grandma didn't have time to get new utensils. The bowls and chopsticks were still old. The bowls were a little broken and there were scratches on the sides. She knew that Gu Jingze had never used such bowls in the past. But Gu Jingze didn't care at all. He continued eating elegantly and was full of praise for the food. He said to Grandma, "Grandma, the food is delicious." "Ah, as long as you don't mind. How can it be better than the food cooked by a professional chef?" "No, of course it's better than the food cooked by a professional chef. They're used to it and it tastes the same. It's not as humane as Grandma's." "Look, Jingze is so good at talking. Grandma is so happy to hear it. Eat more if you like it." Lin Che smiled and also picked up the bowl to eat. The three of them ate simple dishes here. Lin Che ate very quickly as usual. Grandma watched the two of them eat. The house suddenly became lively, and she felt very happy. As for Gu Jingze, no matter where he went, he was so elegant. Even though he was holding a worn-out bowl, he didn't look shabby at all. Instead, he looked like a noble prince. With a warm smile on his face, he chewed and swallowed slowly. His slender fingers held the chopsticks, and his movements were slow and steady, which made people feel that there was nothing wrong with his behavior. After dinner, the sky was already blue. The sun had set and it was getting dark. Grandma cleared the bowls and chopsticks. Lin Che got up to help. Gu Jingze looked around the room. Grandma looked at Gu Jingze and smiled. She asked what she wanted to ask. "Well, Jingze, are you here to take Lin Che back?" Gu Jingze raised his head and looked at Grandma. Grandma looked at Lin Che. She looked reluctant. From her tone, it was obvious that she wanted Lin Che to stay for a while. After all, he had come all the way here. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che. Seeing that Lin Che had also turned his head, he smiled and said to his grandmother, "Since you're here, stay with me for a few days." When Grandma heard this, the wrinkles on her face seemed to open up. Really? However, she was still a little worried. She looked at the two of them and said, "Will you feel uncomfortable staying here tonight? Or are you going to stay in a hotel? However, there aren't any good hotels for you to stay in." Gu Jingze looked around and said with a smile, "We'll stay here." Lin Che was stunned and looked at Gu Jingze in surprise. He wants to live here. This place was really shabby. He was afraid that even a person with such high standards would not know if he could still sleep here. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said again, "It's okay, Grandma. I'll stay here with Lin Che. Since I'm here, why should I stay in a hotel?" Hearing this, Grandma was even happier. On the other hand, Lin Che immediately said, "But Grandma, this place can't be used, right?" This was a room where the living room and kitchen were connected, and there was a bedroom inside. Hearing this, Grandma hurriedly said, "It's okay. You can stay here. There's another room outside. No one has been living in that room for years. It's the room that your mother used to live in when she was still alive." Hearing this, Lin Che looked at Grandma and said, "Mom used to live in that room?" "Yes. After your mother grew up, we made a room for her. It used to be a place for cooking, but when she grew older, she wanted to live by herself, so we had to make a room for her." Lin Che said, "Then, Grandma, let's stay over there." "No, no," Grandma quickly said. "No one has lived there for many years. It's humid and the room is even smaller than this one." "It's okay, Grandma. I want to stay over there. I want to stay in the room that Mom used to live in." Lin Che thought calmly. This was probably the closest she could get to her mother. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and stared at her absent-minded little face. He also raised his head and said, "Grandma, let us stay over there." Grandma looked back and forth between the two of them. In the end, she nodded calmly and said, "Okay, I'll go over and tidy up the room for you." In a short while, Grandma had already tidied up the room. Actually, even though she couldn't help it, she would still tidy up the room. She just needed to lick the bedding and clean up the dust before she could move in. Lin Che and Gu Jingze went in together. It was indeed smaller than the other room, but it could still accommodate 2 people. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and felt that this place was a little condescending for him. After all, he was such a high and mighty person. He had never suffered like this before. She couldn't bear to let such a noble person like him stay in such a small room with her. In her heart, he had always been so perfect. No matter how annoyed she was with him, she still felt that he was the best and the most beautiful one. Thus, she couldn't bear to let him live a bad life, so she had to force herself. She said, "Why don't you stay in a hotel? There are hotels here too. I saw one when I passed by. It's probably not as good as the 7-star hotel your family owns, but it's still bigger than this place." Gu Jingze frowned and turned to stare at Lin Che. "You really don't want me to stay with you that much?" Gu Jingze's gaze turned cold and he glared at Lin Che. Lin Che quickly said, "No, no. That's not what I meant. I meant that this place is a little dirty and a little small. You won't be used to it, right?" Gu Jingze flipped over and fell on the squeaky bed. He said, "I'm used to it. Come here." Lin Che looked at him. "But Gu Jingze leaned against the bed and said, "I'll get used to it after a few days. I'm not so pretentious that I have to stay in a 7-star hotel. It's fine as long as it's clean. If I stay in a hotel, Grandma will think that I'm an outsider. We're all family. It's okay to stay here. Who would want to stay in a hotel when they visit their relatives? I'll stay here if I can." Lin Che opened her mouth and couldn't close it for a long time. She looked at Gu Jingze and said, "You." "Gu Jingze." She smiled and looked at him. Once again, she felt that he was really nice and considerate. Actually, as others had said, with his status, he didn't need to think for others and think from their point of view most of the time. However, he had always been so heartwarming. Gu Jingze frowned. Seeing that she still didn't come over, he waved his hand and said, "Didn't I tell you to come over?" Lin Che still stood there and didn't go over. What was he going to do? What was he going to do? Chapter 301. Gu Jingzi said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not going to eat you up." Seeing how slow Lin Che was, who obviously didn't want to come over, Gu Jingzi's face darkened again. He looked at Lin Che with a gaze as sharp as a knife. Lin Che was still standing there, hesitating. Looking at his gaze, she took a few steps forward slowly. Gu Jingzi finally lost his patience. He reached out and pulled her onto the bed. Lin Che fell onto the bed. Gu Jingzi took the opportunity to hold her hands, put them on his chest, and looked down at Lin Che. His gaze was like a torch, burning Lin Che's eyes. "Why, are you afraid of me because I hurt you last time?" he said. No. Lin Che didn't feel much the last time. She felt much better the next day. Although she still felt a little uncomfortable, it didn't hurt anymore. After all, the tear wasn't too severe. He was just too concerned and worried. Gu Jingzi was still holding her hands. "Then why are you always avoiding me?" "No. I'm not," Lin Che murmured. Gu Jingzi's gaze sharpened. He stared at Lin Che. After a while, when he saw that Lin Che's cheeks were slowly turning red from being stared at, he slowly put his hand into her clothes from below. Lin Che quickly grabbed his hand and looked into his eyes. Gu Jingzi's heart ached when he saw how nervous she was. He kissed her lips lightly. It was soft, as if he was coaxing her. "Be good, I'll be gentle." Gu Jingzi slowly held her hand. Lin Che's lips moved. Gu Jingzi was still murmuring in her ear, "Really, gently. It won't hurt at all. This time, we'll do it slowly." He stretched out his hand first. He was careful as if it was his first time. Only when she accepted it did he move closer, bit by bit. The bed kept creaking, which made Lin Che even more nervous. There was a feeling that this bed couldn't hold two people. Gu Jingzi was gentle when he said he was gentle. However, when he was fierce, it was still frightening. That night, accompanied by this voice, Gu Jingzi was finally relieved of his yearning for the past few days. Hugging Lin Che, he felt that she wasn't hurt this time and felt a lot more relaxed. She patted him a few times and said, get lost, don't say any more." Gu Jingzi kissed her lips. Isn't that a compliment for a woman? It's like saying to a man, "You're so big. Get lost." "I'm not a hooligan." Gu Jingzi ignored her shyness and continued, "But the problem between us is that I'm too big and you're too small. So, our strengths have become our obstacles, right?" Gu Jingzi. Lin Che raised his head and shouted. "Ha ha ha." Gu Jingzi laughed heartily. He was laughing so hard that even he found it strange. He didn't say anything, but he found it extremely amusing. On the other hand, Lin Che had rested. Although his body was still sore, he still prepared to get up and wash up. There weren't any bathrooms in the house. Grandma boiled water for her own baths. It wasn't appropriate to boil so much water in the middle of the night. Lin Che thought for a while and boiled some water quickly. He could only make do with a bath. After mixing the temperature of the hot and cold water, Lin Che looked at Gu Jingzi and said, "There's no way to take a bath. Just rinse and wipe yourself." Gu Jingzi walked over and nodded. It wasn't that he couldn't make do. Without any complaints, he went over and wiped himself. Since he couldn't wipe himself, he called Lin Che over and asked him for help. Lin Che pouted and said, "Forget it if you can't wipe yourself." Gu Jingzi looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Why? This sweat is all because of you. Why aren't you helping me wipe myself? Who was he sweating for? She didn't ask him to use so much strength. It took so long, and it was still so hot. Gu Jingze reached out to wipe himself, but he really couldn't. Lin Che was just fooling around. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. Seeing that he was still trying hard to wipe himself, she walked over and took a towel, dipped it in water, and helped him wipe himself. As he sat there, his strong back gave people a sense of security. Lin Che wiped him carefully, one stroke at a time. Gu Jingze stood there, feeling it. He smiled. He felt that this simple feeling was very heartwarming. Even though the room was simple and there was nothing, the two of them felt like they were helping each other in times of need. After Gu Jingze was done, Lin Che boiled some water to wash himself. After a simple bath, his body felt much more comfortable. The cities in the south weren't as cold as in the north. After the two were done, they lay on the bed together. Gu Jingze suddenly felt that the atmosphere was very good. He hugged Lin Che and looked around the small room. Actually, the size of the room didn't matter. What mattered was who the person beside you was. If the person beside you was someone you didn't like, then even if you were living in a castle, it would still be troublesome. But if the person beside you was coincidentally her, then even if you were living on the streets, you could still have a moment of happiness. Lin Che lay there, using his arm as a pillow. I'll just make do for one night. You'll go back tomorrow, right? Gu Jingze frowned. Are you in such a hurry to chase me away? Lin Che thought, why did he misinterpret her words so honestly? No way. I just feel that you're so busy and this place is so hard that it's not suitable for you to stay. Gu Jingze said, are you going back too? Lin Che shook her head. I just arrived. I'm planning to stay for a few days. The crew has already applied for leave. Anyway, if I leave so soon, Grandma will be very disappointed. Gu Jingze heard her say this and looked down at her. Then I'll stay for a few days too. Ah. Lin Che said hurriedly. Then what about your job? I'm the boss. Of course I'll go if I want to. If I don't want to, I won't. So willful, Lin Che asked again, but it's so bad here. I'm afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. Didn't I say that when I was teaching in the past, it was even harder than this? Sometimes, I didn't even have the chance to take a bath because it was very poor and dry. There wasn't even enough water to drink. I might not even be able to wipe myself today. I had to save water even to wash my face. Wow, you've been to such a difficult place. Lin Che raised his head and looked at Gu Jingze with admiration. Gu Jingze nodded. My grandfather said that only after experiencing such poverty can one understand the meaning of wealth. Then why are you still so obsessed with cleanliness and so troublesome? Lin Che asked, puzzled. Chapter 302. Gu Jingze frowned as he looked at the little woman. Are you stupid? I was in a tough place, so of course I had to be tough. But now that I'm back home, I'm already well fed. Why would I pretend to be poor? What's the point of me working so hard to earn money? To spend it on my wife, Lin Che said shamelessly. Lin Che stuck out his tongue. What? It's only right for a man to spend money on his wife. Yes, yes, yes. It's only right. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Then why didn't you hand in your bank card and salary card? Lin Che said. Gu Jingze looked at her and lowered his head. If I hand it to you, are you sure you can count it? Lin Che thought about it. Everyone said that Gu Jingze's wealth could rival that of a country. But he really didn't know what that meant. Lin Che said, humph, stingy. I don't care if I don't get it. Sigh, I'm going to the toilet. Gu Jingze looked at the little woman and shook his head speechlessly. She was really cheeky. She did whatever she wanted. After a while, Lin Che came back and stood below. He didn't get on the bed, but looked at the furnishings in the room. It was very simple. There was a desk, bed, simple books and utensils. Below it was a wardrobe. When he opened the wardrobe, a moldy smell hit him. There were all kinds of clothes. He could tell that they were from a long time ago, as if they had traveled to the era of braided braids. As for Lin Che, he saw something on the side. It was a photo album. Lin Che was stunned and picked up the photo album. There's a photo of my mother in here, she said. Gu Jingze heard this and walked over. The two of them sat down and looked at the photo. Lin Che saw a young girl with two braids standing in the middle. She looked so fresh and beautiful. This is my mother. Although she was much younger then, I can still recognize her. She was so beautiful when she was young. Gu Jingze looked at the fresh photo and raised his head to look at Lin Che. You look a lot like Mom. Lin Che looked up and smiled. Is that so? Gu Jingze nodded. No wonder she was so beautiful. She looked exactly the same as her mother, but her face was a bit smaller than her mother's. Lin Che looked at the photo. Other than his mother, there were a few other people in the photo, but there was no sign of his father. Seeing how happy his mother was, Lin Che thought that perhaps, at that time, she hadn't met his father. Her mother, who had never met her father, was very happy. The few people in the photo were all strangers. He didn't recognize any of them. Lin Che flipped through the other photos. Most of them were photos of them together. The sky darkened. Gu Jingze hugged Lin Che and didn't rush her to sleep. After a long while, Lin Che yawned. Gu Jingze said, let's go to sleep. We'll see tomorrow. Lin Che nodded and climbed onto the bed with him. After a good night's sleep, Lin Che felt that the feeling here was especially refreshing and free, as if he had distanced himself from all his worries. When Lin Che woke up, he went out and saw that his grandmother had already woken up early and was tidying up the courtyard. Grandma. Lin Che walked over and said, Grandma, you're up so early. Yeah. Unlike you youngsters who like to stay up late, we go to bed early, so of course we wake up early. Also, we're old and can't sleep well. We can't sleep for long. Lin Che's heart choked when he heard this. He couldn't help but think that they couldn't sleep well. And she said that they liked to stay up late. Did Grandma hear something at night? He was stunned for a moment. Seeing that his grandmother didn't say anything and continued to sweep the floor, Lin Che hurried over and said, Grandma, let me do it. No, no, put it down. I'll do it. I'll treat it as training. Otherwise, my old bones will rust. Just walk around. What's wrong? Is Jingze not up yet? Lin Che could only put it down and said, yeah, he's not up yet. Chapter 303. Hearing this, Lin Che turned around and looked at Gu Jingze. He narrowed his eyes and walked to Lin Che's side calmly. Lin Che looked up and asked, You're up? Gu Jingze patted her head and said, Silly, I'm standing here. I just got up. Did you see a ghost? Lin Che pouted and covered her head. You're so annoying. I was just greeting you. Gu Jingze just smiled and glared at her. The people sitting opposite them looked at the two of them enviously. When they stared at Gu Jingze, they were all praising him in their hearts. We've never seen such a good-looking person here. Old Madam Chiu, you're so lucky. Grandma also looked up at the two of them. As someone who had been through it, she naturally knew what the best state of a couple was. When two people fooled around unscrupulously like this, it was the most loving moment. Because it seemed to have become normal, and they weren't doing anything deliberately. Grandma was very happy. She looked at the two of them and said, "Come and eat." Gu Jingze ate breakfast with the two of them. After that, he walked around the place and looked around. Lin Che just looked at Gu Jingze, who was strolling outside and making phone calls from time to time, and helped Grandma pack things. Grandma looked at Lin Che and said with a smile, "Jingze is really a good person. I didn't have much contact with him when I was in B City, but he's willing to live here for you and doesn't mind anything. He's really good." Lin Che looked outside gently. "Yeah, he's always been good." Grandma smiled and said, "That's how a couple should be together. The more I look at Jingze, the more I like him. He has a good personality and most importantly, he doesn't mind us at all." "You're luckier than your mother, sigh." "Grandma, didn't my mom tell you how she met my dad?" "The strange thing is, I didn't see any of my dad in the photos." "Didn't she know my dad when she was here?" Grandma said, "That's right. After your mom ran away from home and went to B City, she met your dad. We've never heard of him before." "Did my mother run away from home to B City?" Lin Che had never heard his mother mention his past. Even now, he still didn't know why his mother had become a mistress in other people's mouths, and his mother hadn't even offered a single explanation. Grandma said, the people in the photo were all her teachers. One of them, whose surname was Liu, had always thought highly of your mother and recommended her to go to university in B City. Your mother finally got in, but unfortunately, our family didn't have the money to pay for her to go to university. We were very poor back then, so we wanted her to go to university nearby, but your mother was very stubborn. In the end, she went to B City alone and didn't ask for a single cent from our family. At that time, your mother would still call us if there was nothing important, but gradually, the calls decreased. Until she passed away, she didn't say what happened to her." Grandma sighed as she thought about it. "I always thought that if we had let her go to B City and sold everything we had to let her go to university, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way. She must have suffered a lot in the outside world. That's why she used up all her energy to pass away so early." Lin Che held his grandmother's hand and said mildly, "No one thought that the final outcome would be like this. At that time, everyone was poor, and Grandma didn't want it to be like this. In the end, people from small places don't understand these things. Grandma wasn't educated all her life, and when she understood, it was too late for regrets. But Grandma believes that your mother isn't a bad person. They say that your mother became someone's mistress, but I don't believe them. Your mother must have fallen into someone's trap. Yeah, I don't believe it either." Chapter 304. Without a sound, he had already done everything, and he had arranged everything so well. Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze and felt that she was going to be infatuated with him. Why did she have to meet such a good husband? Why did you suddenly help Grandma with these things? Why didn't you tell me? Because your IQ is limited and you can't think of so many things. Of course I have to think more, he said as he rolled his eyes at her. Lin Che pouted. I wasn't so silly before. You must have told me too much and that's why I'm getting more and more silly. Don't you know that people need encouragement? You don't encourage me and always belittle me. Of course I'll be silly. Forget it. You don't have to be so smart all the time when you're with me, Gu Jingze said. The thing is, you don't have anything to encourage. Lin Che really wanted to tear his mouth apart. This man was good in every way. He was nice to others and was so gentlemanly. Why was he so mean to her? He kept poking at her sore spot. Lin Che looked at him and thought that he was right. Ever since she got together with him, he had already thought of all her life problems for her. But what if she didn't get together with him? He had raised her to be so silly. If she met someone else in the future, wouldn't she be tricked to death? She sighed and looked at Gu Jingze speechlessly. After that, Gu Jingze asked people to start moving things for Grandma. Although Grandma's place was simple, she had lived there for a long time and had a lot of things. Gu Jingze asked a few people to pack things up while the others tidied up the new place. In an instant, it was so noisy that the people around couldn't help but come over to watch. The neighbors asked one after another, "Old Madam Cho, where are you moving to?" Grandma said happily to her neighbors, "My grandson-in-law bought me an apartment behind. I'm going to live there. It's that newly developed apartment. It's so expensive. Your grandson-in-law is so generous with you. Yeah, the child is so filial. I really don't know what to say." The neighbors watched noisily as the people moved things back and forth. It was a lively scene. Some people were wondering what these people were doing. They all wore similar clothes and looked cold. They were tall and strong, and they listened to Gu Jingze's orders. Finally, everything was moved over. Gu Jingze's men cleaned up the place. There was not a speck of dust on the place. They even hired a nanny. The nanny didn't stay here all the time, in case Grandma was not used to it. She just came to clean things up every day. Lin Che helped them pack up their luggage and rested outside with his grandmother. Grandma smiled and said, "I've never lived in such a nice place in my life. It's all thanks to little Che's good fortune." Lin Che said, "Grandma, this is nothing. I'll earn more money in the future. I'll give it all to you to spend. Forget it. You have to save it yourself. I didn't raise you, but I have to eat and drink from you. It's not right." Lin Che said, "Grandma, don't say that. Although you didn't raise me, you raised my mother. This is the power of blood, this is the inheritance. My mother didn't raise you for a day, but you raised her for so many years with great difficulty. We don't have to be so calculative between us. Familial love isn't a debt that can be repaid over and over again, and we don't have to be calculative about every little thing. If we have to be calculative about feelings, then that would be too sad, right?" Grandma's eyes became even more wet. She looked at Lin Che and held her hand. "Little Che, your mother taught you well." Lin Che smiled with her grandmother. She turned around and saw Gu Jingze staring at Lin Che. Lin Che was embarrassed. She turned around but couldn't help sneaking glances at the man behind her. He just stared deeply at this little woman. His expression changed slightly. He didn't say anything for a while. Everything was ready. Grandma was going to cook here. It was the first time they were having dinner. Lin Che went out to get things and saw Gu Jingze following her. Lin Che said, "All right, you can rest." "I'll do it." Gu Jingze said, "All right, you don't have to do anything. I'll help you with what you're getting." Lin Che smiled and pointed at the plate on the cabinet. Gu Jingze could easily reach it with his hand. It was good to be tall. Gu Jingze said, "It'd be great if you could talk like that when you're facing me." "What?" "What you said to Grandma just now." Lin Che was embarrassed. If Gu Jingze heard what she said just now, he might think that she was being pretentious. "What's wrong?" "I said it casually. Also, when you're facing me, you talk like that. How dare you say that to me?" "Humph. But I didn't expect you to have some awareness." "I underestimated you before," Gu Jingze said. "What do you mean?" she asked him. Her eyes blinked as if she didn't understand what he said. Gu Jingze lowered his head and sighed. His gaze was fixed on her small face. Without saying anything, he looked up and said, "Nothing." Lin Che said, "Really, you didn't finish your sentence. If I knew you were such an idiot, I wouldn't have said the other half." Did this woman understand that he was complimenting her? She was so stupid that it hurt. Lin Che snorted. She couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. She looked up at him and said, "But I still have to thank you for thinking so much for my grandma." Gu Jingzi said, "It's what I should do." "How could it be?" "It's what I should do. But I'm your husband." He tapped her head and said, "Of course, I can't just watch my grandmother live in such a simple and crude place." "You're right. Even though we've just reunited with her, she's still your grandmother. We can't just watch her suffer here with a clear conscience. So, it's only right for us to do what we can." That saying is right. Our parents are still struggling, so what reason do we have to talk about poetry in faraway places, right? Lin Che nodded vigorously and looked at Gu Jingzi gratefully. "Yes, and there's a reason why Grandma and I just met each other. These reasons are deeply rooted and have existed for a long time. Sometimes, we can't look into them." "Okay. Let's go in and eat," he said as he hugged her shoulders. He always knew that Lin Che was a kind girl. Gu Jingzi looked at Lin Che and couldn't help but smile. They stayed in the new room for the night. After staying for another 2 days, Lin Che finally had to leave and return to City B. Lin Che said goodbye to Grandma. Grandma smiled and said to her, "Grandma is fine here. Don't worry. Do your job well and treat Jingzi well. Grandma can only rest assured if you're all fine." Lin Che nodded vigorously. "I'll come to see you often in the future." "Okay. Grandma looks for you on TV every day." "Okay. I'll definitely appear on TV more often." Lin Che smiled and clenched her little fists. Chapter 305. The two of them said goodbye to their grandmother and walked out together. Gu Jingzi's car was already prepared. If they took his car, they wouldn't have to catch the train anymore. They headed straight to the airport in the provincial capital. As they watched them leave, the people around them watched enviously as Chiu Shuyun moved to a bigger house. They sighed in their hearts. However, she had a good granddaughter. She was enjoying a good life in her old age and had made up for all the hardships she had suffered in the past. Lin Che and Gu Jingzi boarded the plane together. On the plane, Lin Che was still looking at the photo. Gu Jingzi looked at her and said, "Where's your mother's grave?" Lin Che replied, "It's at Nanshan Public Cemetery. I visit it twice a year. Bring me along next time," he said to Lin Che. Lin Che raised his head and stared at Gu Jingzi with wide eyes. Gu Jingzi said, "You're married to me after all. Shouldn't you bring me to meet my mother-in-law?" He would never admit that the Lin family was his father-in-law. But Lin Che's mother was another story. Looking at the photo, he had a vague feeling that his mother was definitely not a mistress like the rumors said. There must have been some unavoidable reason for such rumors to be spread. After they got off the plane, the Gu family sent a message saying that they were still preparing for Gu Jingyan's wedding and asked Gu Jingzi to go home. Gu Jingzi said to Lin Che, "Let's go home. I think we'll be staying at the Gu family's place tonight." Lin Che nodded and left willfully for a few days. He asked Gu Jingzi to follow him and stay in the small town for a few days. Lin Che wondered if he was delayed. However, Gu Jingzi didn't seem to care at all. Lin Che could only raise his head and look at Gu Jingzi apologetically. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's place, Lu Chuxia was a guest at the Gu family's place. Because the Lu family was going to have a marriage alliance with the Gu family, she had been spending a lot of time in the past few days. Unfortunately, Gu Jingzi wasn't around. Gu Jingyan and Mu Wanqing came out together. Seeing that Lu Chuxia was there, Mu Wanqing said to Gu Jingyan, "Chuxia and Beichen are really close. She's so concerned about her brother's marriage." Gu Jingyan didn't mean to say that she cared about Gu Jingzi, not her. Mu Wanqing didn't hate Lu Chuxia. She liked her brother very much. She just complained about Lu Beichen. He was about to get married, but he only showed up a few times. As a little sister, she's even more attentive than her brother. Mu Wanqing said. Gu Jingyan smiled. As the heir of the Lu family, I'm sure he'll be much busier than Chuxia. Isn't his marriage already set? Mu Wanqing said, I quite like both you and Beichen. You two are a good match. His family background is good, and he's a good person. He's a little frivolous, but among these young masters, he's one of the rare ones who admits to his work. It's also good that you two start your own company. In the future, if you two work hard and help each other, it's also a good thing. Gu Jingyan said, Mom, I don't need a man to care about me. It's just a marriage. It's not a big deal. He's busy, and so am I. We're doing fine. I'm not a housewife who has nothing to do at home. I don't need someone to accompany me. Mu Wanqing said, You're a girl. Don't be so headstrong. Gu Jingyan said, I like it that way. What's the point of staying at home? I like to go out and work. Mu Wanqing sighed as she looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan watched Mu Wanqing leave and then looked at Lu Chuxia. Yes, as a little sister, she was more attentive than her brother. Gu Jingyan thought that this was the marriage that she wanted. She couldn't blame anyone, and she wouldn't blame anyone. Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen had been in contact with each other since they were in high school. However, at that time, it was only because they had been competing for the first place in the school. Gu Jingyan, on the other hand, was a person who wouldn't show weakness. She had been suppressing Lu Beichen, from high school to high school, making him the second child for 3 years. At that time, they were friends and enemies. She, Fu Chenxi, Lu Beichen, Wanqing Shan, and Guo Zhenyan. The 5 of them were always together, almost inseparable. However, no one knew that she hid her feelings for Lu Beichen. Later on, because Fu Chenxi's family was poor, she was despised by the Lu family and left Lu Beichen. Only then did Gu Jingyan and Lu Beichen have a future. Someone once said to her, Gu Jingyan, you're really a fool. Since you knew that you were going to be with Beichen, why didn't you give in to him a little more during high school and let him try to be the boss? After being abused by you for 3 years, after they got married, he would definitely remember you all the time. Someone even said to her, Jingyan, after getting married, you can't be as competitive as you used to be. You have to lower your head in front of your husband more. Gu Jingyan knew that she and Lu Beichen were very compatible, whether it was in bed, work, or life. However, when it came to love, they were both very competitive and didn't know how to show weakness. Gu Jingyan could only smile at others and say that she was such a person. However, she had never told anyone else that no matter how weak she was, that man would not change his mind about her. Because in his heart, the best woman was Fu Chenxi, and she, Gu Jingyan, would never be Fu Chenxi. Gu Jingyan looked at Lu Chuxia. Chuxia, I think you should give up as soon as possible. I don't think you can move my second brother. He's too stubborn, Lu Chuxia said. Lu Chuxia said, I'm also a very stubborn person. Let's see whose brain is more stubborn. Lu Chuxia thought that this was her only chance. The person by his side was no longer Mo Huiling, but a woman who wasn't good enough for him. If she couldn't get him now and one day he would be separated from this woman, all the other socialites would go crazy. She had to strike first. Otherwise, when there were so many competitors, would she still have a chance? At this moment, a servant from the Gu family said that second young master and young madam had returned. Lu Chuxia was sure that Lin Che had come with them. As she said that, she stood up and followed Gu Jingyan out of the room. Gu Jingyan looked at her. My sister-in-law is with second brother too. Lu Chuxia said, that's why I want to go and see. She wanted to see what kind of person Lin Che was. How could he make Gu Jingze give up Mo Huiling and marry her? Although Gu Jingze was forced by his family, she also wanted to see what kind of woman the Gu family forced him to marry. She wanted to see what kind of woman Lin Che was. Chapter 306. Gu Jingze and Lin Che arrived at the Gu residence together. They had just gotten off the plane and both of them looked travel-worn. Gu Jingze naturally held her shoulder with one hand and led her into the room. Because he had been here many times, Lin Che was already familiar with the place. After entering the house, he even greeted the servants he had met before. Second young mistress, second young master, you're back. Second young master, second young mistress, come in. Everyone welcomed the two of them into the house. Mu Wanqing walked out first and said with a smile, Little Che, you're here. Come in, come in. I heard that you went to stay at Grandma's house. How's Grandma? Lin Che replied with a smile, Grandma is fine. Thank you for your concern, Mom. Is that right? Next time, let Jingze accompany you more. Also, don't let Jingze stay in the office all day if he has nothing to do. Lin Che looked up at Gu Jingze. He was still a little worried that he was delaying his work. He knew that Gu Jingze had always been a workaholic. Perhaps he was very anxious about leaving for a few days, but he didn't want to disappoint Grandma, so he didn't leave. Gu Jingze said, Mom, you'll be on her side now. Mu Wanqing harumphed at him. Just then, they heard Gu Jingyan's voice from inside, Second brother, you're still willing to come back. I thought you and sister-in-law went to spend some alone time together and didn't want to come back. Mu Wanqing also said to Gu Jingze, oh, right, Beichen's sister is here too. You know her, Lu Chuxia. Gu Jingze frowned slightly when he heard this name. Lin Che was also stunned. Lu Chuxia was actually at the Gu residence at this time. Gu Jingze didn't say anything. When the crowd parted, Lu Chuxia and Gu Jingyan had already walked over. Lu Chuxia glanced over. Gu Jingze stood tall, and the people around him seemed dwarfed. Needless to say, his aura was as imposing as ever. Next to him, the girl stood there. She was wearing a short red striped top. It was simple and elegant, and she was wearing wide-legged pants. Her hair was scattered around her ears, and she looked refreshing and pleasant. A light breeze blew over. It was natural that Lin Che was beautiful. Lu Chuxia had already thought about it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a minor celebrity and even been chosen by the Gu family. However, in Lu Chuxia's mind, small celebrities were products that had been meticulously sculpted. Their faces were stiff after plastic surgery. Although they were exquisite, they were all the same. But she didn't expect that Lin Che would give Lu Chuxia an unexpected feeling the moment he appeared. Lin Che didn't have the slightest feeling that he was the same as others. His appearance was unique and beautiful, but it was a beauty that could be recognized at a glance. It also had big eyes and a small face, but it was different from those plastic products. It was so unique. Lu Chuxia was stunned for a moment as she watched Gu Jingyan walk over with a smile. She looked at Lin Che from behind, and for a moment, she was a little angry. Why didn't she look like a vulgar woman? That would actually make her feel much better. However, she was the kind of woman that was hard to grasp, which made Lu Chuxia jealous. Impossible, she must have had plastic surgery, just that it cost a lot of money. Gu Jingze was so rich, it was possible for him to spend some money on her to make her look better. Lu Chuxia stood there thinking angrily. After a while, she took a step forward and continued to walk forward. Lin Che saw Lu Chuxia behind her at a glance. She walked over in a very imposing manner. He could see that she had the attitude of a rich young lady like Mo Huiling, but it was different from Mo Huiling. After all, Mo Huiling had stayed at home for too long, so she looked too leisurely. Lu Chuxia was after all a socialite, so there was a sense of professionalism in her. When Lin Che glanced over, he saw that Lu Chuxia seemed to be staring at him. When their eyes met, Lin Che felt uncomfortable and didn't look at her again. He just followed Gu Jingyan in first. Second brother, little sister-in-law, will you stay here tonight? Yes. That's great, little sister-in-law, help me choose a wedding dress. My eyes are blurred from looking at it. Sure, but I don't have good taste. How can that be, little sister-in-law, you look very beautiful every time you go on TV. It's all done by the stylist, Lin Che said straightforwardly. Gu Jingyan said, I saw the news last time too. Your dress was ruined, but you casually changed it and went on stage again. That was done by you, right? That was a coincidence. Lin Che didn't know how that news got out of hand. Gu Jingyan said, so after that time, people on the internet said that little sister-in-law is very fashionable. You don't have to be humble. People on the internet said all kinds of things. At this time, Lu Chuxia finally walked over. Gu Jingze squinted and looked at Lu Chuxia. He stood beside Lin Che and didn't seem to have any reaction. Lu Chuxia first looked at Gu Jingze deeply, then suddenly smiled and said to Lin Che, Miss Lin, is it? Lin Che heard Lu Chuxia's voice and turned his head. Lu Chuxia looked at Lin Che with a smile. Even though there was a smile on her face, there was no lack of belittling in her eyes. She said, hello, I'm Lu Chuxia. I don't know if Jingze has mentioned me to you. Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia and quietly looked at her proud face. He smiled and said, hello. She raised her head and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze didn't mention Lu Chuxia to her, but without him mentioning it, she had already seen everyone's guesses on the internet. Even though the photo had been deleted as Gu Jingyu said, the rumors about Gu Jingze and Lu Chuxia would still be seen. Some people said that Gu Jingze was going to marry the Lu family. Why was Lu Chuxia always at Gu Jingze's side recently? In everyone's eyes, Gu Jingze was also of marriageable age, but he wasn't married yet. After all, no one knew that Gu Jingze had a wife like her. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and said to Lin Che, this is Jingyan's sister-in-law. I haven't mentioned her to you. Gu Jingze looked at Lu Chuxia and explained, Lin Che and I usually don't talk about the messy relatives of the Gu family, so we haven't talked about it. Lu Chuxia's expression changed slightly. She had also become a messy relative. However, looking at Lin Che, Lu Chuxia still didn't show a timid expression. She just endured it and looked at Gu Jingze with resentment. After a while, Lu Chuxia smiled and said to Lin Che, it's okay. Anyway, we will meet often in the future. Now that we know each other, it's fine. We'll meet often. Lin Che didn't want to see her at all. Lin Che smiled and said, okay, but I'm very busy sometimes, so I don't come here often. Chapter 307. Lu Chuxia said, really? Then I'll come more often, especially recently. As she said this, she glanced at Gu Jingze meaningfully. Because they were in front of so many people, Lu Chuxia couldn't say anything else. She looked away after glancing at him. Mu Wanqing said from behind, all right. Let's not stand here and talk. Let's go in and talk. The group went in together. Gu Jingze said to Lin Che calmly, you can take a seat first. Just stay with mother. I'm going to see grandfather. Okay. Lin Che waved at Gu Jingze, telling him to do whatever he wanted and not to worry about her. Seeing Gu Jingze leave, Gu Jingyan thought for a moment and followed him. Gu Jingze walked along the corridor towards Gu Xianda's room. Grandfather Gu had been living in seclusion and was rarely seen at home. But every time he came, he had to go and greet him as a form of etiquette. Gu Jingyan looked at Gu Jingze and called, second brother. Gu Jingze turned around. What's the matter? Nothing. Gu Jingyan followed him and said to him, has Chusha been pestering you lately? It's okay, Gu Jingze said, she can do whatever she wants. I've tried to persuade her, but she wouldn't listen. I think it makes sense. She's a person who won't give up until she hits the wall. Let her hit the wall herself. In the end, she'll stop when her head bleeds. Gu Jingze said, okay. But if sister-in-law finds out, she'll be unhappy, right? I didn't tell her, Gu Jingze said. Why? Gu Jingyan looked up and asked. Gu Jingze said, it's unnecessary. Gu Jingyan paused and nodded. He was right. Since it was confirmed that nothing bad would happen, there was no need to tell Lin Che. It would cause more trouble. Gu Jingyan said, okay. I'll leave first. Second brother, you can go and see grandfather. Okay. Gu Jingyan knew that Gu Jingze was a man of few words. She looked at him speechlessly and said, sister-in-law is so pitiful. You're so quiet and boring when you're around. Sigh, Gu Jingze frowned. Just mind your own business. Gu Jingyan snorted and left. Lin Che didn't disturb Mu Wanqing. He knew that although Mu Wanqing usually looked like she had nothing to do, she was in charge of a large family. She must be very busy. Lin Che just looked around the courtyard, leaning against the wall to water the plants and tidying up the things on the side. Seeing that Lin Che was actually cleaning up the weeds, the servant hurriedly walked over and said, young madam, please put it down. Let me do it. Why are you still doing such manual work? Lin Che said with a smile, I don't have anything to do. I saw that these flowers look good, so I came here to do some. The helper smiled and looked at Lin Che. Young madam, if second young master were to see this, he would definitely scold us. Second young master treats young madam so well, he would definitely feel sorry for young madam doing these things. Lin Che said speechlessly, what's there to feel sorry for? It's not like it's a big deal. Young madam, you are such a good person. No wonder second young master and madam like you so much. When Lin Che heard this, she smiled embarrassedly. Her cheeks flushed and she pulled up her hair. She felt that it was a very happy thing to be liked. Although she always felt that she did not do anything, perhaps the people in her family really did not do anything. So when she did something, the servants would feel grateful. Actually, to her, it was just a small matter. When she was in the Lin family, she was like these servants. She also had to do housework and other things. She did not see that behind her, Lu Chuxia had long seen this scene. Lu Chuxia had been secretly observing Lin Che. She had underestimated Lin Che, so she had always been disdainful to see what Lin Che looked like. Now that she saw him, she felt that his beauty might be a big obstacle to her. However, she was still the daughter of a commoner. She looked so ordinary. Lu Chuxia snorted and walked over step by step. When Lin Che turned around, he saw Lu Chuxia walking over with an arrogant face. She stood there and stopped. Lu Chuxia stared at Lin Che and looked him up and down without hesitation. I was wondering why everyone had such a good impression of you. Lin Che smiled. What do you mean, Miss Lu? Lu Chuxia said, I was still wondering how you managed to make Gu Jingze give up on Emo Huiling. Lin Che frowned. He clearly felt that Lu Chuxia was full of hostility. Lu Chuxia said, "Now I understand. So you are a little smart, using this kind of lowly method to win people over." Lin Che's expression completely fell. He looked at Lu Chuxia and sneered. "Miss Lu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Chuxia said, "Weren't you trying to win people over just now?" Lin Che laughed. "Sorry, winning people over. I don't need it yet." "You don't need it. Of course, it's necessary to make these servants think you're good and stand on your side. However, we don't bother to use these little tricks." "That's right. You don't have any family background, and you can't bring any benefits to the Gu family. You'll only be a burden to Gu Jingze. If you don't use some little tricks to make others praise you, you'll really have nothing to say. Unfortunately, these tricks won't last long. After a long time, the servants will get used to it and won't think you're special anymore. However, we won't do these things normally, so they will think you're special. You should know that these little tricks won't last long." Lin Che looked at Lu Chuxia speechlessly. "Miss Lu, your imagination is really rich. Unfortunately, you think too much. I really don't need to use so-called tricks." "Really? Forget it. I know you won't admit it no matter what," Lin Che said. "I really don't need it. No matter what you think, I'm the young mistress of this family. I'm Gu Jingze's wife. No matter what I do, they can only say good things about me. Because they know who the future mistress of this family is." Lu Chuxia was stunned. Lin Che snorted and brushed past Lu Chuxia. "It seems that you don't know Gu Jingze very well. Otherwise, you wouldn't say such things." Lu Chuxia suddenly panicked. But she gloomily stared in the direction that Lin Che left. Good, she had underestimated this Lin Che. That's right, if she didn't have some tricks up her sleeve, how could the Gu family acknowledge her position? It seemed that she couldn't underestimate Lin Che in the future. In her future, it seemed that this Lin Che was also worthy of being an opponent. Lin Che left the backyard and stopped when he reached the front of the house. Lin Che thought that Lu Chuxia didn't understand Gu Jingze at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said that just now. Did she really think that she married Gu Jingze through some underhanded means? Actually, that wasn't the case. She was able to marry Gu Jingze because of his illness.